Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. It is the Great Unclean One here with you once again. Thank you so much for joining me. Today we are finally taking a look at the new edition of Alien RPG, the Evolved Edition, which released not too long ago into the wild and is finally here for us to enjoy. Today I'm doing things a little different. As you can see, I'm by myself here. Messing with my new webcam here with some cool settings that I think are fitting for Alien. Anyway, today we are going to take a look at all the differences between First Edition and the new Evolved Edition, and really dive into probably too much of a deep dive as to a lot of the differences and a lot of the nuances between the editions. It's going to be kind of a long video, so we're going to have timestamps down below. So you can check out each individual chapter. I'm going to go through each chapter of the book in painstaking detail so you can know exactly what is different, what has changed, and is it worth diving into again or to continue playing. I'll give kind of my summary of thoughts at the end and let you know what I think, but let's get started. All right, gang, let's dive right in here. Before we really get into the meat of it, quick note to point out the old rulebook clocked in at about 400 pages. New rulebook clocks in at 324. Now, at first hearing that, you might think, oh, we're getting less, but that's not the case. Free League's done a much better job of organizing the book and making use of all their available space. There's not a lot of open space in this rule book. Open space typically is filled with things, so they've done a better job of how they've formatted things. And we'll get into that as we get through the book. Other thing worth noting, when it comes to game design, you're printing books and cards and things like that, your printer that you're getting the product printed with, you'll have a certain page allotment that you can use. And the more books typically that you order, the more units, the cheaper each one is to produce. So you order 5,000 books, they're $10 a piece. You order 10,000 books, they end up becoming, $5 a piece or whatever, something to that effect. So the more you order, typically the cheaper your items are. But you add more pages, typically it makes it more expensive. So I'm sure Free League's got that all figured out with their printer, and when they kind of laid this out and decided, okay, we're going to need X number of pages, I suspect they probably decided, okay, we're doing an order of 325 or 350, probably 325, and that's how they ended up on 324. So don't fret, we're not missing stuff, it's all still here. So a couple other things I'll have the PDF pulled up here so you guys can kind of follow along as we get through things. So we've got the cover of the book here with some awesome, gorgeous new art. Sweet ass face hugger there, pretty legit, and Evolved Edition. And then we dive into, still got the map of the Middle Heavens, the alien galaxy, spread over 2 pages. You'll notice right off the bat, it's not in color like the previous one, unfortunately. It's one of my only real complaints about the book. I think the map, at first glance, it's a little harder to identify which territories are which. You have to go down to this key here and kind of figure out, okay, who's what. But that is what it is. They've changed a couple places or added new ones and kind of gotten rid of old ones that were on the map. The main thing is this Tartarus sector down here. You guys will see that's kind of the sandbox where they kind of suggest you play some of the setting. But other than that, it's more or less the same. The map itself hasn't really changed, just some of the locations that they point out. So, still looks cool, but I prefer the old one. And we've got our design team here. You'll recognize a lot of the names here. Martin Grip, our main artist, Mr. Gaska, the man for all the lore and writing. And we've got Johan Noor here from Merkwar fame as graphic design and layout. And you'll recognize a lot of the other names here too. I want to give a quick shout out to Dave Semark, friend of mine that I met many years ago. You may know of him. If not, you should. He's one of the hosts of the Effects podcast. Go check it out. They do a lot of cool stuff talking about various things going on in the RPG industry. They've got some great actual plays as well. They've done a couple Alien sessions, which I highly recommend you check out. Really good stuff. So, Dave, congratulations, still helping out. He helped out a lot with the Building Better Worlds book, so you have Dave to thank for a lot of that stuff. So, congratulations, Dave. Glad to see you're still at it, and wish you all the best. So, again, the Effects Podcast, go check them out. Other than that, we've got the table of contents here. This hasn't really changed. Even the titles for most of them are the same. I'll point out when things do change. But we've got more or less all the same chapters for the most part. And then it ends with an appendices, which is something a little different, a little new to the book. We've got a life path system for generating characters in kind of a random choose-your-own-story adventure kind of way. And we've got Last Survivor. This is brand new to the game as well. A solo mode for all you solo RPG enthusiasts out there. So that's pretty cool. And then just some appendices about your upgrades, equipment, and stuff like that. Character sheets. I think there's a sheet for your ship, if you have a ship. So that hasn't really changed either. And then we dive in to Chapter 1, Space is Hell. So this chapter is more or less just kind of getting you started, telling you a little bit about RPGs, and a little bit about what to expect from the Alien universe and what it's like playing in this universe. Nothing really has changed in this chapter except for two minor things. So we've still got these little kind of recordings from this Captain Charlize, which they use to kind of help out with some of the examples that they give, and kind of her diaries as her ship leaves. Otherwise, you'll notice almost all the text is word for word the same. There's been some changes, but I did go through this with a fine-tooth comb with both books side by side, and I've tried to point out every change that I could, especially ones that actually matter to the rules. So I've still got some cool artwork. You'll notice the book is no longer that backdrop of the black of space with the stars. It is now white with black text, and then some of these little pop-outs are in this kind of alien analog green color. At first look, I did not like this. For those of you that watch the channel, you know that I'm a dark mode guy. I'm a creature that likes to hide in a cave. So white background with black text I do not like. But as I've gone through this, I've come to enjoy it. Scar pointed out the book kind of looks like it's meant to almost look like a in-universe, maybe user's manual from, that kind of retro tech feel that Alien has. And now that I've looked through it more, I kind of agree with that, and I don't hate it. I still do like the darker book aesthetically, but I know that for some people, most people probably, this is a lot easier to read. And even though I like the dark text, or the dark backdrop, I do agree that this is easier to read, and you'll see throughout the book it's far better organized. The way they do tables and everything is just easier to read. I found navigating the book way better. So talk a little bit about some of the different groups, superpowers, corporations in here, just some of the main themes of the game, what it's like to be in this universe, what players can expect. We've still got our timeline as well. There's a couple new things here. Primarily, the events of Alien Romulus are now here, as that was included. So there's mentions of Renaissance Station. There's mentions of Jackson Star in here, which we'll see later on. So that has been included. There's nothing in here about Alien Earth, the new TV series that just aired recently. That was not released by the time this was done being written, so there's nothing of that in here. There's no mention of cyborgs or hybrids, or any of that stuff. So unfortunately, it didn't make it into the book. Maybe we'll see it hopefully in an expansion later on, but nothing here. This will talk about the different types of games and careers you've got. Space truckers, colonial marines, colonists, company agents. And then we get to a little bit about, what's the difference between cinematic, campaign play. None of that's really changed. Some of the themes of Alien. And the only two changes in this chapter, really simple. They added a section about the cards. They just point out the game has cards in various senses in your starter box and Rapture Protocol. They haven't really changed. There's cards for the one-shot characters and NPCs, cards for equipment, cards for agendas, and occasionally you'll see in the starter set cards for all the status effects, which are much more baked into the rules this edition. So it's all it is. And then the other thing is they have a section here on safety tools. If you're unfamiliar with safety tools, very simply, various things you can use when you're running a game or playing in a game to make sure no one ends up in an uncomfortable situation or doesn't really like what's going on. There's a million different ways you can go about it, lots of different tools you can use. Go online and check that out. You can have discussions beforehand, use lines and veils, you can use X cards and things like that, or just make sure stuff's completely on or off the table. So some groups need that, some groups like that. Our groups don't really ever use anything like that. But if you need it, and there it is. So they just kind of mention and kind of briefly talk about it. They don't give any massive examples here. Again, if you need that, you look online or look elsewhere for that. So that's all the changes in this chapter. That is it, and now we're on to the next one. So let's see what Chapter 2's got. All right, moving on to Chapter 2. In the previous rulebook, this was referred to as character creation. Now the chapter is titled Your Character. As you'd expect, this chapter primarily focuses on how to make a character and what you're going to see on your character sheet. So we'll bounce between the PDF and the actual character sheet. You guys can follow along. I think the new character sheet is a little bit better organized. So let's dive right in here. Start off with some cool artwork of Kane, or an unfortunate astronaut that looks just like Kane, about to open a ovomorph egg there. And then we move on to Chapter 2, Your Character. So we still start off with a little bit about cinematic play or campaign play. That has not changed in the game. You will either be playing cinematic, which are your pre-gens and pre-published modules, where you will have a pre-generated character to play. Most of the time, a lot of the time, they're probably not expected to make it all the way, so character depth will be high. But you can also play campaign mode in this game, in which case you will typically make your own character, gain experience, and they will get better and improve over the course of your adventures. That has not changed. They also still have the same campaign framework here, either space truckers, colonial marines, or frontier colonists. That has not changed, and there are still planned to be 3 books, one for each of these. We already have the Marine campaign in the Colonial Marines Handbook. We've got the Colonist campaign and rules in Building Better Worlds, and there is still an upcoming Space Truckers book that is planned, which they do confirm in this book. So, hoorah to that! We are eventually going to get that. It's good stuff. Good stuff. We're not going to talk about the life path method right now. We do an example of that at the end of this video, so we're going to walk through and actually write our own character using the new life path method, which is new to this version of the game that was not really around before. You could kind of do it if you did it yourself, but this is a little bit better fleshed out and much more interesting. We're just going to talk about regular character creation right here. And your character, I guess the best place to start, let's take a look at the old character sheet here. And there we go. So, you still have your 4 attributes, strength, agility, and wits, and there are still 12 skills in the game, 3 tied to each attribute. So for strength, you can see close combat, heavy machinery, stamina. Agility has mobility, piloting, range combat. Wits has comtech, observation, and survival. And empathy has command, manipulation, and medical aid. Now, when you make your character, you will decide whether or not you are a human or an android. And there are differences with that. Androids have some different rules, but they have pretty much stayed the same between games. First thing you're going to do is you're going to decide on your attribute scores. You get 14 points to distribute between these. The minimum is 2, the maximum is 4, with the exception being whatever career you choose will have what's called a key attribute. If you like a character creation, that key attribute can start at a 5 instead of a 4. So if you really want to min-max your character a little bit, that's the way to go. Moving on to that, you will have your skills, and at character creation, you start with a total of 10 skill points to spend, which can be distributed between these skills as you see fit. They have changed things a little bit here. With this new version, this new edition, you can only put up to 3 skill points in your career skills, and you can put up to 1 in any other skill. So it does force you a little bit if you want to have higher ranked skills to focus on those that are based on your career. Each career has 3 career skills. I think it's 2 or 3 that you can that you have. Those are specific for your class, and your career is gonna be better at them, obviously. So Marines, for example, are gonna have range combat, whereas a pilot's gonna have piloting, amongst others. So you distribute those as you see fit, spread them out or min-max to your choice, and the game still uses the same rules of a D6 system. We'll get into that when we actually look at the rules here. Talents, you still mark those on your sheet. There's the back side of the sheet here. Here we go. I'm sorry, that's the ship. My bad. Where do we mark talents on here? Okay, I'm not... Oh, up in the top right corner. Not a lot of space. One-page character sheet. Pretty sure that's how it was in the previous edition. It's alright. But the layout's nice. It's very easy to read. I like the way they have the stats put here, left to right. It's cool. But you mark off your talents. Talents work the same way. You start with 1 of 3 talents that are available to the career that you choose. And then as you level up and gain experience, you don't level up, but as you gain experience, you can then learn new talents, either from your career or from the general talents. We're not going to go through every single talent in the game, but suffice to say some have changed, some have been updated to reflect the new rules, and some have been removed and new ones have been added. So, about what you'd expect there. We still have a spot for health. That has not changed tremendously. However, we have a new stat called Resolve, and both of these are calculated in a similar way. In the old rules, health was simply dictated by your strength value. Whatever your strength was, that would be your health. I didn't really like that because it meant any character that had good strength was also, in theory, more robust, harder to kill, tougher, what have you. Didn't really make a lot of sense to me, especially because you have 4 other attributes. Kind of unevenly weighted strength. Now what they do is you add your strength and agility scores together, you divide by 2, round up, that is your health score. So if you have a really good agility, but your strength ain't great, you're still going to have decent health. You're not going to be the strength 2 character running around, which you don't want to do in this game, all right? 3 health minimum for sure if you want to be able to survive for any length of time. And then Resolve is calculated the same way, except you add up your wits and empathy scores, divide by 2, and round up. So I like that because it means all 4 of your attributes right off the bat all mean something. Certain careers, certain characters are going to be have higher health or higher resolve pools typically, but you have a little more control over that. And I like that it uses all 4 attributes a little bit more. Resolve, we'll see, is new to the game and is what you use when you roll for stress and panic, which we'll talk about in a later chapter. But suffice to say, that's how you calculate that. Next, we have encumbrance. So we still have gear that you'll get when you make your character. Your encumbrance determines how much you can carry. And in this case, we've got, in the old rules, it was your strength score times 4. That was your encumbrance. Items have a weight of either 1, half, or a quarter. So if you have 4 items that are each a quarter, that equals 1. So your strength times 4, so your strength is 3. That's you have an encumbrance of 12. Carry 12 weight 1 items, and so on and so forth. That's still the same here. Your strength or your encumbrance is still your strength times 4. However, in the old rules, what would happen is if you were over encumbered, if you tried to run or crawl during combat, you had to make a mobility roll. And if you failed, you either had to drop what you were carrying so that you were no longer encumbered, or you weren't allowed to move. Kind of a clunky mechanic. I think that what they've done now is much better, much more streamlined. Very simply, every time you move during a stretch, which is a time frame in this game, we'll talk about that in a second, you gain a point of stress. And again, that's while you're over encumbered. So I think that gives players a much more severe penalty in some cases because it happens more often. It's easier to remember, and it's not something you have to mess around with. How much gear am I going to drop in the middle of a fight? You don't want to slow down combats like that. So I think that's a good change. Let's head back over to our main page here. I don't think we really need the character sheet anymore. All right, there we go. So we still have agendas, appearance. You can roll some of that on your character sheet. The game still uses the buddy and rival system. You still come up with a name. Just like before, cinematic agendas are usually given to you in the game. In campaign, you come up with your own. You may change those over the course of time. Buddies and rivals work the same way. You have someone who's your buddy, someone you get along with, someone you like working with, someone you might risk your life for. Rival, someone you don't get along with, someone you're not too keen on, and you're probably not going to help them if you have a choice of helping anybody else out. Starting gear also still works the same way, in where you will get starting gear based on your career that you choose. And just like in the previous edition, you can pick your career. You could also roll it randomly if you want, and that kind of dictates the core aspect of your character. Unfortunately, they didn't really change much with careers. I was really hoping they would make careers feel a little bit more distinct, a little bit more like classes in some cases, or maybe careers like in Warhammer Roleplay. They don't do that here. They are still very much just kind of just suggestions, ways to kind of inform the player of what you are. Everybody understands when you say I'm a pilot or I'm a Marine, what that means. Not much has changed here. The only thing that your career mechanically dictates is your starting talent, and some of the talents you can pick, because you can't pick talents from other careers when you gain new ones. And then what your key attribute and career skills are going to be when you start. Other than that, there's nothing different. Nothing different. I would have loved to see like abilities for each class that are unique to them, something like that. The talents kind of do that, but I would have liked to seen a little bit more, just to help people out. And I think to make careers more distinct would have been a good idea. But so be it. Androids. Let's talk about that really quick. So androids. They ignore a lot of the rules, or some of the rules change with how you make an android. But when you make an android, you get to distribute still 14 attribute points. However, you get to add +3 to any 2 of those attributes, just like before. So it is possible to get an 8 in your key attribute or a 7 in a non-key attribute as an android. Skills are the same, but the main difference, and it hasn't changed from the previous edition, androids can't push rolls. They don't suffer stress. They don't count stress levels. They never make panic rolls, and they still suffer damage the same way, but they have a different critical table they roll on, just like previously. And most androids are immune to a lot of the status effects in the game like they used to be. But it's much more clearly defined in this and much more easily spelled out. So, you're immune to vacuum and cold and hunger and starvation and that kind of stuff. So they do a much better job in this edition with that. Time units in the game, there's been a slight change here. And that is, I gotta find it, I'm not sure where it's at. But in the old rules, we had 3 time increments. We had rounds, turns, and shifts. rounds being about 5 to 10 seconds, a turn being about 5 to 10 minutes, a shift being about 5 to 10 hours. They've changed one of those. Now it's rounds, stretches, and shifts. So a turn is no longer called a turn, it's called a stretch. Still the same time increments, though, and that is still very much kind of baked into the rules of the game, especially when we look at cinematic scenarios and things like that. Consumables more or less work the same. So you will have some items that are consumables, and you have to make supply rolls. And the way this works is an item, let's say a motion tracker, will have a power amount, and that is a supply amount, so it might be between like 3 to 5. When you use said item, you roll that number of stress dice, and if any of those come up as a 1, or face hugger, you reduce your supply by 1. They do a better job in this edition of specifying. In the old rules, it was just make a supply roll at regular intervals. Now, depending on what type of supply, what type of consumable it is specified when those intervals happen, which I think is great. So we now have air, ammo, and power. New thing, ammo is now a consumable. It's not done in the old way. It's done as a consumable roll now, supply roll. Air, you make a roll after every strenuous activity, such as combat or mobility test, or as a stretch. In the old rules, it was usually just kind of hand-waved, like, have the players make an air roll, when they do stuff. Now it's specified, which again I think is good, especially if you're a new GM. Having specific rules and leaving less things nebulous is always good for a new GM. So especially when it's simple like that, very easily defined, you can't really translate that or misunderstand that. So that's good. Power works the same way. You roll for the supply of any item that has a power value anytime after you use it. Motion tracker and cutting torch are the two that jump to mind here. There might be other ones as well, but those are the two primary ones. And then ammo. So this is new. In the old rules, when you fired a firearm that had an ammunition to it, you would, if you rolled a panic, so if you rolled a 1 on your stress dice while firing the gun, it was assumed you emptied the clip and you had to reload. Now, you make a supply roll every time you fire the weapon, assuming it's not a one-shot weapon like an RPG. But a regular weapon, pulse rifle, pistol, harpoon gun, well, I think the harpoon gun's one shot, but pulse rifle, pistol, magnum, you make a supply roll. Most of them are like ammo 1 to 3, so you'll roll that many dice, and if you roll a 1, your supply goes down. Once you run out, then you have to reload. So I don't think you'll cut through ammo as fast in this game as you could before, but they've also made reloading easier to do. So it is what it is. Moving on, we have experience. So this is only going to come up when you're doing campaign play, obviously, and this has not changed at all, as you can see on the screen here. At the end of each session, you will ask each of your players to answer these questions right here, and they get a point of experience. For every one of these they can answer yes to. I would have liked to have seen some new ones added, or maybe to, I don't know, maybe specify, some players will kind of cheese this if they can or really stretch it, but the GM always has the final say as to whether or not they actually get this bonus or not. So that hasn't changed at all. Same exact text here. And of course, if we have ways to gain experience, we have ways to spend experience. And there are still 2 in the game, either to increase the value of your skills or to learn new talents. And there's a slight change here with your skill points. So in the old rules, it cost 5 skill points per level to change the level of a skill. So if you wanted to go from 0 to 1 or from 1 to 2, it was 5 experience points either way. So if you wanted to go from 0 to 2, that'd be a total of 10, 5 per level. In the new rules, in Evolved Edition, it's a little bit more expensive to level up skills, thus it'll be slower. So now, if you want to increase a skill that you already have at least 1 point in, it requires a number of XP equal to the level of the skill that you want to move to times 5. So let's say you have 3 points in your ranged combat. You want to move that up to 4. You multiply 4, the level you're moving to, times 5. So it's 20 experience points to move from level 3 to 4 rather than 5. So those costs have gone up quite a bit. But I think that's good because in our campaign, it was pretty easy to level up, and it can get out of control really quick, especially playing a long campaign or if you're really nilly-willy with the experience point questions. The other thing that's new is in order to learn a new skill that you have 0 points in, not only do you have to spend 5 experience, but you either have to have a teacher who has at least 1 level in the skill and spend a shift with them learning and practicing, or, and I love this, the PC that wants to level that up must have successfully used the skill during that previous session. I love stuff like this that encourages players to think outside the wheelhouse and use skills they might not necessarily be good with. It's hard to not do in Alien because there's only 12 skills, but in other games when you got a whole list, like in Warhammer, where you got advanced and basic skills, sometimes players avoid using stuff they don't have because they want someone else to do it. So this encourages people to try different things, which just like in real life, you have to try different things and learn how to do it, and a lot of times we learn by failing until we get it right. So I like that a lot. Talents, no big change here. 5 points to get a talent. I do think they should have increased this for sure. If you've listened to or watched our Colonial Marine campaign, the characters were buying talents left and right, especially because it was the same cost as skills, and now it's less than skills for the most part. Talents make a big difference. It can make some characters, as far in terms of Alien, relatively powerful. We'll watch our Colonial Marine campaign to see how that turned out. So I would have liked to have seen a change here. Maybe every talent beyond the first increases the cost, or maybe if you buy something that's general. I'm not sure how to do it, but I would encourage GMs to probably increase the cost of this, especially if you're going to be playing a long campaign, because 5 per talent is just not enough. However, you do still need to spend a day of practice and then make a... that was the old rules. You had to make a wits roll, and it required a day of practice or a teacher who had the talent. That's no longer the case. You can just choose a talent. There's no roll. There's no practice required. You don't have to have done something in the game. There's a bit of a disconnect here for me. Because talents arguably are more specialized, more powerful, yet they're easier and cheaper to learn than skills. So I'm a little sad to see. I think they dropped the ball on that one. The only big change, though, is you can no longer gain talents from other careers, which I do think is a good change, because there's not enough in the game to make careers unique, in my opinion. So I think that helps make careers feel a little bit special. Only the Marine is ever going to get the overkill talent, for example. So other than that, the only other real change, a slight change to careers, which I may have mentioned. First off, there's no new careers in the book, so if you're looking for that, I'm sorry to say, look elsewhere. And the new Wildcatter career from Building Better Worlds is not in here, which I understand because that book is still going to be available and they're updating it to Evolved Edition. But I would have loved to have seen more careers here. Again, I think the careers where the system falls a little bit flat and one of my less favorite things. They don't really give you much more than a basic framework and dictate your key attribute, your starting talents and gear and things like that. They did officially add the option to roll randomly for your talent, your name, your personal agenda, appearance, gear, and signature item, which could have been done easily before because you just count them out and roll. But now specifically it is in the book. They're numbered, and I think that that helps encourage players. They want to be random, or maybe they don't understand they can do things randomly. I think that's a good change. Of course, I'd like to see more than like 3 to 6 names. We can kind of look here at the Colonial Marine. This is what your career entry looks like. There's still 1 per page. We've got artwork. Tells you your attribute, your skills, how much cash you start with. You can see here we can roll for talent, roll for our name, agenda, appearance, so on and so forth. So, and then all the careers are in here. One thing, again, here's a good layout thing to point out from the old book versus the new one. Each career has its own page. In the old one, some careers were on multiple pages, or you'd have more than one career on a page and they were kind of spliced just wherever they fit. This is much better organized, looks much nicer, looks much more professional, so kudos to that. And it does make each career feel a little bit more special now. You know, everybody gets their own page to kind of shine, so that's cool. That's really it for Chapter 2. Not a whole lot to report. So let's dive into Chapter 3, as things are going to start getting a little bit longer here. Alright, I may have lied. Chapter 3 is not that long. Probably about as long as Chapter 2. This one is called Skills and Talents. Same as before. Let's take a look. So, this chapter talks about how you actually make your skill rolls, what talents you can choose from, and basically tells you some of the core rules for the game, at least as far as dice rolling goes. So, as I mentioned before, we still have 12 skills, 3 tied to each attribute, and the skills have not changed, nor have they changed which skills are tied to which attributes. That is all the same. A skill is typically measured from level 0 to level 5, or you have 0 points in it, or 5 skill points in it, and the game still uses a D6 dice pool system. So when you make a skill roll, you will take the skill in question, which we can see up here in the top right. You will add that number of your skill point value to the number in the corresponding attribute. So if you're going to make a heavy machinery roll that's based on strength, you add those two numbers together, and that's how many d6s you roll. If you're using the official dice, these will be the black dice, which are called base dice. And so if your strength is 3 and your heavy machinery is 2, you're rolling 5 dice. And just like before, you need to roll at least 1 6 on those dice to pass a regular unopposed test. Unopposed meaning you're just rolling against the game, you're not rolling against another character or enemy or alien. If you have stress, you will add a number of stress dice, which if you're using the official dice are the yellow dice with the facehugger on the 1, and you'll roll a number of stress dice equal to your stress value. So in that same example, we have a strength of 3, heavy machinery of 2, that's 5 base dice, and then if we've got let's say 3 stress, we're going to roll 3 yellow stress dice and add that, roll those together. Stress dice work the same way. If you roll a 6 on a stress dice, that is a success, but if any of them come up as a 1, which is the facehugger symbol, you are in some problems. Here's the 2 main differences between this edition and the old edition. The first is that stunts no longer exist. In the old rules, every skill in the game had a variety of stunts that you could do, and stunts were triggered by rolling more than 1 6, because normally you only need 1 6 or 1 success to pass a skill roll. So if you rolled 3 successes, you had the first one to pass the test, and then you had your additional ones referred to as stunts, and those would allow you to do things above and beyond passing the skill roll. Now, that still exists in the sense that extra successes will let you get additional benefits, but they are no longer referred to as stunts, and they are no longer tied to each individual skill. Instead, we've got just this section here called multiple successes, which most of the skills in the old game, the stunts were usually this stuff, but some of them had specific unique ones. I think they've tried to condense that and, again, save some space in the book, but also just make things a little bit more streamlined. So your extra successes can be used to show off, do your task that you're attempting more quickly, more quietly, or get some unexpected effect. That's basically what stunts did in the previous edition, although they were tied to each individual skill. The last one achieved some unexpected effect. It's up to the GM. Maybe the player can suggest something, you can come up with something, but typically, if someone rolls more than 1 success, they should get some sort of extra benefit for that. I do like this from a gameplay perspective because it means the players don't have to look through a massive list for each individual skill. There's a shorter list they can learn, 3 or 4 things versus 3 or 4 for each skill. So that helps speed the game up a little bit. And I think this also pushes players to think more outside the box than just look at a chart. Because I've always experienced when I've run games, especially in person at conventions and things like that, when people are looking at this list of all these stunts, they just think that that's what they're tied to. These are the only 4 extra things I can do. So I think this helps open it up a little bit to some regard. Because these are all examples, is really what it's saying. It's not even saying this is the exhaustive list. Second thing that's different is that... let's see here. I totally lost my train of thought. You can still push rolls. So pushing works the same way. You make a roll. Assuming you did not roll any 1s on your stress dice, you can push the roll, which means you gain an immediate point of stress, and then you re-roll any of the dice, including your stress, that are not successes. So any dice that didn't show up as a 6, including your stress, you roll again at the cost of gaining an extra point of stress. Just like before, androids can't do this. You can only push a roll once unless you have a talent that allows you to do otherwise, and there's some, you'll see stress and panic effects that will prevent you from doing that. Here's the other thing that's different. In this edition, stress and panic are now split into 2 different things. We have what are called stress results, and we have panic results. So when you roll a 1 on your stress dice, your character suffers from what's called a stress result or a stress response. This is different from a panic test. There are 2 different tables now that you will roll on. So the stress one we can see here, stress response. You roll 1 on a stress dice, you then roll a d6 plus your stress level. However, with the addition of the resolve stat, you subtract your resolve from your d6 plus your stress level roll. So a higher resolve will keep your character a little bit cooler under pressure, probably for longer. As you can see, this chart only goes up to a 7+. The panic chart in the old game went up to, I believe, 12 or 14. So this is new, completely new to the game, the stress response, and I think most players will like this because it helps allow players keep their agency more. One of the biggest complaints that I've always heard from this, and if you guys watch the channel, you know Matt is not a fan of this. In the previous edition, if you rolled high enough on your panic result, a 10 or more, you would lose control of your character and you would do whatever the table said. That is different now because that was triggered in the same way as stress responses are. So if you rolled a 1 on your stress dice, you would roll on the panic table. That is not how it works anymore. Now you roll on the stress response table. As you can see here, most of these just give you negatives to your various attributes, and these remain in play for a certain amount of time. The worst you can get is the 7, which is a mess up. You fail your roll regardless of what you were doing, and you gain a point of stress. However, it doesn't force your character to do anything out of action. You don't go hide or scream or anything like that. You just mess up your action. You don't even lose your action, you just mess it up. So you might still have another action you can do. That's how stress works. And then there's ways to get rid of this during the game, which we'll talk about later. Other than that, as far as rolling your dice, modifiers still exist in, either the form of negative 1, 2, 3, 4, minus 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Whatever that number is, your dice pool, your base dice, get changed. So if you got +2, you add 2 base dice. If you get -2, you lose base dice. But a new change here, I don't know if this was specified in the old rules, but it is now, which is good, it's clarifying. You can no longer go below 1 dice in your base dice pool, which means you can no longer auto-fail like with the old rules, because if you didn't have any stress, you would be rolling 0 dice. So you always will roll at least 1 dice regardless of your modifiers, and some gear will add or change that as well. Group rolls have been removed from the game. It's not a thing anymore. There's no more one person rolls stealth for the group or rolls observation for the group. That's just gone from the game. I think that helps clear things up. Either have it or don't. They decided not to. That's fine. Helping still exists, or an assist, as some people like to call it. And you can still have up to 3 people assist, and each person that assists gives you +1 base dice, but they must be in a position to actually assist you. And the GM has the final say on this. That's all the same. However, before, in the previous edition, this counted as the same type of action that you were supporting. So if the other person was trying a full action or slow action, it counted as a slow action for you. Now, the help action always counts as a full action. We'll get to actions later in here as well. New thing they've added, which I absolutely love, is passive roles. And if you watched especially our Colonial Marine campaign, you saw this came up a lot, and I kind of GM ruled it in a specific way. If you've played RPGs before, you know that sometimes you want to have players, primarily they'll make observation rolls or spot checks or listen checks, whatever it may be, when someone's sneaking up on them or if they're sneaking around, or maybe to notice something in a room they've entered that you don't want to necessarily point out to them, but you want them to have a chance to see and not necessarily miss if they don't investigate themselves. Alien didn't have that before, and so if you ask someone to make a roll like that, so let's say they enter a room, there's an alien hiding there, you may ask them to make an observation roll. In the old rules, passive rolls didn't exist, and so they'd make a straight-up observation roll with their stress, or maybe to hear something. And if you rolled poorly enough on your panic, if you rolled a stress and panicked, your character might start freaking out or like run away or seek cover or go catatonic. And a lot of times in the story, that didn't make any sense. Especially if it's just to hear something to maybe put the players on edge or give them a clue that they're not alone. So now we have what are called passive rules. And as they say here, typically this is an observation roll when you're in stealth mode. We'll talk about that later. But they specify here how this works. Passive rolls are not pushed, and they do not trigger stress. You still roll your stress dice. It's just if you roll a 1 on your stress dice, you don't trigger a stress response. And the GM's allowed to make these rolls in secret if he wants to, just keep things going, if you don't want to slow down the game, or if you don't want to give things away to the players, like, hey, make an observation roll, there's something hidden here, and all of them fail, and now they're like, well, there's something here. So this is a good way to go about that. But excellent change, thank you, Free League. That was absolutely needed. We still have opposed rolls as well, so most of the time you're rolling just by yourself against the game, we'll say, and you need to get 1 or more success. In this, opposed rolls pretty much works the same way as before. This is when you are rolling against someone, specifically, usually in a combat situation, you're rolling against another NPC or an alien, or sometimes against another player. And it still pretty much works the same way in that you have to roll more 6s than your opponent to win, but now both sides are allowed to push. Not just the attacker. Previous rules, only the attacker could push the roll. Now it's both sides. They still don't do a great job of explaining what happens in a tie, which, come on guys, as soon as you use the word opposed roll, you need to specify that. One can argue, well, Great Unclean One, it says you need to roll more successes than your opponent to succeed. Fair enough, but tell us what to do when there's a tie, because they're not very clear here. They don't say if there's a tie, do this. They give you this, just roll off randomly, or something like that. If there's a tie, this means there's no clear winner of the roll. If this doesn't work, break the tie randomly. No, don't. That's stupid. Don't give nebulous rules, especially in a game like this that is pretty straightforward. Give us a specific rule, and tell us what to do. I'll get off my soapbox now, but That's it. So rules is written: if you have a tie in opposed rolls where there's no clear party active, a tie means there is no clear winner of the roll. If that doesn't work in the situation, break the tie randomly. That is what it is. Other than that, we've still got story points in the game. These are typically only in cinematic adventures. They work the same way. You can spend a story point to get an automatic success on one base dice in the roll. You can declare this before or after you push the roll. You can never have more than 3, but it has to be done. You have to actually make a roll to do it. And because it is on a skill roll, you can't use this for things like armor or supply values. They also specify, there's a slight change here. You still gain them in the same way, typically by completing your agendas in cinematic rules. But now, rules as written, they specify that any player who has story points left at the end of a cinematic adventure can bring one, and only one, to the next adventure with the same group. Which is good, because in the old rules just said you can bring your story points from game to game. But how do you keep track of that if you're playing with people that you never played with before? Didn't make any sense. Nobody ever did it. You know, you go to a convention, it doesn't matter. At least it's specified here. But I would have loved to have seen something a little bit more interesting done with this. Maybe an automatic just success without having to make a roll, especially with how dangerous Alien can be. It could make story points feel a little bit more impactful. Granted, we did some cool stuff in our Marine campaign. Story points helped out a lot. I let players use story points for each other as well, which definitely extended their lifespan. So there's things you can do to make it interesting. You can still use them in campaign play as well, which we did. You know, I gave them out sparingly, but I gave them out. So, but rules as written, they're for cinematic missions only. Other than that, we talked about a little bit about talents. I don't know if we passed that up at some point. Maybe it's down here. Oh, here we go. We got all of our skills, and you can see there are no stunts listed. Talents breaks it down by your career talents first. Again, there's 3 for each. There's some new ones, some old ones, and some that have been increased. Banter and Overkill, those existed before in the previous edition. Precise Shooter, that's a new one, which of course wouldn't exist in the old rules, because this one, for example, when making a supply roll for ammo, roll 2 dice fewer than your ammo supply rating to a minimum of 1. Whether or not that's good or bad, I don't know, you tell me. But obviously we didn't have supply for ammo in the first game, so it didn't exist. That's a new one. And then once we get past the specific ones, we then have the list of general talents. It's about the same. There's about a page worth here. You'll recognize some new ones, some old ones. I'm not going to go through every single one here. You guys can do that. I will point out the 0G training talent is no longer kind of a throwaway talent. It lets you just ignore all the penalties in 0G, which are much more defined in this edition. So that one's worth pointing out. Other than that, a lot of the same, and talents are still cool. They still do a lot of the stuff you'd expect. So that's it for Chapter 3. Now we're going to get into the meat of this video with Chapter 4. So let's take a look. All right, you still with me? We're about to dive into the true meat and bones of the video here. Chapter 4 is where we find a majority of the mechanical rules for the game, so it is a long one. To give you an idea, my Google Docs notes for this video are about 19 pages, and Chapter 4 is about 13 or 14 pages of those notes. So we got a ton of stuff to cover here. I'm going to take it in small sections, small bites, try to make it digestible, but we're going to keep going through things with a fine-tooth comb here to try to highlight every single difference that we can. So kick back, grab a drink, relax, and listen as we dive in to Chapter 4, Stealth and Combat. So it's worth noting before we dive in here that in the previous edition, Chapter 3 was skills, Chapter 4 was talents, Chapter 5 was combat and panic. Since they put skills and talents together in this book for Chapter 3, Chapter 4 now is stealth and combat rather than combat and panic, although the panic rules are here. So let's dive in and get started here. As I said, we got a ton to cover. So the first thing we want to talk about is maps, zones, and things of that nature. This edition of the game emphasizes, I think, to more of a degree than the previous edition, actual combat maps. The starter set, Hadley's Hope, and the first cinematic scenario, Rapture Protocol, come with very well made, more traditional RPG maps that you would see. I know some people did not enjoy the previous edition with the green maps. Some people like them, some don't. I had no problem with them, but they were very much more to just show you large areas of a zone or a location. They didn't really get into details as far as the map went for like what exactly is in that zone, and it was very much more theater of the mind. Since the rules for stealth mode in particular are much more laid out and much more specific in this edition, maps become more of an important thing, and you'll see as we go through how that all kind of comes together. So we're going to piece it together one piece at a time here. So first thing we need to do is look at zones, and we're going to look here. We've got an example of one of the maps here from the starter set, Hadley's Hope's Last Day. And you can see this is what, at least everything they've produced so far, these are what typical maps look like. So Alien tends to have a lot of interiors. So we've got hallways, rooms, and these yellow things here are ventilation shafts. So the game still uses zones as far as for movement and range. That has not changed at all, but you'll see stealth mode is a little bit more specific. So we need to define some of those things first. So zones, which is either going to be a corridor, a room, an open area outside, basically an environment or a scene, that is referred to as a zone in the game. And zones come in two types, either cluttered or open. If they're open, that means when you move through them, nothing special happens. There's no cover, there's nothing like that. But if they're cluttered, and this is a change from the previous edition. Previous edition, if a zone was cluttered, if you moved through it, you had to make a mobility test, and if you failed, you fell prone, you tripped over something. That is not the case anymore. Now, cluttered simply means that the zone has places to hide or take cover in, and we'll see how those rules work in a little bit. A few other things for zones. They still have the darkness rule, so some areas will be considered to be coated or covered in darkness. And what these do is if you're in the zone, you get a -2 to your observation rolls. In the old rules, they used to also impose a -2 penalty to your ranged combat into the zone, and you couldn't draw line of sight through those zones. So on this map, for example, if this L-shaped hallway was considered dark, then, and you were standing in this room on the left, you wouldn't be able to see across over to this area or into another room at the end of the hall, for example, so you couldn't see it through it. The cramped rule has been removed from zones, but now affects ventilation shafts or service tunnels, which we'll see shortly. And then they just define borders, typically being a door or an opening of some sort, and they're either going to be classified as open or blocked, typically if a door is open or closed. And again, this all gets into the rules and mechanics later down the line. Talking about zones, we also need to talk about ranges and line of sight. So line of sight is pretty straightforward. If you've got tokens or miniatures on the map, or in your theater of the mind, if you have a point where two characters, either PCs or NPCs, would be able to see each other, assuming they're looking at each other, they are in line of sight, unless someone is hiding or in full cover. We will see cover comes in either partial or full cover. So if you're in full cover or if you are hiding in a zone, you are considered to be out of line of sight. So people looking into the zone from an outside zone, or people in the same zone, can't draw a line of sight to you. That'll become important soon. Range, you can see up here at the top, has not changed much at all. We still have range bands, just like in the previous edition. The only change here is adjacent used to be referred to as engaged. Not sure why they changed it, but they mean the same thing. So adjacent is you're right next to somebody, you're in the same zone with them, and you're next to them, meaning you can attack them in close combat or melee. Short means you're in the same zone as somebody, but you're not right on top of them, so you can't attack them in melee. You've got to move closer to attack. Medium means they're in an adjacent zone. So again, in our example up here, if we were in this zone, the L-shaped one, and someone was in the room, they would be at short range. And then long range, that'd be medium range. Long range is up to 4 zones away, and extreme up to more than 4 zones away. And that primarily comes into effect when you have ranged weapons. Ranged weapons can't shoot further than their max range, and they get penalties if they shoot at stuff closer than their minimum range. We talked about time a little bit earlier, but we'll just kind of go over that really quick again. So we still have 3 increments of time the game uses: rounds, stretches, and shifts. Again, stretches used to be called turns, but they're the same thing. 5 to 10 seconds, 5 to 10 minutes, 5 to 10 hours. And it shows primarily where you're going to use these. Combat is done in rounds. Stretches is for stealth mode, and usually longer things, mainly repairs on your ship, or sometimes repairs on other mechanical equipment, are going to be considered to be in the shift category. Okay, now moving on, the next main thing we're going to talk about is stealth mode. So stealth mode is something that existed in the previous edition of the game, and it was basically a way that they broke down how to go about like turns when you're outside of combat is the best way to think about it. That's still the case here, but I think they've done a better job of organizing it and laying it out and making it a little bit easier to wrap your head around. This is something I could see new GMs having trouble with. In the previous edition, I can tell you we rarely used rules as written, because it seemed like one of those things where they were giving you rules for something that you didn't really need rules for. But it's better laid out here, I think. So the best way to think about stealth mode is, like I said, this is basically what's happening. It's how the structure of the game is designed when you are not in combat and you're not just sitting around having social interactions. This is primarily when characters are exploring, and it happens to take place usually where the maps come into play. So the pre-published stuff that has these maps assumes you're using stealth mode. So they give you pretty cut and dry rules here to use when you're exploring. So we're going to talk about that and see how it is, because this is kind of where the basis of a lot of the rules of the game kind of start. This is the foundation. Now, you don't necessarily have to use things this structured. You, as a GM, as with any RPG, you can do things, how you see fit. But they give us a nice flow chart that we can use to kind of look through this. And it's not too terrible to deal with. Now, they do suggest you can do a simplified version of this. Basically, one of the things they like is that the GM will have their own maps of the zones or the area that the PCs are exploring to keep track of where NPCs are moving about the board or the table. However, they recognize that that's something that's going to take up table space, which you may not have a lot of, or you might not have the virtual tabletop support that you need. So they say that rather than all of these rules, you can just kind of use some of them, mostly focusing on what the PCs do and not so much worrying about the NPCs and just kind of having them appear when the GM sees fit. So let's dive in here and take a closer look. So I guess the best thing to start with is stealth mode is tracked using stretches. So that is 5 to 10 minute time increments. Think of that each stretch is a turn or a round we'll say turn since round is a term in this game. So it's basically a turn of stealth mode is a stretch, 5 to 10 minutes. And during that time, assuming the PCs are exploring an area, you do this one stretch at a time. It's structured to give every PC a chance to do something. So during this time, rules is written, a PC can move one zone per stretch, or and the PCs can move individually, or they can stay together as a group, however they decide. If move order matters, the PCs decide who moves first, and you deal with that first. So, especially if they split off, and you as the GM know there might be something around one corner, but not around another corner, PCs decide, okay, deal with Matt first, then deal with Sean, then deal with John, so on and so forth. During this time, when they're moving zone to zone, they can scan for enemies and they can get superficial descriptions of the zone. But if they wish to actually search it, start looking around, or to hide or take cover, then they have to spend more time there, at least a stretch. During this, NPCs will be considered either active or passive. Very simply, meaning if they're active, they are moving around the map as the PCs are. The GM keeps track of them on their hidden maps, and basically tracks what they're doing during each stretch as well. So as the PCs do something each stretch, so do the NPCs. A passive NPC means they're unaware of the PCs until they're alerted in some way. So typically they're probably just going to be hanging out in the zone they're in, unless for some reason the story requires them to be moving around. So I guess one way to think of this, let's say the PCs are infiltrating a ship, and most of the crew are in the mess hall having, their meal. They're in that zone in the mess hall, and unless they have a reason to get up and leave, every stretch the PCs are moving around the ship and doing things. And until they make their presence known in some way, those NPCs that are in the mess hall are going to be passive, doing their own thing. Most likely just sitting in the mess hall, not really moving zone to zone. That's just one example. And again, this is something I know a lot of experienced GMs are going to be like, why do I need rules for this? Believe me, I was in the same boat. And it's going to take some time really kind of implementing this. But I think it's here to give structure. And I think structure and rules are always good, especially for new GMs. So let's just kind of take a look at it piece by piece here and see how it all builds together. So we have a thing now called the stealth sequence, and this is a nice, easy flow chart that breaks down what happens. It's 3 simple steps. In step 1, the PCs move one zone. So again, remember, this is every stretch, every 5 to 10 minutes. That's a turn in stealth mode. So we've got our group. Let's say they boarded this ship, right? We now decide stealth mode starts because they're exploring an unknown area. There could be dangers, there could be enemies. We need to have structure for movement and time and things like that. So the GM would tell the players, we're entering stealth mode now. So they decide, we'll say we have a group of 3 PCs. What are you guys going to do? All of them decide we're going to move together from this zone to the next zone, maybe from the airlock out into a hallway. So they would move themselves. If you've got your map, they'll move their tokens or their miniatures, and the GM's got his map where everybody else, all the NPCs are. Now, once they move a zone, they have to decide what they do next. So the idea is that they're doing this in a slow, methodical manner. They're not just rushing through, hence stealth mode. They're trying to be quiet because they don't want to make their presence known if there are dangers hidden somewhere in the dark. So, after they do their initial turn, they've done their first stretch of time, and if they do not come into line of sight of any NPCs, a new stretch begins, and then they do this again. Now, what happens, where this gets a little more complicated, our flowchart comes into play, if the PCs move into a zone, and they come into line of sight of an NPC, whether that NPC is active or passive, you make a passive open opposed observation roll. So we'll break all that down. A couple keywords there. Passive means it's a passive roll, so the player would roll or the GM can roll in secret, but it's a roll that, again, is done with your stress dice, but you do not trigger stress responses if you roll any facehuggers on your stress dice. And open, meaning it's done in the open on the table. Opposed, meaning it's a roll of the PCs against the roll of the NPCs. All of the PCs can make rolls, all of those that would have line of sight, and you pick the highest rolls. It says here, for a group, you take the highest roll, the best roll. So let's say out of those 3 PCs, one of them rolls 3 successes, and that's the highest one. We'll take his, and then the NPC will say it's a guard in the zone. He makes an opposed observation roll as well. He doesn't roll 3, he only rolls 2. So then you go through the flow chart here. So if one side wins that observation roll, they have a choice of doing 4 different things here. They can reveal themselves, ambush the enemy, hide in a zone, or back out the way that they came. If it's a tie, it means both parties have seen each other, and you draw initiative because you don't know what's going to happen now. Again, this is all for structure. So you draw initiative. Let's say the PCs go first. They draw the higher initiative card, or at least one of them does, before the NPC. Okay, you've spotted this guard. What do you do? Well, maybe they're not just going to start going guns blazing, so maybe they try to initiate some sort of diplomacy or social interaction, in which case we need to have initiative if they decide to start drawing guns or knives or what have you. So it goes into initiative at that point. But if they win, they can do one of these 4 things here. So let's kind of break down what they can do, and it's pretty straightforward. So they can reveal themselves, which means they make their presence known. And this will most likely start some sort of social interaction. They call it social mode in the game. Basically, if you're not in stealth mode, you're probably in social mode, I guess is the best way to think of it. So they can reveal themselves, and basically then both parties know that the other's aware, and you go from there. They could also try to do an ambush where they attempt to get the drop on the enemy, or they can hide in the zone that they're in. So maybe rather than trying to launch an ambush, they decide, let's hide in this zone and see what this person does. Now, if that NPC is passive, they're probably just standing in that zone, and since they lost the observation roll, they don't know that the PCs are there. But if they're an active NPC moving around the map, they might move into that zone where the PCs have now hidden, and then they've got to try to search for them. Or the PCs could choose to back out of the zone the way they came, basically meaning we're not going to go any further, we're going to back up and instead find a different route. Now, while we're taking a look at this flow chart here, so after that happens, then the NPCs have their turn. And just like the PCs, they will move one zone on the GM's hidden map, assuming they're active or assuming that's what they're doing. And if it's a xenomorph, they move one zone per point of speed. Just like in the previous edition, xenomorphs have speed ratings, usually 2 to 3, so they get to move that many zones. And if the NPC comes within line of sight of a PC, you make another passive open opposed observation roll, just like above. And if the NPCs win, they can choose what it is. The exact same order. So whichever side wins, if there's a winner, they can do one of the 4 actions. Otherwise, if it's a tie, draw initiative. And once that's done, once the PCs and the NPCs have acted, then a new stretch begins, and you go through this again. So we'll go back to our example. First stretch, the PCs have entered the ship, and they move from the airlock into a hallway. There's no NPCs in line of sight. We'll say there's another hallway down the left, and then a door to the right and a door in front of them. So now the NPC, we're done with that. So now we go on to a new stretch. So it's taken them about 5 to 10 minutes to get through the airlock. They're kind of cautiously moving around, not trying to draw attention to themselves. So The GM asks, okay, what do you guys do next? And maybe two of them decide to go through the door in front of them, and one of them decides to go check on the door down the right. And they decide, okay, we'll let the solo guy go first. So we go to that PC. They move into the zone and open the door, and there's no one inside. There's no line of sight, so they don't have to make this roll. But they get into the room. We give them a small explanation. Okay, it looks like you found a med bay. You leave it at that, and they decide what they're going to do, next. The other two open a door, and it's another hallway. And as they step inside and start moving through it, they eventually cross a junction, and there's a member of this ship, the ship that they're on, who happens to be walking down the hallway as well, and they might notice each other. So now we go to this opposed passive observation roll and see who wins. So let's say the PCs win. One of them gets 2 successes, one of them gets 3. The guy on the ship only gets a 2. So because it's a group roll, we take the highest of the PCs, 3. So they notice him before he notices them. Now they have to decide, are they going to reveal themselves, ambush him, hide in the zone they're in, or back out the way they came. Now remember, you can only hide if the zone is cluttered. So I would probably say, since they're in a hallway, that option's not available. It's not a cluttered zone. It's just an open corridor. Well, they decide they're not here to fight yet. They don't know who else is on the ship. They don't want to reveal themselves. They want to stay hidden. So they say, we're going to back out the way we came, go back into the zone they just came from, which was the previous corridor. And then me as the GM, I will then do the NPC's movement. So maybe I move that guy to a next zone. He crosses the junction into another area, goes past the PCs and doesn't notice them, and now we begin stretch number 3. So that whole encounter of the first PC going into the side room, the other 2 PCs entering the corridor, almost encountering this one crew member, and then backing out the way they came, that takes about 5 to 10 minutes in game time. So again, a lot of structure here that a lot of GMs can easily just do with a simple stealth test, mobility test, whatever game you're using, right? We've all been there. But if you're new, this is just to kind of help you get in the idea of how these rules work and to give you some structure. And again, it's an RPG. Use rules as you see fit. Now, while we are in stealth mode, there's a few other things regarding movement. Again, more rules and structure here for you. First thing we talk about are crawl spaces. So this is a special kind of zone on the map, and these are your typical ventilation shafts and things like that that are found all throughout the Alien universe. Very simply, you enter and exit these through an access point. Access points can be sealed with a cutting torch and a heavy machinery roll, and if they are secured in that way, aliens cannot break through a sealed access point. Now, these zones are typically considered open, so you can't hide. And they're also, we'll see in the movement area, they're so tight that you can't move past another person. You block people's movement when you're in a crawl space. A few other things during stealth mode. One is, once a PC enters a zone, since they only get a brief description of the area, they might decide they're going to search. So let's go back to our example. That one PC went off to that side room. We said it was a med bay. So now on stretch 3, his 2 teammates have come back out of the hall because they don't want to encounter that guard. They decide, we're going to go to the left and go further down that original corridor. During stretch 3, the player in the med bay decides, I'm going to search the med bay. So unless otherwise stated, they would typically make an observation roll here to see what they find, and see if they find anybody hiding, or if they find anything of value or useful, or clues, or anything else the GM wants to reveal to them that they're not just going to see just by walking in. They have to actually take a moment to look around. If there's a group, more than one PC, either all of them can make observation rolls individually, or they can opt to have one person make an observation roll, and other PCs up to 3 can do the help action as normal, give that person an extra base dice on their roll. Another thing you can do is you can hide. So maybe rather, let's say that corridor that the 2 PCs went into was cluttered. They're able to hide. There's some junk, some crates, barrels, and machinery that they potentially hide in. So they decide, rather than backing out, they're going to hide and hope that this crew member doesn't see them. So it typically takes a stretch to do this. Now, the caveat here is that you can do this as a free action after you draw line of sight to someone in stealth mode. So normally they would have to wait until next turn, next round of stretch, to hide. But since they've got line of sight to this guy and he may have line of sight to them, and they won the roll, they decide we are going to hide. So they would each make a mobility, or I'm sorry, there's no test here. If you decide to hide, you automatically hide. As long as the zone is cluttered, you hide. It's assumed you find someplace, and basically what happens is any enemy that enters the zone, they do not get to make passive or opposed observation tests unless they're actively searching. So in this case, this crew member has no idea the PCs are there. He has no reason that he'd be searching this hallway. So I, as the GM, would probably rule that he just walks through and they don't get spotted. Now that's a little weird. I think a lot of people are going to think that's strange that the PCs don't make a roll for that. They just automatically hide. Again, you could house rule it to be differently, but rules as written, that's how it is. The additional part of this is that if the enemy is active, or if they're actively searching, I guess is the better way to put it, they would make an observation roll. So they're only allowed to make an observation roll to search for hidden enemies if they are actively searching. So since this guy has no reason to, he's not going to. But let's say the PCs had made noise previously, he came out into this corridor to investigate, I'd probably have him make an observation roll to see if he finds them. And typically, an NPC will only search a zone once. If they fail, they'll go on to someplace else. The last thing with stealth mode, you can be on guard. So let's say they come into that hallway, and rather than this crew member walking down the hall, he's on guard, guarding one of the doors. When you're on guard, if that's all you're doing, you're remaining stationary in that zone, and you do nothing during that stretch except keep guard, you get +2 dice on your observation roll. So that might give him a chance to maybe roll 3 successes and tie our PCs, or even get 4 successes and beat them, in which case he would see them first. So, and that's pretty much how that works. The last thing with stealth mode is going to be motion trackers. So they give motion trackers their own little kind of shout out in the rules here, and it's a little bit more specific. So when you use a motion tracker, they can be used once per stretch. Okay, so you're not just constantly using them, you use them and you have that information for that stretch of time. You make a power roll as normal because it's going to have a power supply. And if after that power roll the motion tracker still has power, the GM will place pings on the map to represent motion that the PCs are detecting with the motion tracker. And you, in the starter set, and I think in Rapture Protocol, you get some tokens that are double-sided, so you can have, if you know it's a xenomorph, for example, there's a xenomorph token, and on the other side of the token is a ping marker, just like in Aliens with Hudson. So you put that on the map, and then they know something is moving around in that zone. And then every stretch of time after, if they use it again, they make another roll with the motion tracker. Rules as written, if something did not move in the previous stretch, it does not produce a ping. So if we've got, let's say, a crew member sleeping in one of those rooms, that's not going to pick up a ping for them. Or an alien that's lurking in a corner waiting, hibernation, whatever it may be, it's not going to produce a ping. Alright, so that's everything for stealth mode and the stealth sequence. Hope you're still with me. That's some of the more, I don't know, outside the box rules, I think, to some degree. The rest of this is going to feel really familiar, and well, if you've played the edition before, you're gonna see how it all comes together. But now we're getting into combat and initiative. So initiative is still done with cards in Alien. There's a deck of cards 1 through 10, and when initiative starts, you draw a card, and lowest to highest acts. So you want to get the 1. If you get the 10, you're going last in the round. In the old edition, you would draw initiative and you would keep that for the entirety of the combat encounter. In the new edition, they suggest that you draw cards every round of the combat. However, they do suggest that you can use the old rules if desired, which I would suggest. I am not a fan of systems that determine initiative every turn, simply because it takes more time out of the game and it slows combats down. And as we all know, most RPGs slow down when the combat starts happening and the dice start getting flung around. Drawing initiative every turn just adds to that. And it's even worse if you're doing this in person at a table with cards, because then you have to get the cards back, shuffle them again, draw them back out, and that just takes longer than if everybody would roll a dice. So having done this in person myself, I would suggest stick with the old one and just go with initiative for the entire combat. But you do you. It's worth pointing out, xenomorphs still draw 1 initiative card per point of speed, so xenomorphs are still very dangerous in the fact that they're typically going to act 2 or 3 times during a fight. So even a single xenomorph can still be really, really deadly. Now, there's a couple other things when we've got combat to look at here. First off is surprising and ambushing. These are 2 different things. Surprise is kind of new. Ambush was in the rules before and changed. So surprise used to be called sneak attack. And in the old rules, if you surprise someone, it would grant you a free action before you drew initiative. Now, what it does is it gives the surprising party, or person, whoever, whatever it may be, they get the lowest initiative cards. And if there's more than one of them, they get to act first. So, now, rules as written, a surprise happens when the GM determines it or deems that it's appropriate. So let's go back to our example. The 2 PCs went into the corridor. They won the observation roll against the crew member who was walking through the same corridor, and they decide we're going to ambush this guy. Well, I'm definitely going to give them the surprise on this because the guy's not expecting it, but they also have something called an ambush. So this is a special type of surprise attack. And what this does is it gives you the lowest initiative. So they will, of course, be initiative 1 and 2 since there's 2 of them. They get to determine who takes which initiative as well. It's worth pointing that out. So if one of them's better at combat, you can make sure that that's the person who goes first in the round. In addition, when you're ambushing somebody, the people that you are attacking are considered to be unawares. So you get 2 things. One, you get +2 bonus to your base dice pool for your attack, and it also prevents the target from being able to defend or dodge, which we'll get into when we get into the actual combat rules, but suffice to say it means you make a straight roll versus an opposed, instead of doing an opposed roll, so they don't really have a chance to defend themselves. It can be really, really helpful. The other thing is the old rules had a modification table for your dice rolls concerning sneak attacks and ambushes. That was based on how close you were to the enemy or how close you're trying to get. Trying to get closer to somebody resulted in a ambush attack or a sneak attack being harder to pull off. That has completely been removed from the game. That table does not exist. So, again, 2 things. You're either doing the enemy is surprised or you're launching an ambush. If they're surprised, you get the first initiative cards. If they're ambushed, you get the first initiative cards, and you get +2 to your dice rolls, and they can't defend themselves. One new thing they've added, which I have mixed feelings about, is holding off or holding your initiative. I personally hate this mechanic in games, even though it makes sense. Because it always adds time to a combat. There's nothing more infuriating than finally getting to a player's turn, and after they waste 5 or 10 minutes deciding what they're going to do, they decide they're going to hold their action and pass. And a lot of games try different ways to do this. Sometimes the player can just interrupt at any time up until the round is over, which always causes problems because then you get to the point where, oh, the alien attacks and you're going to take this damage. Oh, wait, I want to jump in and interrupt first so he doesn't get hit, and then you got to go all the way back and that all gets fucked up. That's stupid. Or games will say you have to specify, I'm going to hold my action until X, until the alien walks past me, or the alien attacks you, or the ship lands, or whatever. And again, it bogs down combat, and that is the main reason I do not like it. However, in Alien, even though they've added it, this kind of existed to an extent. This used to be a stunt in close combat that you could do. So you could burn one of your 6s to do this. It's the same effect, except now it's called holding off. What it allows you to do is when your turn comes up in the initiative, you can say, I'm going to hold off, and you swap initiative cards with someone else in the combat, friend or foe, who has not acted yet. So typically you're only going to do this if you go earlier in the round. Obviously, if you drew the 10, it's not going to matter. And then the person you switch with cannot refuse, and they have to take their turn immediately. So I do like that. Take the turn immediately. At least you keep that moving along. It's worth noting you can do the hold action even if you've already used both of your actions this turn. We'll get into that in just a second. So even if you've used your actions reactively to defend yourself, when your turn comes up, you can then swap initiative. So that is that. Speaking of actions, okay, we still have the action economy for this game. In the old rules, they were called slow and fast actions. In the new rules, they are called full and quick actions. Not sure why there was the change, but as you can see by the tables here, if you're familiar with the previous edition, most of this is unchanged other than the names. During a round of combat, you can take either 2 quick actions or 1 full and 1 quick action. Most of these, like I said, are the same. There are a few exceptions, though, which I'll cover really quick. Cover is now broken into 2 types of cover. You can take full cover or partial cover, and they are different actions. Full cover is a full action. Partial cover is a quick action. I believe in the old rules, cover was just one type of action. I don't recall which one. But you'll see we have different types of cover now. Reload, this is a big one, is now a quick action. It used to be a slow action. This was really important because in the old rules, if your gun ran out of ammo, you had to then spend the next turn, the next round of combat, reloading. Attacking was a full action, so you couldn't reload and attack in the same turn. Now you technically can. Let's say you do a full action to shoot, you run out of ammo, you haven't used your quick action yet, you can reload right after that and be ready to go next turn. Or worst case scenario, next turn, next round, you spend your quick action first to reload, and then your full action to attack with your gun. So that's pretty cool. Helps out the players a little bit. You'll see 2 things here in the quick action category with these exclamation points. These are interrupt actions called defend and dodge. These are defensive actions you can make when you are attacked in close combat or in ranged combat. This did exist to some extent in the previous edition. You could do what was called blocking, which was a reactive action if you were attacked in close combat. That is now called defend. And they've added another version of that called dodge, which you'll see pretty much uses the exact same rules, except it's used against a ranged attack. Finally, we have a new one here called Rally a Broken Character, and this is a new quick action that allows you to make a command roll to see if you can rally a character that's been broken by damage, and we'll talk about that when we get to the damage section. Okay, so we've talked about actions. Let's get a few things down as far as movement is concerned with combat, and then we'll look at how combat actually works. Again, I think this is just to really clarify and make sure people have some structure and rules for any weird things that might come up. So typically you use an action to move during combat. It is a quick action, as we can see here, to move into an adjacent zone or to move between short and adjacent range. So remember, short is you're in the same zone, adjacent is you're in the same zone but you're next to somebody so you can attack in melee. So we go back down here, and this is considering movement on foot. If you're on a vehicle or in a starship, that's totally different. So first thing, doors and hatches. You can move through them if they're open. If they're not, it takes a quick action to lock or open them. If you try to break through a door that says a typical metal door, has an armor value of 2 and 10 health. This requires a close combat attack, but because it's a stationary target, hard to miss, you get +2 to your roll. Electronic doors and hatches can be opened with a Comtech roll, and this takes a full action. So I can see why this is helpful. I have had in the past where players, they don't necessarily tell you what the door is like. They just say there's a door between this room and the next room. And in a sci-fi setting, that could be a variety of things. It could be a massive bulkhead. It could be an electronic door. It could be a regular door with a handle. So I think this is good to point out. Next, you can block movement. So it's assumed that there is a cylindrical volume of space 2 meters wide and tall that your character takes up, a typical human-sized character. For my non-metric using friends, i.e. everyone in America, we would say about 6 feet tall and wide, arms spread out, height, and that sort of thing. If someone tries to move past you, they can't unless you allow them to, or they use the shove action to push you out of the way. On the map, if you're using tokens or miniatures, it says your miniature represents the space you take up. If people can't move past you without moving through your token or your model, then you're considered to be blocking them. And you can't move into an area that's basically less than half the size of your token or your miniature. And again, that's all with the scaling stuff, so do with that as you will. We also have rules for crawl spaces. As I mentioned earlier, crawl spaces are narrow. You can't move past people, even if they want to let you, not even if they're friendly. I suppose you might be able to say, someone can lay down, they can crawl over you, but we've seen most of the time crawl spaces are pretty narrow, so it's not happening. Finally, you can drag a person. So if they're broken or unable to move for whatever reason, you must be adjacent range to them, and you must succeed on a stamina roll. Otherwise, you remain in that zone because you're unable to drag them. Lastly, concerning movement, leaving combat. So if you move out of combat, so let's say we're in a zone, we've got a fight going on, you move out of that zone and you've broken line of sight to your enemies, if it's not obvious where you went, they have to roll observation to figure that out. And if they fail, the combat ends and a new round, new sequence of stealth mode begins. Now, another thing with leaving combat, I've scoured this book, and I can say with almost certainty that there are no longer rules for leaving adjacent range, or in old rules, engage range from an enemy during a combat. So there are no what we would refer to as attacks of opportunity in this game, as far as I can tell. Obviously, GMs are free to modify that as they will, but it seems there are no longer rules for provoking free attacks when you break out of combat. Which is good and bad. It's bad because it doesn't make any sense, and I like that. It gives consequences for being in combat and being in dangerous situations. And this game's all about danger and being deadly. But it also means you're not making all these mobility rolls to break out of combat, which then trigger the cascade of panic that the old edition was known for. So I would say probably have people make a passive mobility test, and if they fail, they either provoke the attack or they have to stay in combat. And if they pass, they're good, and it doesn't trigger panic or stress results. All right, moving on. We can finally talk about close combat and range combat. This is, I'm sure, what you're all here for. So this has not changed much as either. They have condensed some things and they've clarified some things. There's a few new things here, but most of it's going to be really familiar. So when you make a close combat attack, this requires a full action during a round of combat, and you must be adjacent to the target. So you can't stab somebody if they're on the other side of the room or in another zone, unless you got a really, really long knife. But typically you got to be adjacent to someone to attack them. You make a close combat roll. And some weapons will have bonuses, which work the same way as they used to. Bonuses for a weapon give you extra base dice to your roll. If you roll at least one success, you have scored a hit, and you do the base damage of the weapon. If you roll additional successes, each additional 6 adds 1 point of damage to your total. So let's say you're attacking with a knife, which had a base damage of 2. You roll 3 successes. The first success is the actual hit, which does 2 damage, and each of the additional successes adds 1 point of damage for a total of 4. Now, when you are making an attack, we've got a few things here I can show you. So when you make an attack, you can declare that you are aiming for a weak spot. A little bit like aiming in the old rules, I guess, to some degree. But basically what weak spot does, interacts with armor, which is different. We'll see that soon. If you do an aimed attack, some might call this a called shot from other various games, you get -2 to your dice roll, your base dice. However, if you hit, the armor value of the target is reduced by 1 step. And this is after calculating reducing armor for armor-piercing attacks. That's primarily different types of weapons. So if you aim, or if you do weak spot attack with an armor-piercing weapon, you actually reduce the armor value of the target by 2, which we'll see is pretty good. Now, if you are attacked in close combat, and you still have a quick action remaining, you may use that as an interrupt to do the defend action. So this is just like the old blocking mechanic used to be. It's an interrupt action. It requires a quick action. So if you have no quick actions left, you can't do this. You must declare this before the attacker rolls, and this makes the test become an opposed test. So now the defender will roll close combat as well, and each 6 that the defender rolls cancels one of the attacker's successes. So let's say the attacker, again in that example with the knife, rolled 3 successes. Defender decides to block. They roll 2 successes. They reduce 2 of them, so those 2 bonus damage aren't getting through. There's 1 success remaining, so the attack does hit, but it's only doing 2 damage instead of 4. If you manage to cancel out all of the attacker's successes, then their attack completely misses and you take no damage. Now, there are also, you can see here, special attacks that we can do, and this is kind of like the old stunt mechanic in the previous edition. So instead of stunts, you can declare a special attack, and you have to declare this before you make your attack roll. When you do this, you don't add bonus dice from your weapon, and they can be defended against just like a normal attack. If you are successful and you hit, rather than doing damage, you choose one of the 4 following. You can disarm your opponent, which means you grab an item that they are holding, and you either decide to hold on to it or you throw it into an adjacent zone. You can pass, which means you move past an enemy that's blocking your movement. So if they decided they're going to not let you through, you can do that. Or you can shove, which allows you to push an opponent to short range. So obviously you're in close combat, you're at adjacent range. You can push them to short range, which means they're still in the same zone, but they are no longer able to attack you in melee, so they're going to have to spend a quick action to move back into engagement range. Now, if you did this before you moved, for example, so let's say you're being attacked by someone who's got a melee weapon, you do your close combat attack to shove, you push them, now they're at short range, that was your full action because you made a close combat attack. Now you would do a quick action to move, and you can move into the next zone, which means they're going to have to move twice, one to get into the zone you're in, and again to go from short range to adjacent range. So assuming it's a human with just 2 actions, they're going to have to, if they want to get into combat again, they got to spend both their actions just to get back in adjacent range, and they're not attacking you next turn. So keep that in mind. Finally, the grapple rules are here. I'm going to give some kudos to Free League. It's pretty straightforward, which I like because grappling rules are typically all over the place and rather convoluted. So you make your close combat attack, you've beaten them, you decide I'm going to grapple them rather than doing damage. When you have your opponent grappled, you've got them in some sort of, armbar or headlock, whatever it may be. While they are grappled, they cannot move and they cannot perform any other actions other than to break free. And this requires them to take a full action and use an opposed close combat roll. Now, while you're grappling someone, the only action you can perform is a grapple attack, which is a normal unarmed attack, which is base damage 1, but the opponent cannot defend themselves. So you might be able to just bludgeon somebody with your fists into submission. Now, rules as written. This is something else I think is really dumb, but it is pointed out here. If you are grappling a xenomorph, they will use mobility to escape because they do not have a close combat stat. So rules as written, yes, you can grapple a xenomorph. No, that doesn't make sense. Yes, it is fucking stupid. And no, I will not allow it in my games. Maybe an android, but a regular human, it ain't happening. Because rules as written, you could grapple a queen. That doesn't make a lick of sense. So, do as you will in your games. Finally, 2 other things. If a target is restrained or unaware, just like we saw with ambush, you get +2 dice to your base dice pool when you make your close combat attack, and the target cannot make the defend action. They can't defend against it. And finally, this is nice that they pointed this out. More kudos to Free League. You may use a ranged weapon while you're in close combat. However, if you do, and this is assuming you're trying to shoot somebody with it, you're not trying to hit them with it, you make a melee, a close combat roll, instead of a ranged attack. However, this will normally be at -2 because most firearms will see if you're firing at somebody that's within or beneath your minimum range, you get -2 to your dice roll. And this can be defended against as normal. So this is, your hand-to-hand gunfight, gun kata, equilibrium, John Wick fight scene, and they're trying to knock the gun away while you're trying to shoot them with the gun at point-blank range. So use close combat to draw the bead on them, but you do the damage of the actual weapon. So, and it's worth pointing out, it is -2 to your dice rolls for each range band that you are under your minimum range. So I believe the sniper rifle, for example, has a minimum range of long. So if they were at engaged range, that's going to be, I think, 2 or 3 range bands difference, which means they're going to be at -4, -6 to their close combat roll. So makes sense. Harder to get a big-ass gun to draw a bead on somebody versus a pistol. All right, that's close combat. Moving on to, we get a nice little flow chart here. I believe this is in the GM screen as well. So if you're new to the game, these are the types of things I typically like to see on the GM screen. These are rules I'm going to use, all the time, or I want to, frequent. I don't have to dig through the rule book with them. I don't think Alien's too complicated here, but I think that's nice to have. The next thing we've got is ranged combat, and this works pretty much the same way. So just like before, ranged combat is a full action. You obviously have to have line of sight to your opponent or your target. You make a ranged combat roll, and if you hit, you score the base damage of your weapon, and for each additional success beyond the first, you can add 1 point of additional damage. A few things you can do during ranged combat here. Aiming still exists in this game. Just like in previous edition, it's a quick action to aim, and it gives you +2 bonus to your attack roll. However, unlike in the previous edition, this must be done in the same round as the attack is made. So you can no longer, for whatever reason, let's say you attacked and then aimed, so next turn you would get your bonus. That's not the way it works. You have to aim and then shoot in the same round. And here we go, range. So weapons, they have a minimum range, and you get -2 per range band below minimum range. That does not matter, does not apply if the target is unaware or restrained. And you can't use a weapon beyond its maximum range. So a shotgun, for example, I think its maximum range is medium, so you're not shooting people zones and zones away with it. Ranged combat also has the weak spot rule, so it's the same as close combat. You focus on aiming at a weak spot, you get -2 to your attack roll, but you reduce the armor value of the target by 1 step, and this is calculated after armor piercing, just like with close combat. And there's a few other range modifiers we've got here. They still have the large range modifier for a large target. That gives you +2 dice. A small target, so a large target would be something like a queen or a crusher alien. Small target, something like a chest burster, -2 dice to your roll. And then we've got cover. So cover, as we talked about earlier, comes in 2 types. We have partial cover and we have full cover. So partial cover is a quick action. Again, you can only do this in a zone that's cluttered. So if you're in a hallway, it's not happening. You spend a quick action to be in cover. While you're in partial cover, you can still be shot and shot at. You can still shoot and be shot at, I should say. But incoming attacks against you get -2 to their dice. And you can still do the dodge interrupt while you are in cover. So this can greatly increase your chances of survival. The other thing you can do is what's called full cover. This is a full action, and this breaks line of sight. Now, you can still be shot at if you're in full cover, even though you've broken line of sight, but the incoming attack suffers -3 to their dice roll, and they must penetrate the barrier, which we'll talk about when we get to armor. Suffice to say, they've got to do enough damage to get through the barrier, and then any leftover damage would hit you. But if you've got armor, that'll still protect you as well. While you're in full cover, you can't dodge. The idea being that you can't see who is shooting at you or from where or when. And again, this is some people that don't like dodge as a mechanic for ranged attacks. Some people, think it invokes, the vision of you're dodging bullets like the Flash. But in actuality, the idea is that you're throwing yourself out of the way as someone's about to shoot you. You're diving for cover, you're ducking, you're dipping, all that sorts of things. You're not actually dodging bullets, but mechanically it gives you a way to avoid getting messed up by ranged attacks. So the game is a little bit less deadly in some regards for players because of the addition of this rule. Guns can be pretty nasty, especially when you're fighting, fully armed squads of dudes, but that is what it is. Speaking of dodging, it's a new rule that exists in the game. It is just like defending for close combat, but it is to defend against a ranged attack. It is an interrupt action that requires a quick action, so again, if you don't have any actions remaining, you cannot do this. And you must declare you're going to dodge before the attacker rolls, and this turns the test into just a ranged combat attack for the attacker, to an opposed test of ranged combat for the attacker versus a mobility roll for the defender. And just like with defending, each 6 that the dodger rolls cancels one of the attacker's 6s. If you cancel all their successes, you do not take any damage and you are not hit. A few other things with range combat. We'll see some new and some old here. First off, big kudos to Free League. They finally have actual rules for friendly fire. I'm sorry, but if you write an RPG that has range combat, you damn well better make sure you've got friendly fire rules. I fucking hate it when games don't have this. One, because it doesn't make any sense. Two, there needs to be consequences for shooting into combat with your friends, assuming you don't want to kill them. And three, I don't want to have to make up rules like that could potentially affect whether someone's going to bite the bullet. So thank you for having them. I will take some points away from Free League, though, because I think this could have been better implemented. But hey, at least it's here. So here's how it works. If you are shooting at a target and it is adjacent to another character and you miss the attack roll, you then make another attack roll only using 2 base dice. If you roll 1 success, you do base damage of the weapon to the other target. If there's multiple other targets, you randomize one of the others that's not the original target to be hit. And if you roll 2 successes on those 2 base dice, the first one does the base damage, the second one does an extra point of damage. I just think it's weird that it makes you make another attack roll here. I mean, I guess that makes sense because you missed the previous attack. You might miss someone else engaged in combat. But it's adding another dice roll, which is going to slow things down. I also think it's weird that it's only 2 dice. Personally, I would say make a full attack against someone else and see if it hits. Or, I don't know, maybe if you roll stress on your panic or something. I'm not sure, but I don't love this rule, but at least it's here, so thank you, Free League. Ammo still exists in the game. As we can see, we've got this is one of the things you get in the starter box. You get a supply dial for supply. Unfortunately, there's only one of them. Not really helpful when you got multiple people with supply, but whatever. So ammo is a supply just like air and food and water and things like that. Every time you make an attack roll with a ranged weapon, after you make the roll, you must make a supply roll. Again, you roll 1 stress dice for each point of supply. Most guns have an ammo of like 1 to 3. So you roll that many stress dice. If you roll a 1, your ammo goes down by 1. If you reach 0, you're out. You got to reload. Now, you can do what's called conserving ammo, which means when you make your attack roll, rather than spending extra 6s to do extra damage, you can spend one of those extra 6s to conserve ammo, which means you don't have to make the supply roll after you finish the attack. The game suggests for NPCs, rather than the GM keeping track, although you can if you want, every time that they fire, they just reduce their ammo by 1. So less bookkeeping, that's totally fine. And finally, we have full auto. It's still in the game. We still love it. Oh, we've got our flow chart here as well for range attacks. Again, I think this is in the GM screen. So nice and simple and clear. I don't have any problem with that. So what we're talking about? Oh yeah, full auto. Also single shot. Some weapons are single shot. You have to reload them after every shot. Think your RPG launchers. The bolt gun is considered a single shot weapon now, things like that. Again, they weren't really defined very well in the previous rules, but now it's very cut and dry. It's like a keyword on the weapon, so very easy to understand. Finally, full auto. It's still here, but it does work a little bit differently. So previous rules, if you did full auto with a weapon that was capable of doing full auto, you gained a point of stress, which got added to your attack roll, and you rolled 2 bonus dice. If you hit, you could spend extra successes rather than for stunts to hit additional targets that were within range. So if I made a ranged attack and I scored 3 successes, the first one I could use to hit the base damage on the original target, and I could then spend my extra 2 to hit 2 additional targets that haven't already been hit within range of my weapon, or I could maybe use 1 for an extra point of damage on the first target, make him take 3 damage, and then use the other one to do the 2 base damage to a different target. So instead, the way this works is when you full auto, you still gain a point of stress, but it allows you to make up to 3 ranged attacks. The caveat being, you cannot make a second or third attack if the previous attack missed, or if you had to push the roll to score a hit. If you push the roll, you can't make an additional attack with auto fire or full auto. And second, you can get up to 2 stress because you get 1 stress for every additional attack you make. So if you do make the full 3 attacks, you get +1 stress for the second and third attack for 2 extra stress total. When you make the full auto, you can attack the same or a different target. So that's kind of cool. You could really dump into a single target, which I kind of like. That's pretty neat. Which in essence is going to do more damage because you're going to get the base damage multiple times. When you do this, you cannot use the conserve ammo rule, and if you aim only applies to the first attack. After that, you're spraying bullets. So I like that. That's pretty cool. There's a lot of rolling going on there, so I do prefer the original just because it's faster, but I think this is an example of a rule that feels like it's doing what it's intended to do, and players like to roll dice and make attacks, so let them have some fun and roll a bucket of dice a couple of times, right? Alright, so now that we know how to make attacks, we gotta know and understand how to take damage in this game. And just like in the previous edition, not a whole lot has changed here. You'll recognize a lot of things. But first thing, before you take damage, if you have armor, or if you're behind certain types of cover, armor might kick in to help you. So armor is a change here. In the previous edition, your armor would have a value typically between 1 and 6, and whatever that value was, if you took damage, you would roll a number of base dice equal to that number, and for every 6 you rolled, you would reduce a point of damage. That's fine, but I don't like that because you could roll and your armor would do nothing. And I prefer games where armor is more of damage reduction, which is how they do it now. So very simply, armor will now have a level, typically level 1, 2, or 3, or 4, and whatever that number is, you reduce incoming damage by that much. So if you have an armor that's armor value 2, you reduce all incoming damage by 2. If you're hit by a weak spot attack or by something that is armor piercing, you reduce that number by 1. And that's for each of them. So if you get hit by armor piercing and by a weak spot attack, reduces your armor value by 2. So same example, armor value of 2, you're hit by either armor piercing or a weak spot attack, your armor's dropped by 1, now to armor value 1. If you're hit by both of those, weak spot and armor piercing, your armor's dropped to 0. Another thing that comes into play with armor is how barriers work. So barriers are, this is what comes into play when you take full cover. So first thing, barriers are completely new to the game, so some new rules to wrap your head around. Basically, barriers and cover are split into kind of 2 separate like subcategories. But they include the rules from the previous edition. So let's just take a look. And let's switch back over here so you guys can follow along. Yeah, here we go. Types of barriers. Okay, so barriers are things in the environment that could potentially provide cover. Things like furniture, bulkheads, walls, basically anything other than another person, really. And barriers will have an armor level which reduce damage as normal. You can see here on the chart, if you're looking at like being inside a ship with a bulkhead or armored doors and things like that, you're getting, you know, at least armor 2, 3, and 4, and basic furniture armor 1. So if you are in cover, doing full cover, and you're behind a barrier, if you are hit by a ranged attack, the damage first has to get through the armor of the barrier. So let's say you're hiding behind an inner bulkhead that's armor 2, an attack, range attack shoots you and hits you, does 3 damage. 2 damage is knocked off right away by the armor. The rest pierces that armor and goes through, in this case, 1. If you're wearing personal body armor, your armor kicks in at that point. Otherwise, you're taking that 1 point of damage. Now, the caveat, I know there's been a few of those, to that is what's called breach limit. And I really like this rule. So if the armor level of a barrier is higher than the base damage of a weapon after modifiers for armor piercing and weak spots and anything else, the attack can't breach the barrier regardless of the number of successes you get. So try to think of a good example here. Let's say we've got an assault rifle, which is base damage 2 and it's armor piercing. And we are going to shoot an armored bulkhead, which is armor 4+. We'll just say it's armor 4. Okay? So we shoot the attack, we score a hit, it's armor piercing, which means the armor now drops from 4 to 3, and then we have to check if the armor level of the barrier is higher than the base damage of the weapon. After modifiers, the attack doesn't breach the barrier. So base damage of an assault rifle or pulse rifle is only 2. We're dealing with armor 3. The attack doesn't go through. Now, we could, in theory, make a weak spot attack at that, and if it succeeded, we would reduce the armor down to 2, which means we kick in and we'd break through. But in that previous example, even if we have the armor-piercing weapon, we drop the armor to 3. Let's say we rolled 6 successes. We've got our base damage of 2 plus 5 additional successes for 5 additional damage. So now we're up to 5, 6, 7 damage. Doesn't matter. The base damage of the weapon does not pass it. So it does not pass the barrier. So can't get through. It's worth noting, partial cover does not provide armor levels, only full cover does. So partial is -2 to any incoming ranged attacks against you, and you can still dodge, but you don't get any bonus armor. Full cover is breaks line of sight, but if they shoot at the barrier that you're hiding behind, they get -3 to hit you because of the cover, and they have to go through the armor of that cover, the barrier, before getting to you. So cover can be really, really helpful in this game. Keep that in mind. Finally, collateral damage. This sort of existed in the previous rules in some degree, but it was kind of scattered all over the place. Now it's more of like a universal rule, and that's a good thing. That's streamlining. We don't want rules all over the place, so this is really simple. Basically what it's saying is if you're in a zone where a stray shot could hit something that might trigger some sort of catastrophic effect, like breaking through the hull of a ship or a window, or hitting the good old nuclear reactor and the self-destruct system, there's a rule that happens. So in such locations, the GM rolls a stress dice, just one, each time a ranged attack that could potentially breach the relevant barrier misses the target. And what they mean by that is if the attack could actually breach the armor, just like we saw, of that barrier. So let's say the reactor has an armor value of 4. I would hope it would be well armored. A missed pistol shot is not going to do it, but a missed RPG shot would probably be a little bit more worrying. So they roll a stress dice when that happens if the shot is stray, and if you roll a face hugger on that stress dice, the barrier is breached and bad shit happens. So explosive decompression, blowing up the ship, self-destruct, all the good stuff that we know and love. Okay, so we've seen how you take damage. Not much has changed there. Now we get to the really juicy stuff, critical damage and being broken. And much of this is going to seem familiar as well, but there's a few slight changes. So, first things first. You have health. Typically for a character, it's probably going to be like 3 to 5 or maybe 3 to 6 if you're an android, maybe a little bit higher. Regardless, if your health hits 0 for any reason, you are considered broken, and you immediately have to roll for a critical injury. While you are broken, a few things happen. You can only ever make a single move action. You cannot perform any other actions of any type. and you're prone, so you can't stand up. And you never gain stress while you're broken, and you never have to make panic rolls. We haven't talked quite about panic yet, but we're getting there. It's actually coming up real soon. That's new. You never gain stress, you never make panic rolls. That wasn't really specified in the old rules, and now it is, and that's a great change. It sucks enough when you're on the ground dying, but to gain more panic. And it also doesn't make sense because most panic rolls, if you fail, you have to move around and do something. You can't do that when you're broken, so what's the point? Just a waste of time. So that's a good change. Now, when you are broken, there are 3 ways that you can recover your health. The first is first aid. So someone at adjacent range can make a medical aid roll. Some gear will give you bonuses to this. And for every success they get, you recover 1 health. It's also worth noting, if you are suffering a critical injury, they will stabilize you as well with a single roll. So that single roll will stabilize your critical and regain health. It's also worth noting, this is a rule I commonly see messed up, or sometimes house ruled because, what does it matter? But rules as written, you can only use first aid if a character is broken. In other words, if they're at 0 health. You normally cannot use first aid if a character still has health remaining. The reason being is because we'll see another way you recover health is what's called on your own. Every stretch of time you spend, you automatically recover a point of health. So healing happens fairly quick in this game unless you've been broken. And finally, there's a new action. We saw rally earlier in the action list. Another character in your zone can attempt a command roll, and if they pass, you recover 1 health per success. It's kind of like doing first aid, but it's using the command skill instead of the medical aid skill, and it can be done in the zone from a distance rather than adjacent. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I think that breaks a little bit of immersion, but I guess it gives characters with the command ability, the command skill, more things to do, so that's okay. A little pep talk to get you back on your feet, right? Nothing wrong with that. Also, it's worth noting the healing from being on your own, recover 1 health every stretch. That has to be in a safe place while you're resting. So not necessarily in the most dangerous situation ever. Finally, you cannot, this is the same as it was in the previous edition, if you are fatigued, we'll get the status effects later, but if you're fatigued, you cannot automatically recover health from resting. So, and it's also worth noting the rules as written now clarify that first aid and rally only work when you're broken. It was a little confusing in the previous edition, so I think that's why a lot of people messed it up, but they cleared it up here, which is good for them. And then we've got everyone's favorite, critical injuries, the reason we all play this game. So there are some minor changes here, but if you're familiar with the old edition, it's going to feel familiar here as well. So if you are reduced to 0 health for any reason, you make a roll on the critical injury table, which we will see here is still a D66 table. Again, we've got a nice flow chart here for what happens when you take damage, and if you're broken or if you're just taking damage, how to recover that. So we'll keep this up to kind of see what happens. So first thing you do is we'll go right here. If your health drops to 0, you're broken. Can't perform any actions except 1 movement action per round. And when broken, you immediately roll for a critical injury. So critical injuries will be listed either as lethal or not. In the old rules, it was fatal. It means the same thing. If it is not lethal, you just apply the effect. Life goes on. If it is lethal, though, that means you are in a world of hurt and you do not have long to live, typically speaking. So if it is listed as lethal, it will have a time, an amount of time listed, and if that amount of time passes before you are stabilized, you must make a stamina roll. Now, this does not count as an action. it cannot be pushed, and it does not roll stress. Again, it's specified here, which is really good. This is another thing that could cause like cascading panic in the old edition, so it's good they cleared this up. Just your body trying to, reactively recover. So, if you pass this stamina test, you linger on, but you must make another death save when the allotted time passes. So let's scroll down here and take a look at the critical effects. Let's say we've got a punctured lung, number 44 here. We can see it is listed as lethal at the top. Lethal, yes, and the time limit is a shift. So that means every shift in the game, remember that's about 5 to 10 hours in-game time, you must make a stamina test. If you fail that stamina test, whatever the time frame is, you are dead. Your injuries are too much and you have succumbed to them. Your journey ends here. However, if you pass, you linger on until you're either stabilized or another amount of that time limit passes. So if for some reason you pass your first stamina test here for punctured lung, and another shift of time goes by before you get medical treatment, you must make another stamina roll. So you could potentially die. Now, it's not a big deal with ones that are shifts, but when you get to the ones that are stretches and rounds, that's pretty bad. You don't want to be rolling this every round because you're probably going to die. Now, if you end up having to make and pass 3 of these stamina tests, you stabilize on your own. So if during a combat you've got some of these more quickly accruing ones, then you might get up on your own. I'm not a fan of that. I think that takes away from the deadliness of the game. It also gives me flashbacks to D&D, which you guys know I absolutely love, with death saving throws and no one ever dies. I think it should just be make saves until you die or stabilize. I don't think you should keep track of 3. Plus, you have to keep track now of how many you passed, how many you failed. Not a fan of that, but it is what it is. So yeah, if you pass those, you're good. Now, as we stated earlier, someone can use the first aid skill to attempt to stabilize you. It's a medical aid roll, takes a full action. If they pass, you no longer have to make any more death saves, and if you recover 1 health for every 6 they roll. However, caveat here, if they fail that medical aid roll to stabilize you, the time limit of your lethal injury decreases by 1 step. So if we had that punctured lung, it was a shift, we're making a death save every shift. Now we're making a death save every stretch. And if you're on something that's a round and they fail that stabilize test, well, a round goes from a round to nothing, so you die if they fail that recovery roll, that medical aid roll. So be careful. You want to make sure you got a good doctor treating you. Now, if you are not broken, so it is possible in this game, you could have a critical injury, but you might still have health remaining. Good example, we'll go back to punctured lung. You roll every shift to see when you make a death save. However, as we saw earlier, every stretch, 5 to 10 minutes that goes by, you recover a point of health. So assuming that happens, you could have health, but still be suffering from a critical injury. If that is the case, you can attempt to stabilize yourself, but that medical aid roll is at -2, so operate at your own peril. As I said, it's new. The death save thing, if you pass 3, you stabilize, that's new. In the older rules, was just roll until you die or someone stabilizes you. New rule here, instant death. So in the older rules, if you suffered 4 criticals, you were dead, right? Yeah, I believe that's what it was. If you suffered, I think it was 3 or 4 criticals. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm misreading my notes here. There are some effects on the critical damage injury table here that cause instant death. In the old rules, there were 4 effects on the table that caused instant death. Now there are only 3. However, they've added a new rule that I absolutely love. I don't think it's going to happen all that often, but I'm glad they brought it. So, if you suffer damage from a single attack that equals or exceeds double your maximum health value, you are instantly killed by that attack. So if someone shoots you with an RPG, which I think base damage is 5, gets a couple extra successes, and let's say they do 6 or 7 damage and you've only got 3 health, well, that 6 is double or more than double your max health. You are instantly toast. Love that. Makes sense. Makes taking on the tank or the berserker unit solo not a great idea. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Last 2 things here with critical damage. We have on this, obviously there's effects that'll affect you, but we have a healing time, and some of these you can see say requires surgery. For example, number 33, Gouged Eye, needs surgery. I don't know why some say needs and some say requires. Probably not some very good proofreading there, but needs or requires surgery. So the healing time is an amount of time in days, unless it's a shift. So D6 days, 2d6 days. That is the amount of time that you are suffering from that effect. So if you have broken fingers, your fingers are broken for D6 days. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We know it would probably be a little bit longer than that. But it's not going to be 1 day, that's for sure. But that is what it is in the game. So, yeah, that happens. Again, this means you'll probably have health points remaining, but still be suffering from a critical effect for some time. Now, in the old rules, anyone could attempt a medical aid roll on you while you recovered, and if they succeeded, your healing time was cut in half. So let's say you rolled a 6 on your broken fingers, someone does a medical aid roll, now your healing time is 3 days instead of 6. In the new rules, this can only be done if someone has a new talent called the nurse talent, and it just can't be done by anybody. So you have to have a trained person to do that. So that makes sense to me too. I like that. And then finally, if it says it requires surgery, this means you have to take and undergo surgery before you begin to heal. This requires a medical aid roll and a shift of work. Until that is passed, you will not start to heal. So get some surgery or get yourself an auto doc really quick. Last few things with damage. Stun damage now is its own category. It's kind of like a keyword on a weapon. You'll see this on the stun baton, on the there's like stun grenade, electroshock grenades, and a few other things. These used to kind of just be in the description of a weapon, but now it's like a general rule, which I think is far better. Because you might have other things in the game that do stun damage, or that as the GM you think, yeah, you banged your head on a pipe while you fell, let's roll and see if you get stunned. That makes sense. So it's all here in one little spot. Really simple. An attack, a weapon that does stun damage, never does actual damage to your health. Instead, if they hit you, you must make a stamina roll to avoid being stunned. And you get a negative to this roll based on how much damage they would do. So I'm not sure how much the stun baton does. Let's say it just does 1 damage, and they roll 2 successes. They're doing a total of 3 damage. Your stamina test to avoid being stunned is at -3, so -3 dice. If you pass, you're fine. If you fail, you can't perform any action on your next turn. So that might be this round of combat if you haven't gone yet, or next round if you haven't already, if you've already gone this round. And then on the next turn, you roll the stamina test again, but now there's no negatives after that first hit. And you keep making stamina tests until you either pass, in which case you're no longer stunned, or you fail, and then you have to make it again the next turn. And the stamina test can be pushed, and armor reduces stun damage as normal. So armor value 2 against our example of 3 damage. You're only taking 1 stun damage, so your stamina test is only at -1. I like the way that works. The harder you're hit with a stun, the longer you shock someone with the stun baton, or the closer that electroshock grenade lands to your face, the better. So I love that. Final thing regarding damage, it appears the coup de grace rules have been removed from the game completely. So in the old rules, if someone was defenseless, unable to defend themselves, you could just try to ace them. However, you had to fail an empathy test to do that because you're killing someone in cold blood. That rule appears to be gone from the game, and so all you murder hobos, go to your heart's content and do what you will. So that is it for damage. However, we still got a lot of Chapter 4 to go through here. Let's take a look now at stress and panic. Okay, guys, you still with me? I promise we are almost at the end of Chapter 4 here. We've only got about 4 pages of notes left to get through, so a couple other things here. Some big important ones and some that you're probably not going to see or use as much in game, but let's get it finished here. So first thing we're going to talk about, or next thing I should say, is panic. Stress and panic in particular. A lot of this is going to be familiar. However, there are a few key changes, primarily with panic. So let's take a look and see what we've got here. So first off, let's take a look at stress. Stress works the same way in that there are various things that will make you gain stress. Typically, there's a list of things that usually happen, and of course, always up to the GM's discretion as well. So the list is right here. If you push a skill roll, you still gain a point of stress. Certain stress or panic results, just like in the previous edition, will make you gain stress. If another PC nearby suffers certain effects. A new one, though, specifically that's pointed out in this edition, is it when a nearby NPC panics, as determined by the GM. So that wasn't really stated very clearly or really noted in the previous edition. So if the GM warrants it, NPCs that are panicking can cause stress to you as well. Firing full auto still causes stress, although in this edition, as we've seen, you can do full auto up to 3 times. So you could potentially gain 2 stress from that instead of just 1 like before. A new one, if you become fatigued, that is a new kind of condition that you can suffer. So when you become fatigued for any reason, you gain a point of stress. And then if a member of your own crew attacks you, a person nearby that you didn't know was an android is revealed to be an android, or some sort of other unnerving encounter as determined by either the adventure, if it's pre-published, or the GM. So that's pretty standard. That really hasn't changed. Panic rolls more or less work the same way with one caveat. So first off, when you suffer panic, you roll a d6, add your stress level, and just like with stress responses now, you reduce that total by your resolve, and that gives you a number which you'll compare to the panic table. Panic table hasn't changed a whole lot. We'll take a look at it in a minute, but the way panic happens is different. So we've already talked about stress. And it's just like how panic was in the previous edition. So in the evolved edition, or in the previous edition, if you rolled a 1 or a face hugger on one of your stress dice, you would have to make a panic roll. You would roll a d6, add your stress level, and then you would compare that to the chart, typically getting a result between 1 and I think it was 14 or 15 is what it went up to. So the more stress you had, the worse your panic. Unfortunately, as the game went on and as you gained more panic, if you didn't gain more stress, if you didn't keep track of that or you didn't keep it under control, you'd start to lose player agency a lot. And that's one thing a lot of people, especially people who don't really like this game, that's usually one of their biggest complaints, is losing control of your character. And I totally get that. I love it in Alien, but I can see why people would not enjoy that, especially if they're not into this type of kind of horror, not power fantasy game like D&D. So they've changed it now that when you roll a 1 on a stress dice, you suffer a stress result, which we've already looked at earlier in the video. So, how do you make panic rolls then? What causes it? Well, there's a list of things now. So panic is no longer caused by rolling a 1 on your stress dice. Instead, you make panic rolls when determined by this list. So the first is if you witness another PC become broken. So if one of your buddies on your team is reduced to 0 health, you take a panic test. You see a horrifying xenomorph for the first time, so now just seeing a xenomorph will cause panic. Now, I'm unsure if they are referring to if you see the same xenomorph for the first time and subsequent times you see it. Let's say it ran away or you made it retreat, and then it comes back later in the adventure. If that would not trigger panic, or if they're referring to like a species, so like the first time you see a scout or the first time you see a warrior or a queen. I don't think it's that, because then the first time you see an alien, especially if you're playing a campaign or a longer adventure, then the rest of the adventure, that's not going to matter. So I'm not sure exactly what they're specifying here. I kind of imagine it's just the first time it pops out, like when you first catch a glimpse of it, and then if it leaves and comes back later, it happens again. But I'm not sure. Tell me what you think. Next is a terrifying xenomorph comes within adjacent range, even if you have seen it before. So I don't think they should be using the terms horrifying and terrifying, because that is kind of indicating that there's like a keyword, like an adjective, like some xenomorphs are considered terrifying and others aren't. But I think in this case it's just being used as flavor text. And obviously they're using the term xenomorph here, which it's capitalized, which would make you think it's referring to the XX-121 species, the classic black alien. But I think what they are referring to is all types of aliens. So if you encounter neomorphs or other aliens from whatever part of the saga or the franchise you're going to pull out, I think that's what it's referring to. At least that's how I would rule it. So I would say more the first time you see an alien, not necessarily a xenomorph, because xenomorph's the name of the species. But anyway, so now when a xenomorph comes within adjacent range, you take a panic roll, even if you've seen it before. And I do like that, because them getting right up in your face should be scary and should be terrifying. Next, you witness another PC suffer from certain panic results. We'll see on the table, there's some that trigger panic for others nearby, just like in the previous edition. And finally, a truly horrifying event occurs as determined by the GM. So that has not really changed either. So again, you only suffer panic when one of these things happen. It is no longer due to stress rolls. So that means typically you're not going to see as many panic rolls in the game as before. You're not going to see cascading panic as much as before, and because of that, you're not going to see people losing player agency as much as before, which I do think is a good change, because again, it's something a lot of people don't like, and we want more people to play the game, not less people. We've done this already now twice. And I can tell you, we all know that Matt is not a big fan of first edition Alien because of this, but he did enjoy this a lot more, and I have to agree, it makes for a more fun, interesting experience. And the bad shit happens when stuff gets really, really bad, and it doesn't feel like your character's fate is outside of your control as much as it was before. Now, I didn't have a problem with that, but some people do, so I think this is a good change overall. And you can still, as a GM, make the game terrifying and scary. Other things to note here with panic. So let's take a look at the panic test, the panic table first here. So we go up to 12. So if you roll a 0, you keep your cool. So actually, there's less results on here because it used to start at 0 to 6 used to be keeping it cool, and then 7 plus, and it went up to 15. So it's basically the same number of effects, but now if you roll anything above a 0, something bad happens. So we can see +1 stress. Nearby enemies are alerted to your presence. Make immediate supply roll. Those are new, noisy and twitchy. Lose an item. That's old. Paranoid. You cannot give or receive help on skill rolls until panic ends. That's new. Hesitant. You automatically get initiative 10 in combat. That's new. Freeze. You lose your next turn, unable to perform any interrupt action. So here's where we start to see you lose player agency. So the table is still pretty brutal, as if if you roll higher, but with the way Resolve helps you lower that roll, I think for the most part it's not going to happen. And when we played Hope's Last Day, I think maybe once or twice someone went above a 6 or a 7. We had a lot of hesitates and paranoids. It's also worth pointing out, in the rulebook and on the GM screen, there is an error. They've got stuff mislabeled by 1, so keep that in mind. I don't remember exactly what it was off the top of my head, but I believe the rulebook is correct. The GM screen is wrong, which is a big disappointment to mess that up because of one little typo. So be that as it may. See cover still here. Scream, flee. Frenzy used to be called Berserk. Here's another one that used to get a little confusing. So you immediately attack the nearest person or creature, friendly or not. Every PC in the zone must make an immediate panic roll. That's the same. You won't stop until you or the target is broken or until your panic stops. Okay, that hasn't changed. You can't perform interrupt actions before then. That's new. However, I guess it doesn't matter now, because the problem with the previous edition with this particular result is by the time you're hitting an 11, or in the old rules, I think it was a 14 or a 13, you've already got a ton of stress, right? Your stress is probably like 7 or 8 plus, which basically means anytime you make a roll that included stress, which is pretty much all rolls, you're going to panic again in the previous edition. And it was not clear what happened, because in the old rules, if you suffered panic, if you rolled equal to or under what you were currently suffering, you automatically went up to the next one. So if you were berserking and you then panicked, regardless of what you rolled, you're going to end up catatonic. So it didn't really make a lot of sense, because all of a sudden your guy's going nuts, and basically the result here, the flavor text is telling you you're basically uncontrollable, you're attacking until you or your opponent are down. But then basically every time you make another roll after that, you're probably going to panic because you're rolling so many stress dice. So because you're taking less panic tests now, that kind of resolves itself, that issue. Also, you'll notice it says you cannot perform interrupt act, or this happens until your panic stops. So, of course, there are ways to make panic stop, and they still have the rule for more panic. So, if you're but it works a little differently here. So if you're currently suffering from panic and you make another panic roll, you suffer both results. So it no longer gets bumped up unless the two results cannot be combined together. Then the higher response takes precedence. If you already roll one that you're currently suffering, so let's say you're suffering Scream and you roll Scream again, it automatically goes up to 10. Now there's a few ways to stop panic. A stretch passes, so 10 to 15 minutes in game. Another character you hear makes a command roll, so you can still, just like in the previous edition, you can make a command roll, and if you pass, you can basically get someone pulled out of their panic, or if you become broken, you stop panicking. So that's that. And then we have relieving stress. So you still reduce 1 point of stress for every stretch spent resting in a safe area. You can also, at this point, you can remove a stress response for every point of stress that's removed. And the rest cannot be interrupted in order to get that benefit. So, couple ways to deal with that. So that's pretty much it as far as panic goes. The main change, like I said, it no longer triggers off your stress dice. It triggers off things that happen in the game. Finally, as far as stress and things, we have mental trauma. It is still here, which I'm happy to see, and I'm happy to report that it is expanded a little bit. So, if you roll a 9 or higher on the panic table, used to be if you rolled a 13 or higher during the session, you had to make an empathy roll at the end of the session. And this roll is just the attribute. There's no stress. It's not a skill roll, so it's just a single attribute, your attribute of empathy, and it cannot be pushed. And if it is failed, you roll on the new table, which is a D66 table. It used to just be a D6 table, so this is much better. There's more results and more cool stuff that can happen as it should be. And so here we've got here. In a campaign, there's a thing called shore leave that we'll look at later. This is where you can heal mental trauma. Otherwise, it is permanent. So some of these will affect, give you effects on your character. Others, are more role play based. But you can see there's a lot more here than just the D6. And the other thing that's worth noting, in the old rules, if you passed the empathy roll, then you would gain the mental trauma. Now, if you fail the empathy roll, you will gain a trauma. So, confused, -1 dice on all skill rolls based on wits. So, permanent debuff to your wits. Apathetic, you can't push dice rolls. Could be good and bad. Reclusive, you cannot relieve stress in the presence of others. That could be real bad. Obsessive, you must push every skill roll, even if it was successful. That would suck. Overwhelmed, your resolve is reduced by 2 points. That's pretty rough. Alcoholic, you can only relieve stress by drinking alcohol. That's probably bad. I'm sure alcohol gives some sort of effects. A lot of the consumables, like drugs and things like that, give you various effects. Even coffee gives you different effects as well. Depressed, you cannot be rallied in combat. So yeah, that could be bad. Worrisome, even minor concerns, GM's choice, count as traumatic events for you, giving you +1 stress. That could get out of hand real quick. Changed personality, you gain a new personal agenda as determined by the GM or randomly generated. That's really cool. So more of a roleplay one, but I like that, not just dealing with stats. Phobic, you become phobic of something connected to your trauma, GM's choice. Every contact with your phobia counts as a traumatic event for you, triggering a panic roll. Yeah, that could be nasty too, especially if you got a mean GM who picks something that's going to happen. You're scared of space, right? Oh man, your dude just goes insane. Speech loss, you cannot speak and need to communicate using written notes or hand signs. That's great. Give that to the player who won't shut up, right? Nightmares. Every shift you sleep, you gain a point of stress. So you wake up with a point of stress. That's a great way to start the day. Flashback. Each time you gain stress, you increase the amount by 1. Ooh, that's rough right there. Yeah, that'll end your career real fast in Alien. Panic attacks. If you have rolled a result of 1 or higher instead of a 9 or higher on a panic roll during the game session, you must make an empathy roll after the session to avoid mental trauma. So a mental trauma cascade. Yeah, and collect them all, man, at that point. Violent. All rolls of 8 or higher on the panic table triggers frenzy. That's pretty cool. That could be really helpful as long as, all your teammates are far away from you. Psychotic. At some point, every shift, GM's choice, you experience hallucinations that give you +1 stress level. That's awesome. Amnesiac. Did I say that right? Amnesiac? It's like proletariat. Oh my god, I can't even say it. It's that fucking ship name. Proletariat all over again. You cannot remember who you or the other PCs are. The effect must be role-played. Yeah, that's definitely one you got to make sure you enforce the role-playing on that. And finally, how cool is this? Personality split. Create a new character with a different name, wits, and empathy scores, a personal agenda, and a random talent. You switch personality every time you gain stress. Holy smokes. That just sounds so cool. This is so much better than the previous chart, man. Awesome job, Free League. This is the kind of stuff I want to see in our games. That's awesome. So, excellent, excellent. All right, well, that's it for stress and panic and all that good stuff. Let's move on to our next little section. All right, only 3 little sections left to go over. The next one is the biggest out of these 3. First up, other hazards, including fatigue, 0G, explosions, fire damage, and of course, if you're a fan of the channel, you know what we love around here, falling damage. So let's get into it. We've talked a lot about fatigue. We've mentioned it a couple times here so far. So fatigue basically is an universal condition that a PC can suffer. And it basically takes all of the old conditions from the game and puts them under a single effect. So starving, dehydrated, exhausted, and freezing. And I think being overheated and suffocation, all that stuff now is under this. Now, they're still listed individually, but basically when you fail the roll for whatever one of these things is happening, you haven't had enough to eat, you're starving, you're dehydrated, sleep deprivation, then you gain a fatigue condition. So the first thing is what happens when you have fatigue. So when you have fatigue, there's a couple things that happen. One is you cannot recover health any longer. So you have to fix whatever's causing your fatigue. And then depending on which effect has caused you to gain fatigue, you must continue to make survival rolls at certain intervals. Obviously, suffocating, those intervals are much faster than not having enough water or food, for example. Each time you fail the survival roll and you are currently fatigued, you suffer a point of damage and you gain a point of stress. And if you get broken by this damage, you don't roll for criticals. Instead, every time you have to make another survival roll because of the interval, you instead are making death rolls. So just like if you're suffering from certain critical effects. And first aid has no effect to fix this. The only way to remove it is to remove the source of fatigue. So first aid's not going to help when you're suffocating. You got to get oxygen. First aid's not going to fix you when you're starving. You got to eat something. So we'll take a quick look here at a few of them. So the ones that fall under this are all right here. Suffocation, hunger and thirst, sleep deprivation, heat and cold, and now one that's been added to the list here is hypersleep. So basically, when you hit a certain interval with some of these, and this is where each one of them is different when this happens, you then make a survival test. And if you pass, you're fine. But once you fail at one of these survival tests, you then become fatigued. Worth pointing out, this finally gives the survival skill something to do in the game. This is one of those skills like a lot of RPGs have where you don't see it get used a whole lot. And, obviously your close combat, your range combat, your medical aid, your observation, those are a little bit more heavily weighted, especially if you're trying to metagame or kind of power game min-max your character. So this is good that they have made this change. This gives this skill something a lot more. And you'll see, especially if you play Hope's Last Day, fatigue is very heavily baked into the rules, especially with the pre-gens and things like that. So take a quick look through here. So suffocation, pretty self-explanatory. If you run out of air, or if you're underwater, and you've run out of air, you make a survival roll every round. So again, that's every 5 to 10 seconds. Hunger and thirst, this is after every full 24 hours without food and water. Once 24 hours has passed without food or water, you make the survival roll every shift. So basically every 5 to 10 hours in game. Not sure how scientifically accurate some of that is, But, yeah, I could see after not eating for a day or not drinking for a day, you might start to suffer fatigue. So, yeah, I guess it makes sense. You can survive, but it's gonna be a long, painful death. Sleep deprivation. You have to sleep at least one shift per day. And if you go 24 hours without sleep, you must make the survival rolls once per shift, just like hunger and thirst. This one's a little different. If you're broken by a survival roll caused by sleep deprivation, you don't make death rolls. Instead, you pass out and sleep for a shift, becoming impossible to wake. Certain drugs can help against sleep deprivation. Finally use those never sleep pills that we never use. Heat and cold. So before this used to be cold, now they've added heat. So if you're exposed to extreme temperatures, this is dependent more on the situation. Obviously, if you're in the Metal Gear Solid blast furnace level for a few rounds, you're probably going to be okay. But if you're hanging out there all day, you're probably going to start to get exhausted. Same thing if you're out in the Siberian cold. It's not good. So this one is determined by the GM, or it might be listed in the adventure. Hypersleep. So this is a little new. Before you kind of had negatives for being in hypersleep, but it's pretty easy to deal with. So it's after you spend any length of time in hypersleep, you are automatically fatigued. So there's no survivor roll on this one. And the fatigue is remedied after one shift a week, assuming you eat a sturdy meal. This can also be counteracted by the hydration drug. Not sure if that is immediate. I don't know if I click on this, it's going to take us to the page. Let's see. Hydration, an electrolyte solution that counters the effects of hypersleep. Hydration is one of the few pharmaceuticals in the space age with no side effects. Okay, eliminates fatigue from hypersleep. Oh, look at these hyperlinks, too. Oh, Free League, you guys are awesome. Love it. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize my notes are kind of off-centered here. My mistake, folks. Let me fix that real quick. Well, anyway, so that is, whoops, moving the wrong thing. There we go. So, as you can see, so yeah, I guess the hydration drug does, in fact, kind of work right off the bat there, which is nice. So, yeah, that one you probably won't see people suffering from all that much, but, you know, it is what it is. There we go. That should be a little better. How's that look? Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so the recovery is very simple. Once the hazardous situation is removed, then you are, no longer making those survival rolls. And they do specify here, without question, androids are completely immune to all forms of fatigue. Obviously, makes sense. All right. Now, the rest of the hazards in the list. First off, we have vacuum and explosive decompression. It's worth noting here, in the previous edition, explosive decompression was like a sub-rule of vacuum. Now they are two separate rules, but they pretty much work identically to how they did before. So the vacuum of space, obviously, very dangerous, or vacuum in general. You suffer +1 stress for each round that you are in vacuum and must make a survival roll before you can take an action. If the first roll is unmodified, but then -1, -2, so on, down to a minimum of 1 dice. Failed roll means you drop directly to 0 health and become broken. You don't roll for a critical injury, much like with suffocation. You just start making death rolls. Nothing can stop these death rolls except escaping the vacuum of space. You can attempt as a full action to do a mobility test to climb into a spacesuit if there's one nearby. So, yeah, vacuum should be really deadly. Also, see Event Horizon for that awesome scene. Explosive decompression, it's still here. Barriers getting breached, holes getting breached, that kind of stuff. Pretty bad. And it works very similar to how it did before. Air gets vented out into space, and the draft forces everyone to make a survival roll. Survival getting another chance to shine here, and you have to make the survival roll in order to be able to perform any action on your turn. Doesn't say anything about really being like moved around by the draft. I might GM something like that, but no need to make it too complicated, right? And then it just talks a little bit more flavor text there. Falling damage, everyone's favorite here on Dragon's Greed Gaming. You love it, I love it. So falling damage is the same in that it automatically inflicts damage equal to the height of the fall in meters divided by 2, round down. So, again, a meter for our American friends is about 3 feet. So every 3 feet you fall, reduce that by half, and then round down. And that's how much damage you take. If the fall is controlled for whatever reason, you attempted to fall, or sometimes the adventure will tell you to make a mobility test, and each 6 reduces the damage by 1. One change here, though, body armor no longer protects you from falling damage. I think that makes sense to most degrees. I think most of the time when you're falling far enough, body armor is not going to help, right? It's probably going to make you fall faster, which is probably not great. What else? We got 0 gravity. So 0G is kind of new because they actually give you like hard defined actual rules here, which is good. So your close combat, heavy machinery, mobility, and ranged combat rolls all suffer -2 modifier, and every move requires a straight-up mobility roll. If you fail, you spin in place and gain +1 stress as you start spiraling out of control. And the 0G talent ignores all these effects. So the 0G talent, much better than it was before. It used to just give you, I think, a +2 bonus in 0G environments. This just cancels out all that stuff, which is awesome. Love to see that. Not all talents are created equal, so good to see a kind of not-so-great one getting upgraded here. You can't suffer falling damage at 0G. While that is sad and unfortunate for everyone on the channel here, it does make perfect sense. Although I suppose you could go spiraling into a wall or something, but no falling damage here, folks. Explosions! So there is a bit of a change here. What's a good way to explain that? Well, I guess we'll just talk about it here. So, explosions have a base damage, which you used to roll a number of dice to determine. So, for example, a grenade, I think, had an explosive value of like 8 or 9. So you would roll 9 dice. You roll 1 dice for each point of damage that the explosion does, and if any of those were a 6, it actually caused a point of damage. Which, again, was kind of like armor in the old rules. You might have armor that never does anything, which is kind of dumb. You also might throw a grenade and not do much or not do anything, and, like, we all know, grenades should be cool, and, big explosion, like, it should do something, right? Nothing sucks more than throwing a grenade at 3 enemies and no one takes any damage. Like, how many dud grenades do we have? So now, the way they work is they have a base damage, and they will do that base damage to all targets in the target zone if you roll to hit. So typically you'll make a ranged attack for this. And if you miss, the attack goes astray, no one gets hurt, and everybody's allowed to make a dodge roll just like any other ranged attack. But each target rolls separately, which I think that makes more sense. So you have a big explosion, some people might get out of the way, some people not so much. Cover helps out a little bit with explosions here. We'll take a quickie look. So, for the primary target, cover works as normal. Secondary targets that are in partial cover count as being in full cover. So that's, obviously the further away from the explosion, the less danger it is, shrapnel and things like that. So the partial cover becomes full cover. If you're in a contained space, so if you fire into a zone with only blocked borders, it's like a locked room, for example, or a ventilation shaft, you get +2 dice to your attack. And there are placed explosives as well. These typically have a blast power and base damage. The base damage is equal to 1/3 of the blast power, rounded up to the nearest hole. You roll an attack with a number of base dice equal to the blast power, and if it hits, everyone in that zone suffers the base damage +1 for each success you roll. It's not a skill roll, so it can't be pushed, and get the benefits of full and partial cover and armor from barriers and things like that. So probably not going to see that a whole lot, but yeah, grenades, they work better. Another good change for the game here. Excellent. Fire, there's a bit of a change here. So fire still has an intensity value, which equals the number of dice that you roll for determining damage, and each 6 you roll still causes a point of damage. Body armor will protect you as normal. If you're broken by fire damage, you don't roll crits. Instead, you make death saves every roll until you're out of the fire, and fire intensity no longer goes up by 1 every round. That used to be the main rule change here. It says typical fire intensity is between 6 to 9. That really hasn't changed. You'll see flamethrowers, though, are way better in this edition, as they should be. So yeah, that's the main difference here. Is the intensity doesn't go up every turn like it did before. You can still catch fire. So if you take fire from take damage from a fire attack, you catch fire and you suffer another fire attack every round, even if you leave the original area that was burning. And just like before, when the fire fails to do damage, just like acid, it goes out. You or an adjacent friend can help put out the fire by making a mobility roll, which takes a full action. This, I think, is new. Fire spreading. Typically, on a 1 or a 2, the fire goes out. You roll a d6 at the start of each round. 1 or 2, the fire goes out. Oh, wait. Did I read this wrong? Hold on. Yeah. 1 or 2, the fire goes out, and the zone is no longer considered to be burning. On a 5 or 6, it spreads to a random adjacent zone as long as there's an open border, and there is something in that zone that can burn. And obviously, you can use things to extinguish fires. Disease and radiation, the last 2 to look at here, they are both still in the game. Disease has changed. So before, disease would have a virulence amount. So we typically, like, a common cold would be like 2 or 3, and the really nasty shit like the black goo, the accelerant, would be like a 9 or a 10, and it would be an opposed roll of the disease's virulence against the person's stamina. So if the virulence of the disease was 9, you would roll 9 dice, looking to get as many successes as you can, and the PC had to beat however many successes you had in order to not get sick. Instead, what you do now is the PC makes a passive stamina roll. The GM can roll this in secret if they wish to avoid falling sick, and the virulence number acts as a negative modifier to the stamina roll. So the more nasty diseases are harder to resist, but they're all resisted in the same way. I like this better. I don't think you should be rolling against the disease necessarily. Plus, that left it open to just the nonsense of an opposed test, which, is not always great in this game. So I think this is better, and making it a modifier, that's an easy change, an easy fix. So I like that. I like that it's a passive roll, so that's good. You don't necessarily know if you're getting sick or if you've been exposed, so making it in secret, I like that they actually point that out here. Just like with observation rolls, that's a good change, in my opinion. Now, diseases will have all sorts of different effects, so it just depends on the disease, what happens. They'd say typically they'll make you fatigued, but obviously we know the black goo does way more worse than that. And then... So typically, you will have to make stamina rolls, not survival, to eventually get better and kind of recover from this. And once your immune system beats the disease, then you can start to recover from whatever it is. Now, someone can give you medical aid. So if someone's caring for you while you're sick, they can roll the medical aid roll using their medical aid skill in place of your stamina roll, and they can get bonuses from medical gear. So if you've got a weekly character on the team and you've got a medic nearby, maybe they should be the ones rolling that test every day, as they're trying to help them get better. Finally, radiation. It is still here. There's a bit of a change. So first off, radiation still comes in 3 levels: weak, strong, and extreme. And they still kind of affect you in the same way, in that weak radiation will give you 1 rad point per shift that you're in an area with weak radiation. Strong is 1 rad per stretch, and extreme is 1 rad per round. So basically, if you're in an area that's labeled as radiation, you will gain a rad point for every either shift, stretch, or round, depending on the strength of the radiation, that you are in that area. Every time that you gain a rad point, you roll a dice equal to the number of the current rads you have, and each 6 you get gives you a point of damage. Like a lot of the other things we've seen here, if you get broken by this damage, you don't roll crits. Instead, you make death saves for every interval. That's the same as the radiation you're suffering. So if you get broken by strong radiation, you then make death saves every stretch. If it's extreme, it's every round, so on. While you are in the hotspot of radiation, you cannot recover health. After you leave the hotspot, you heal 1 rad per shift. That's all fine and dandy. None of that's really changed. However, here's the big change that I regret to have to say. The rules for permanent radiation damage have been removed. Terrible idea, Free League. I don't know what you're thinking. Those rules were awesome. We know radiation is nasty. Getting it permanent, where it affects your overall health or is always there and could trigger when more radiation popped up, I think was awesome. I think that's a terrible change, but so be it. Here we are. So again, the PC is getting a little bit more sympathy from the rules here. Okay, we're at the end of Chapter 4 here. Just 2 last things to take a quick look at. Synthetics. Wouldn't be Alien without our android friends. Our goddamn robots. This is pretty much unchanged. So, synthetics, they still cannot push any rolls. They never gain stress, and because of that, they will never suffer stress or panic rolls and responses. They still get +3 to 2 different attributes of their choice at character creation. So you can have a very strong, fast synth, or a very smart, empathetic synth, or any sort of combination of that. So that's pretty cool. It's not just strength and agility, so you can have a really, good, smart synths, for example. They still have their own unique damage table that they roll on for critical damage. It is still a D6 table, and it still more or less is exactly the same as before. However, they have clarified a few things, which is good. We'll take a quick look at it here on our screen. So D6 pool here when you hit 0, and if you do not suffer the system shutdown, you then can still keep going. It's just that you're at 0 health, so any further damage is going to cause more critical rolls here. So the main thing is that they clarified. So I like with destroyed leg servos, both legs are non-functional, so movement becomes a full action. Okay, that's good, that's clear. Ruptured fluid pump, you lose your next turn, and you cannot perform interrupt actions until then. I think that used to be like a permanent thing. This is just you lose your next turn and then you keep going, so that one's not too bad. Destroyed arm servos, 1 arm is non-functional. You can only use one-handed gear. Okay, that's a good clarification. Head dislocation, all quick actions become full actions. That's, I think, exactly how it was in the last edition. Severe chassis breach. Internal components spilled out and the android is completely immobilized. So that, I think, is pretty clear. So you're not doing anything with that. And finally, system shutdown. Here's the change. The android is torn to shreds or crushed beyond repair. Core systems are severely damaged and a contact roll is required to communicate with the android. It just, I think it was this way before. If you roll an effect that you already have, it bumps up to the next one. And you keep operating until you get the dreaded 6, the system shutdown. Synths, no, they never suffer from fatigue. They also are immune to vacuum, cold, disease, and usually unaffected by alien pathogens. It doesn't say anything about heat, though, so I guess enough heat will mess up an android. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with the cold or the vacuum of space. I mean, the vacuum of space is pretty cold. I mean, they are machines, but they're also kind of human, so I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that one. We've never really seen that in the Alien franchise, as far as I can recall. I don't think we've ever seen a synth in vacuum. The best we've seen was Bishop in Aliens, but everybody was being affected by that, so, you know, can't really use that as a good example. So, yeah, it is what it is. Repairs are pretty much the same. So instead of healing, it takes a shift of work and a Comtech roll. However, this heals all their health and all critical results. I believe the old rules, you just healed 1 health per success you had. So Android's a little bit easier to repair. I think that's fine because it's so hard to fix an Android, especially mid-mission or mid-adventure. Androids can still repair themselves as long as they haven't suffered the shutdown. However, the big change here is the number 6 result, the system shutdown. In the old rules, you could still fix a synth that had suffered this result, assuming they still had a mostly intact body. In this, if you suffer the system shutdown, you can no longer be repaired. You've been damaged, as it says, beyond repair. The only thing they can do is, just like in Alien 3, you can use a Comtech roll and a power source with a stretch of work, so 5 to 10 minutes, to be able to communicate with them. That's it. So, androids are no longer quite as immortal as they were. So easier to fix, but prone to actually being destroyed permanently. I think that's a fair trade-off, especially the repair thing. You know, we've seen Chaplin in Destroyer of Worlds, and you know he gets messed up in the first act, and it's like the player's playing, you know, with a damaged character almost the entire campaign. So I think that's a good change there. We'll talk about xenomorphs in a future chapter. The last thing, we're finally at the end, folks, I promise. Vehicle and vehicle combat. There's not a ton here, as you can see. It's only a page and a half, so it's still pretty simple, as we've come to learn from Alien. So let's just take a quick kind of discussion here about that. So vehicles still have maneuverability, speed, hull, and armor values. Maneuverability is a modifier to your piloting roll, so the more maneuverable it is, the easier it is to pilot. The speed is the number of zones it can move when you make a driving action. The hull is the health, so it's how much damage you take before you're wrecked. And armor is just like other armor in this game, so it'll reduce damage by the amount it has. We have ramming still in the game. It does slightly more damage than before. Now what you do is you take the base damage. The base damage of a ramming attack is equal to the hull divided by 2 instead of divided by 5, rounding up. So in the old rules, you take your hull, divide by 5, round up. Now it's divide by 2 and round up. So makes sense. I think getting run over by an APC or a Diatoy tractor should probably, you know, mess you up. Especially if you're hitting a person. If the vehicle becomes wrecked, all crew, pilot, gunners, and any passengers all suffer 3 damage, which is mitigated by a mobility test. Every success on a mobility test will mitigate that armor, or that damage. I like that. So just like a barrier, if the armor level of a vehicle is higher than the base damage of a weapon after modifiers for ammunition and weak spots, the attack can't breach the armor regardless of how many successes you have. So odds are your pistols and pulse rifles probably aren't going to be damaging APCs nearly as much as they used to. But they still suffer component damage, so if you suffer half or more, let me rephrase that. If you suffer half of your hull damage or more than half of your hull in damage, you suffer you suffer component damage, which is still a D6 roll on a table. We'll take a look at that really quick here. I think this is pretty similar to what it was before. Driver is hit, suffers damage equal to the damage of the attack inflicted on the vehicle after reduction for armor. A random passenger is hit, suffers damage. Reroll if there's no passengers present. I like that, specifying. Severe spin, the attack rocks the vehicle. The driver must make immediate piloting roll. Failure means the vehicle is wrecked. That's cool, so we go right from component to wrecked. Weapon disabled, a random weapon is disabled. Reroll if no weapons are present. Again, good clarification. Engine disabled, the vehicle can't continue. An aerial vehicle can make a controlled landing, losing a zone of altitude per round. And fuel explosion, the vehicle explodes in a ball of flame. All people inside are immediately exposed to an intensity 9 fire, and the vehicle is destroyed beyond repair. So even still, a 1 in 6 chance for the vehicle to get aced, even when just taking component damage. And if the vehicle takes its full hull of damage, then it is automatically wrecked. A few other changes here. Exposed passengers in an open vehicle, if they're like sitting on top of the vehicle riding a tank or something like that, you can target them separately. They are considered to be in, if they're partially exposed, they're considered to be in partial cover, but they are not shielded by the armor of the vehicles. It's just partial cover. And aerial vehicles, that really hasn't changed either. If you listen to our Frontier War campaign, you've seen a little bit of this in action. So they still keep track of altitude in zones. So you also move zones up and down for your altitude, as including going left and right or between zones. And you have to keep track of that. Crashes are slightly less deadly. So old rules, if you crashed, the damage was equal to the altitude in zones times 3. So if you were at altitude 3 and you crashed, assuming you didn't have a controlled landing, you would be taking 9 damage, 3 times 3. Now it's altitude times 2, so that would be 3 times 2, in this case 6 damage. So 3 damage swing is a pretty big deal. However, that can be reduced by a mobility roll for the person that is crashing. Repairs, pretty similar to how it was before. I think identical, actually. But they specify a few things here. You can only make 1 heavy machinery roll per shift, and only 1 person can attempt this at a time. Others can help. Each 6 regains a point of the hull. You can repair wrecked vehicles unless you get the fuel explosion damage. And that's really it. The other thing, component damage is separate from your hull damage. So it takes a separate shift of work to fix a damaged component, aside from the roll that you'll make to try to repair the hull of the vehicle. So I like that this is only barely over a page, like a page and a quarter. Nice, clean, tight rules. That's good. We don't need to make it more complicated than it is. But we can still have vehicles and cool flying machines and things like that. So bust out those crazy ass hover treads, that Kenner toy, because they're in style. So that finally brings us to the end of chapter 4. That was a long one. So we are more than halfway through at this point. We've got a few chapters left to look at. I think about 3 or 4 chapters, but none of them are nearly as long as this. Chapter 5 is like half a page of rules here, or notes, I should say. So, let's dive in and see what we've got left here. All right, so we are finally done with Chapter 4. Majority of the rules are now behind us. But we've still got a couple things to take a look at here, and let's just kick it right off, moving on to our next section, which is Chapter 5, also titled Gear and Tech. And not a whole lot has changed here. You will see that for the most part, we mostly have revisions in this section. If you're familiar with first edition, a lot of things are going to be familiar here as well. So the first thing I want to kind of point out is I think this section is much better organized than it was in the previous edition. You guys will see once we take a look at the book. It's just easier to read, and I think this really shows and kind of showcases how the new layout really shines. In particular, when we get to like all the non-weapon gear, the way it's organized is just easier to read. So that I like a lot more. I didn't find myself kind of stumbling through the book as much as I did in the past. Other than that, everything as far as weapons is almost identical. Weapons still have modifiers, damage values, range. Some of them will have power values, weight, cost, and then some special rules. The main change here is ammunition, which we've talked about before. We'll cover again really quick here. So just to give you a quick idea what it's going to look like here in the book. So here's your typical weapon. We're looking at two different handguns here. So you have your modifier, which is the bonus dice you add to your base dice pool when you make an attack with that weapon. The damage is the base damage of the weapon. So if you get at least one success and score a hit, you'll do that damage. And then again, you can add an extra point of damage for each extra success you have beyond the first. Your range in this case shows your minimum and maximum range. In the case of the M4 service pistol, its minimum range is adjacent, so you can use this bad boy in combat and not suffer any penalties. Your max range here in this one is medium, so again, you can't shoot past your medium range, you can't shoot past your maximum range, so this weapon could not shoot at targets beyond medium range. And if you shoot at anything that's under your minimum range, you get -2 penalty to your attack rolls per range band. So pistols, that doesn't matter. They're good up close. But I think if we take a look at like some of the rifles here, we'll take a look at the sniper rifle. Its minimum range is medium. So if you're shooting at someone who is at short range, then you're at -2. And if they're adjacent, it'd be -4. So keep that in mind. Some items will have power values. First thing that comes to mind is the cutting torch. You roll for power just like any other item. Weight is how much that thing is going to weigh in your inventory, so how many blocks it takes up. In the case of these pistols, we've got one that takes up half a block, and then the VP takes up a quarter of a block. And then the cost in Weyland-Yutani dollars. There are other currencies in the Alien RPG, but usually it's done from the Wei-Yu perspective. Of course, if you're playing in a different part of the universe, that might change, but typically that's how that's done. In my experience playing the game, money does not come up a lot, but we haven't really played a trucker campaign yet or a colonist campaign. So for the Colonial Marines, most of your gear you get from being in the Marines, so your money really wasn't that big of a deal. And then finally, we can see some items are going to have, or some gear is going to have special rules. For weapons, this falls under 3 main rules: armor piercing, full auto, and unreliable. Previous edition, armor piercing would reduce armor by half, so if the target had an armor value of 6, they'd be rolling 3 dice instead. Now, armor piercing reduces the armor level of whatever you're attacking by 1. So if the target has an armor value of 2, the armor value is reduced to 1. Full auto just lets you know the weapon is capable of full auto fire, just like before. That hasn't changed, just a keyword. Unreliable, though, this is a new one that's been added to the game. What this does is if you roll a 7+ on the stress response table, your gun jams. And what this means is you must spend a full action and pass a heavy machinery roll to clear the jam. I think this is really cool. I love games that have jamming mechanics for weapons. See also the classic Space Hulk tabletop game. That stuff's really cool. So that's cool. I've always seen 1 or 2 weapons that have that, but I'm sure things will change as we go on. Other than that, as far as ranged weapons go, those are most of the changes. We'll see a couple things worth pointing out. Magnum does 3 damage instead of 2 like it used to. The bolt gun now has a -1 modifier and is single shot. So single shot weapons mean you must reload them after every shot. It was single shot in the previous edition, but whether or not you had to really reload it was kind of nebulous, so it's good to see single shot as an actual rule now. And then if we get down to the pulse rifles, the newest thing here, they've included the F-44 AA pulse rifle from Romulus. This is the cool one that Rain uses that has the auto-aim system. As you can see, +3 modifier, not bad. 3 ammo, that's pretty legit, but it does have unreliable. Speaking of ammo, so ammo is a stat that weapons have now. In the old rules we've talked about, you would have reloads, and you could carry as many reloads as you could physically carry on your character as far as your carrying capacity. But now, your weapons, just like other consumables or other gear, have consumable values. Most weapons are between 1 and 3 ammo. Every time you make a shot, after you resolve the shot, you roll your supply. So you roll 1 stress dice per point of supply you have remaining. So if we did our first shot on the F-44, we would roll 3 stress dice. Every facehugger that pops up reduces your ammo by 1 until you eventually run out, in which case you must spend a quick action to do the reload action to get another clip in there. And of course you have to have extra ammunition as well. So if you don't, then you're out of luck. Also, with ranged weapons, I am happy to announce that the armor doubled rule is gone. This was a rule that was primarily, I remember, on the shotgun. I think there were a few others that had it. Basically, if you hit a target that had the armor doubled rule, you would double their armor value. So in the case of shooting a xenomorph that had 8 armor, they were now rolling 16 armor dice. I think it was meant to represent that, you know, a shotgun kind of has a spread, and so it's not necessarily great at penetrating armor, but it also didn't make sense when you were shooting somebody at point-blank range and they, for some reason, got to roll extra armor. So I'm happy to announce that the shotgun no longer has that, so that's nice. That rule seems to be completely removed from the game, and other than that, with ranged weapons, it looks like the actual rule for quote-unquote heavy weapons has been removed from the game. I believe the smart gun, the RPG, and a few others kind of fell under this category. As far as I recall, in the previous rules, there was a talent or two that affected heavy weapons. That's no longer the case. Basically, if it's not a pistol or a rifle, then it will typically fall under the other category. So this includes the shotgun, the flamethrower, the harpoon gun, the RPG, things like that. Also worth noting, we can show here on the screen, some weapons, primarily what you would consider heavy weapons, the pulse rifle, the plasma pulse rifle and the RPG have this. They have a rule called aim required. This basically means you have to spend a quick action doing the aim action, so you get the +2 dice to attack, but you cannot fire the weapon unless you do the aim action. So important that that you get that done before you fire. A couple minor tweaks here and there from some things. The RPG is a -1 modifier, but it does 7 damage now instead of 5. It's also single shot. Again, just some clarity and things like that. So some weapons will be listed as explosive, primarily grenades, the RPG, things like that. It'll have a letter E next to the damage value. So a hand grenade, for example, says damage 2E, meaning it does 2 damage, and it's explosive. We touched on this in the beginning of the video, but just to recap, the way explosive weapons work now is you fire them as normal, so you make a normal ranged attack, but if you hit your target, that target and all characters in the same zone, whether they're PCs or NPCs, suffer that amount of damage. This is a great change from the old edition. The previous rules, the way it worked, is a explosive weapon such as a grenade would have a damage value. In the case of the hand grenade, it was 9, and you would roll that many dice if you rolled a hit. So first you had to roll the hit as normal, make a ranged attack, then you would roll 9 dice, and for every 6 you rolled, you got a point of damage. The problem with this is it meant it was very possible to throw a grenade and do no damage if you rolled 0 successes, or just do 1, which, when you think about it, why wouldn't you just be firing a different weapon at that point? You know, unless you're using a pistol, just about everything else did at least 2 damage. So I think this is much better. It means on a hit, an explosive weapon will always do some damage, and it hits everybody, which is great. However, everyone that is considered a target is allowed to make a dodge, and they all do their own separate dodge rolls. If the attack misses, the shot goes wide. It doesn't hit anybody. If the primary target is in cover, they can use that. Secondary targets that are in partial cover count that as full cover to represent the shrapnel, not as big of a deal because they're not the primary target. So I think these rules are much better for grenades. You know, they should be cool, they should be dangerous, and I think this is a good middle point for them. Another thing to point out here with the incinerator, I assume they're going to do this for any flame weapon in the game. You can basically use it in one of 2 ways. You can shoot your target as normal, in which case if you hit them, they take 2 damage, they get lit on fire. But they have a special rule here called fire effect. So just like before, if you're hit by this, you have an ongoing fire. In this case, it's intensity 9 that continues to burn every turn. However, the new thing you do with a flamethrower is you can instead target the entire zone and start an intensity 9 fire in there. All you need to do is roll a ranged attack, get a single success, and the entire zone is now affected by intensity 9 fire, which means everyone in that zone has a chance of being lit on fire and taking damage. That's pretty awesome. You can lay down the carpet of flame and burn them all out. That's more or less it for ranged weapons. I am happy to point out here that the combat knife and the fire axe finally have separate rules, and that is good. The fire axe kind of appeared throughout first edition, kind of here and there. If I recall, though, it wasn't actually in the core rulebook. It showed up in Hope's Last Day as a random item you could find. And it's one of those things, like, I'd see questions all the time, where are the rules for a fire axe? And, you know, just kind of here and there. So it's good to see they actually did something different here, and I think they do a cool job of making them, you know, consider which one would be worth using. I'd love to see some more melee weapons. The only other one that comes to the top of my head is the stun baton, but obviously that doesn't do, like, actual damage, just stun damage, so... you can see also stun damage here on the electroshock grenade. A weapon will be indicated if it does stun. So in the case of the electroshock grenade, it's explosive and stun, and that'll be all listed here in the damage profile. After that, we move on to armor. I guess there's a few more melee weapons. We got the cutting torch, of course. Still amazing, but has a -1 modifier now. Then we get to our suits of armor. And this is what I'm talking about, how this is just easier to read. Look how nicely organized this is. All right there. Most of these boxes are the same size. And I don't know, I think this is way cleaner, way simpler. Worth pointing out, the Kevlar Riot Vest is now in the core rules. Another item that kind of floated around. I think you could find this in Destroyer of Worlds. But again, the rules were kind of like, where are they? So, nice to see that it's actually here. And then you can see the ape suit is pretty legit now. Armor level 3. It used to have the same armor as the M3 personal armor, so it's better. Gives you bonuses to survival. You get a little air supply in there as well. That's pretty awesome. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm misreading that. Armor level 1. It's actually worse. It used to be the same. That kind of sucks. But, oh well. Still cool, though. Acid proof, that's pretty nice. And then the goofy-ass Eco All-World Survival Suit. Gotta love that. Worth noting, the Power Loader falls under the Armor category. The main change here is that the Power Loader now requires the user to have 2 or more skill points in the Heavy Machinery skill in order to operate it. So you can no longer just hop in and use this thing. I think that makes sense. They make a big deal of Ripley being able to pilot this thing in Aliens and shows off what she can do. much like a forklift in modern day, not everyone can just hop in and start driving it. And even if they could figure it out, they might not be very good at it. With something like this that could fall over or get knocked over, probably makes sense. You need to have some skill in it. That more or less wraps it up for gear. The rest of this goes through all the other types of gear, the non-weapons and non-armor. So your computer mainframes, your storage data, diagnostics. I guess it's worth taking a look here to see, like, again, I think this is a good example of how much easier this is to read through. So it's just better organized. I mean, look at this right here. We got 9 items, almost all the same size boxes on one page. Everything's listed out. All the stuff from the previous edition seems to be here. I didn't see anything stand out that was, new or taken out. There might be some minor changes here, just to fit in with some of the new rules. But for the most part, these are the same, and everything's nice and clear. Everything's consistent, which I think is really important. Everything has the same layout, and I think that just helps keep things clean, rather than this item is a little different in this one situation, or it's got some weird flavor text that may or may not, apply here. I think this is better. So, we got more stuff here. The bolt gun and the cutting torch also still count as tools. Maintenance jacks is here. Your med pods. Good old electronic tools. Pharmaceuticals. Again, nicely organized. Food and drink. The thing I like here is that, most of these actually have some sort of effects. Obviously, they help with dealing with hunger and thirst. But some of them, like the beer, the recreational drugs, the coffee, specialty meals, they actually give you some other effects in game as well, which is cool. I think adding little details like this is neat and fun, and can you can take something mundane like this, and Hope's Last Day really does this a lot. You take some of these mundane items and actually have them mean a little bit more in your game, so I think that's good. My only real complaint in this section is X drugs still are kind of nebulous in what they do. I think they should have cleared this up. In the previous edition, X drugs or X stims are mentioned everywhere, especially in the Colonial Marines campaign, and they don't really ever tell you what they do. They give you some examples, but they don't give you specific rules as written. This is what they do. I think they should have maybe given you a couple different types. Here's X drugs, here's X stims. Maybe there's a combat variant or an agility variant, whatever. But I don't like that. I think obviously a GM can make things up, but I think it's better to have specific rules just so the GM can not have to come up with stuff on the fly, which may turn out to be way too good or really crappy if you compare it to other items, especially if you don't know the game inside and out. So then we get on to vehicles. So vehicles more or less are presented in the same way as they were before. They have all their information here. They tell you where you're going to find them, the size, how many passengers they have, and then their stats, maneuverability, speed, armor, any weapons they have, and their hull. And most of these also have pictures to let you see exactly what they do and what they look like in game. And all of them are still here. The APC, sorry, my PDF is being a little weird here. The APC, the tractor, all that stuff. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then I think after that, that's pretty much it. Yeah, we've got some of the air vehicles in here as well. The cargo crane, the drop ship, but that's just for all like ground and air vehicles. Ships are in a later section. So that wraps it up for Chapter 5. Okay, now moving on. The next main thing we're going to talk about is stealth mode. So stealth mode is something that existed in the previous edition of the game, and it was basically a way that they broke down how to go about like turns when you're outside of combat is the best way to think about it. That's still the case here. but I think they've done a better job of organizing it and laying it out and making it a little bit easier to wrap your head around. This is something I could see new GMs having trouble with. In the previous edition, I can tell you we rarely used rules as written, because it seemed like one of those things where they were giving you rules for something that you didn't really need rules for. But it's better laid out here, I think. So the best way to think about stealth mode is, like I said, this is basically what's happening. It's how the structure of the game is designed when you are not in combat and you're not just sitting around having social interactions. This is primarily when characters are exploring, and it happens to take place usually where the maps come into play. So the pre-published stuff that has these maps assumes you're using stealth mode. So they give you pretty cut and dry rules here to use when you're exploring. So we're going to talk about that and see how it is, because this is kind of where the basis of a lot of the rules of the game kind of start. This is the foundation. Now, you don't necessarily have to use things this structured. You, as a GM, as with any RPG, you can do things, how you see fit. But they give us a nice flow chart that we can use to kind of look through this. And it's not too terrible to deal with. Now, they do suggest you can do a simplified version of this. Basically, one of the things they like is that the GM will have their own maps of the zones or the area that the PCs are exploring to keep track of where NPCs are moving about the board or the table. However, they recognize that that's something that's going to take up table space, which you may not have a lot of, or you might not have the virtual tabletop support that you need. So they say that rather than all of these rules, you can just kind of use some of them, mostly focusing on what the PCs do and not so much worrying about the NPCs and just kind of having them appear when the GM sees fit. So let's dive in here and take a closer look. So I guess the best thing to start with is stealth mode is tracked using stretches. So that is 5 to 10 minute time increments. Think of that each stretch is a turn or a round. We'll say turn since round is a term in this game. So it's basically a turn of stealth mode is a stretch, 5 to 10 minutes. And during that time, assuming the PCs are exploring an area, you do this one stretch at a time. It's structured to give every PC a chance to do something. So during this time, rules is written, a PC can move one zone per stretch, or and the PCs can move individually or they can stay together as a group, however they decide. If move order matters, the PCs decide who moves first, and you deal with that first. So, especially if they split off, and you as the GM know there might be something around one corner, but not around another corner, PCs decide, okay, deal with Matt first, then deal with Sean, then deal with John, so on and so forth. During this time, when they're moving zone to zone, they can scan for enemies and they can get superficial descriptions of the zone. But if they wish to actually search it, start looking around, or to hide or take cover, then they have to spend more time there, at least a stretch. During this, NPCs will be considered either active or passive. Very simply, meaning if they're active, they are moving around the map as the PCs are. The GM keeps track of them on their hidden maps and basically tracks what they're doing during each stretch as well. So as the PCs do something each stretch, so do the NPCs. A passive NPC means they're unaware of the PCs until they're alerted in some way. So typically they're probably just going to be hanging out in the zone they're in, unless for some reason the story requires them to be moving around. So I guess one way to think of this, let's say the PCs are infiltrating a ship and most of the crew are in the mess hall having, their meal. They're in that zone in the mess hall, and unless they have a reason to get up and leave, every stretch, the PCs are moving around the ship and doing things. And until they make their presence known in some way, those PCs, those NPCs that are in the mess hall are going to be passive, doing their own thing. Most likely just sitting in the mess hall, not really moving zone to zone. That's just one example. And again, this is something I know a lot of experienced GMs are going to be like, why do I need rules for this? Believe me, I was in the same boat. And it's going to take some time really kind of implementing this. But I think it's here to give structure. And I think structure and rules are always good, especially for new GMs. So let's just kind of take a look at it piece by piece here and see how it all builds together. So we have a thing now called the stealth sequence, and this is a nice, easy flow chart that breaks down what happens. It's 3 simple steps. In step 1, the PCs move one zone. So again, remember, this is every stretch, every 5 to 10 minutes. That's a turn in stealth mode. So we've got our group. Let's say they boarded this ship, right? We now decide stealth mode starts because they're exploring an unknown area. There could be dangers, there could be enemies. We need to have structure for movement and time and things like that. So the GM would tell the players, we're entering stealth mode now. So they decide, we'll say we have a group of 3 PCs. What are you guys going to do? All of them decide we're going to move together from this zone to the next zone, maybe from the airlock out into a hallway. So they would move themselves. If you've got your map, they'll move their tokens or their miniatures. And the GM's got his map where everybody else, all the NPCs are. Now, once they move a zone, they have to decide what they do next. So the idea is that they're doing this in a slow, methodical manner. They're not just rushing through, hence stealth mode. They're trying to be quiet because they don't want to make their presence known if there are dangers hidden somewhere in the dark. So after they do their initial turn, they've done their first stretch of time, and if they do not come into line of sight of any NPCs, a new stretch begins, and then they do this again. Now, what happens, where this gets a little more complicated, our flowchart comes into play. If the PCs move into a zone, and they come into line of sight of an NPC, whether that NPC is active or passive, you make a passive open opposed observation roll. So we'll break all that down. A couple keywords there. Passive means it's a passive roll. So the player would roll, or the GM can roll in secret, but it's a roll that, again, is done with your stress dice, but you do not trigger stress responses if you roll any face huggers on your stress dice. And open, meaning it's done in the open on the table. Opposed, meaning it's a roll of the PCs against the roll of the NPCs. All of the PCs can make rolls, all of those that would have line of sight, and you pick the highest rolls. It says here, for a group, you take the highest roll, the best roll. So let's say out of those 3 PCs, one of them rolls 3 successes, and that's the highest one. We'll take his, and then the NPC will say it's a guard in the zone. He makes an opposed observation roll as well. He doesn't roll 3, he only rolls 2. So then you go through the flow chart here. So if one side wins that observation roll, they have a choice of doing 4 different things here. They can reveal themselves, ambush the enemy, hide in a zone, or back out the way that they came. If it's a tie, it means both parties have seen each other, and you draw initiative because you don't know what's going to happen now. Again, this is all for structure. So you draw initiative. Let's say the PCs go first. They draw the higher initiative card, or at least one of them does, before the NPC. Okay, you've spotted this guard. What do you do? Well, maybe they're not just going to start going guns blazing, so maybe they try to initiate some sort of diplomacy or social interaction, in which case we need to have initiative if they decide to start drawing guns or knives or what have you. So it goes into initiative at that point. But if they win, they can do one of these 4 things here. So let's kind of break down what they can do, and it's pretty straightforward. So they can reveal themselves, which means they make their presence known. And this will most likely start some sort of social interaction. They call it social mode in the game. Basically, if you're not in stealth mode, you're probably in social mode, I guess is the best way to think of it. So they can reveal themselves, and basically then both parties know that the other's aware, and you go from there. They could also try to do an ambush where they attempt to get the drop on the enemy, or they can hide in the zone that they're in. So maybe rather than trying to launch an ambush, they decide, let's hide in the zone and see what this person does. Now, if that NPC is passive, they're probably just standing in that zone, and since they lost the observation roll, they don't know that the PCs are there. But if they're an active NPC moving around the map, they might move into that zone where the PCs have now hidden, and then they've got to try to search for them. Or the PCs could choose to back out of the zone the way they came, basically meaning we're not going to go any further, we're going to back up and instead find a different route. Now, while we're taking a look at this this flowchart here, so after that happens, then the NPCs have their turn. And just like the PCs, they will move one zone on the GM's hidden map, assuming they're active or assuming that's what they're doing. If it's a xenomorph, they move one zone per point of speed. Just like in the previous edition, xenomorphs have speed ratings, usually 2 to 3, so they get to move that many zones. And if the NPC comes within line of sight of a PC, you make another passive open opposed observation roll, just like above. And if the NPCs win, they can choose what it is. The exact same order. So whichever side wins, if there's a winner, they can do one of the 4 actions. Otherwise, if it's a tie, you draw initiative. And once that's done, once the PCs and the NPCs have acted, then a new stretch begins, and you go through this again. So we'll go back to our example. First stretch, the PCs have entered the ship, and they move from the airlock into a hallway. There's no NPCs in line of sight. We'll say there's another hallway down the left, and then a door to the right and a door in front of them. So now the NPCs, we're done with that. So now we go on to a new stretch. So it's taken them about 5 to 10 minutes to get through the airlock. They're kind of cautiously moving around, not trying to draw attention to themselves. The GM asks, okay, what do you guys do next? And maybe 2 of them decide to go through the door in front of them, and one of them decides to go check on the door down the right. And they decide, okay, we'll let the solo guy go first. So we go to that PC. They move into the zone and open the door, and there's no one inside. There's no line of sight, so they don't have to make this roll. But they get into the room. We give them a small explanation. Okay, it looks like you found a med bay. You leave it at that, and then they decide what they're going to do, next. The other 2 open a door, and it's another hallway. And as they step inside and start moving through it, they eventually cross a junction, and there's a member of this ship, the ship that they're on, who happens to be walking down the hallway as well, and they might notice each other. So now we go to this opposed passive observation roll and see who wins. So let's say the PCs win. One of them gets 2 successes, one of them gets 3. The guy on the ship only gets a 2. So because it's a group roll, we take the highest of the PCs, 3. So they notice him before he notices them. Now they have to decide, are they going to reveal themselves, ambush him, hide in the zone they're in, or back out the way they came. Now remember, you can only hide if the zone is cluttered. So I would probably say, since they're in a hallway, that option's not available. It's not a cluttered zone. It's just an open corridor. Well, they decide they're not here to fight yet. They don't know who else is on the ship. They don't want to reveal themselves. They want to stay hidden. So they say, we're going to back out the way we came, go back into the zone they just came from, which was the previous corridor. And then me as the GM, I will then do the NPC's movement. So maybe I move that guy to a next zone. He crosses the junction into another area, goes past the PCs and doesn't notice them, and now we begin stretch number 3. So that whole encounter of the first PC going into the side room, the other 2 PCs entering the corridor, almost encountering this one crew member, and then backing out the way they came, that takes about 5 to 10 minutes in game time. So again, A lot of structure here that a lot of GMs can easily just do with a simple stealth test or mobility test, whatever game you're using, right? We've all been there. But if you're new, this is just to kind of help you get in the idea of how these rules work and to give you some structure. And again, it's an RPG. Use rules as you see fit. Also found in this section is rules for ships, their components, their upgrades, how much they cost, and all their stats. We'll take a quick look here. So they give you a general chart here, which is broken up by the different class of ship, the letter class, C, G, J, what have you. And that'll determine the size of your ship, how many people it can hold, its FTL rating, signature, which is has to do with your sensors and how hard or easy it is to detect you. Thrusters are your engine, that helps your pilot. Your hull is your health. And then armaments is how many weapon slots essentially the ship has and what size it can go up to. And modules are non-weapon upgrades that your ship can have. Again, the class of your ship dictates here how many module slots you have and what size they can go up to, and then the base cost for the ship before you add on any cool tricks and trick it out. Then we go to all your core components and what all these stats mean. So your FTL rating, the lower the better. Because the FTL rating is equal to the number of days it takes for a ship to travel 1 parsec, which is 1 space on the map, on the big universe map. And then, again, signatures for sensors, thrusters is your engines, hull is your health, armaments your weapons, modules, other cool stuff. And then it's broken down into different components on your ship, and what this may be, what your AI is, your cryo deck, things like that. And then we've got the list here where you can upgrade and buy all these cool things to make your ship better and bigger. So most of these come in a variety of size, like 1 through 4 to 1 through 6, and obviously the bigger it is, the more expensive it is, but it'll do better effects. So larger air scrubbers can scrub air for more people. Larger cryo deck can hold more people in cryo sleep. Then moving on, we have weapons. Not a massive list here, not a whole lot's changed, but just like a regular ranged weapon, it's got everything listed. This is very similar to how things were laid out in the previous edition. So you can see here, if you compare this to first edition, this is just easier to read. As much as I love the old look of the old book, this is just much easier on the eyes, much better organized. So just like a regular weapon, you've got your modification, damage, range, the size of the hardpoint it takes, that's the connection to the ship, how much it costs, and then any special rules like the cost for each missile, or if it's armor piercing and things like that. And eventually, we've got extra upgrades here as well you can get for your ships. And then we get into the actual different types of ships here. Again, just like the vehicles, breaks down the class of the ship, the manufacturer, the cost, how many crew it has, then all the stats for it, including how many passengers you can have and any modules that come with it. So these are like pre-built ships you can get versus kind of building your own. And just like in the first edition, they've got pictures here of all of them. The most noteworthy addition here is the CM93D Mule. If you have seen Romulus, you'll recognize this is the class of ship that the Corbellin is. So you can have this now to fly around in the universe and check things out with also. All the other ships are here as well. The Bison, the Nostromo. It's all here for you to enjoy. The Corvus, the Anisadora is an example of that from Alien Isolation. And the Sulaco, of course, the Conestoga class frigate. If you need other ships, they're scattered throughout some of the other books and other expansions in the game. But all the core stuff is still here, and then we've got the Mule added as well. All right, last part of Chapter 6 is the space combat rules, and not a whole lot has changed here, but this is probably one section of the game that not a lot of people are familiar with, I haven't seen a lot of people use these rules. I haven't, in actual plays I've listened to, I very rarely see it. I really haven't seen it when I've been in-person games at conventions and things like that. But the nice thing is they are still here. They didn't take them out, and they're simple enough where they kind of fit the rules that they've made for the Alien RPG. We have used this, not extensively, but we did use this in our Colonial Marine campaign. The guys had a chance to see what space combat is like, and once you get your head wrapped around it, it's actually pretty cool. I think it does a good job of abstracting the complexity of space combat and what that could entail. So we'll take a quick, well, probably won't be too quick, we'll take a look through here, kind of point it out, and we'll kind of go through so you guys understand how this works in case it's something you want to try out. I do suggest you give it a shot. It is fun. I know there's other games that probably have more in-depth rules. Free League's Coriolis, I know, has some similar stuff, but I imagine it's probably more in-depth because that game is all about traveling around on ships, whereas Alien, depending what your campaign framework is, may or may not be about that. So we'll take a look here. The first thing to note is when it comes to space combat, everyone on the ship gets to be obviously a member of the crew, and there are different positions that they can choose from. So there are 5 here, and I'll point out a few differences. Previous rules, first edition, you had the captain, the pilot, the sensor operator, gunners, and engineers. Now the pilot is called the executive officer. The captain is called the executive officer. The pilot is the navigation officer. The sensor operator is the science officer. So we're kind of using some more of those alien terms we've seen throughout the series. Engineers and gunners are still called engineers and gunners, though. Typically, you only have 1 XO, 1 navigation, and 1 science officer. You can have as many engineers or gunners as you like, but you'll see that's kind of limited in what they can do. So if you have a group of players or even NPCs that are with the PCs that are on a specific ship, they each have one of these roles during a space combat. And, you know, you might actually be the science officer of your ship, in which case obviously you're the science officer during combat. But this also could be something like in our game, when we did our Colonial Marine game, we had 4 Marines in the group. Other than the guy who was in charge, he took the role of the executive officer, the captain, but everybody else kind of took what they felt they were strong at. So that can change. You're not necessarily locked into that really, except for I'd probably say the captain. But again, the story might dictate otherwise. So, couple things with space combat here, and we'll take a look. We can see the range bands here. So, space combat typically starts off when 2 ships detect each other. Now, in the rules and kind of in the game universe, you will automatically, your sensors on your ship will automatically detect another ship within 8 segments. Segments are the spaces on the combat map. We'll see that in a minute here. And the combat map is 8 segments long. So if you're in your campaign, you're in your kind of story mode between combats, or you're just kind of explaining what's going on, you got your ship cruising through space. When your ship comes within 8 segments of another ship, you put them on opposite ends of the combat track, and then a combat starts. Now, this might not devolve into actual combat, especially if you don't have weapons on your ship, but you could still try to board each other, or it's to help increase the tension of you don't necessarily know what that other ship is going to do, and you don't know they're out there until they're, relatively speaking, kind of close to you. So, all ships in the game, their sensors have a range of 8 segments, which just think of that as zones. It's the term they use for zones in space combat. But a segment can be several, like hundreds or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide. So this is very abstract, but we're talking on a galactic space scale here. They don't worry about specific distances. Again, they kind of abstract it and just go with these range bands. And we can see here on the chart, it's pretty much the same as it is in range combat. Contact rather than adjacent, meaning you're in the same zone or same segment, all the way up to extreme range. and pretty much the exact same thing. You know, short is the adjacent segment, medium's 2 away, long is 4 away, and extreme is up to 8, and that's the limit of your sensors. And different actions you can do during space combat will happen, or you can only do at certain ranges. And of course, your weapons will have certain range bands as well they can reach. So, when we get to ship combat, a couple basic rules to keep in mind to kind of set things up here so you guys understand as we get into the real thick of it. So, in order to attack a ship with weapons, you must target lock the enemy ship. If their transponder is on, you can automatically target lock them. Now, this is important because in the Alien universe, it is illegal to fly around without your transponder on. Typically, only criminals are doing that. People gun running or doing stuff on the black market, or military vessels obviously can do that if they wish. However, it is practice, especially if you get into a combat, once you are within sensor range, you turn your transponders off. So if somebody wants to target lock you, they have to actually make a roll. If you don't have the enemy ship target locked, you can't fire weapons at them. That's what this comes down to. Now, just like in first edition, like I said, you start 8 segments away, and the ships begin moving towards each other, moving at a speed referred to as your approach velocity. That is the number of segments you will move each turn. Typically, you start moving at approach velocity 2, but you can change that with a couple different actions during the game, or during the combat, to either slow your ship down or speed it up to try to get past them. And a space combat basically works kind of like a drive-by or a flyby. The ships move towards each other on the track until eventually they pass each other. And once they pass each other, if there is a distance of more than 8 segments between them, they've gotten out of sensor range and you've lost track of each other, and odds are you're not going to see each other again. You can try to turn around and track them down again, but as far as like for the combat and using the map, that's where that ends. Now, you can attempt to run your ship dark, which means you either have your sensors or engines powered down. What this does, it can modify your ship's signature rating. Your signature rating acts as a negative modifier to the enemy ship's comtech rolls when they try to detect your presence or lock onto you and things like that. The detection normally is just done with passive comtech rolls each stretch. And then if you detect someone and they're within sensor range, then there you go. So moving on to actual combat, it's broken down as follows. Some of this is similar to the rest of the game, some is a little bit different. First and foremost is how initiative works. So for whatever reason, they decided that Space Combat Initiative doesn't use the initiative cards. Instead, after ships detect each other, you make an initiative roll, which is an opposed roll between the 2 captains or the executive officers of each ship. And whoever wins then gets to choose whether their ship acts first or second in each phase of the combat. Not sure why they do it this way, especially when they've changed the rules to be initiative every turn. Also, once you roll your initiative for space combat, it stays that way. You don't roll every round, whereas in regular combat, you are, rules as written, supposed to draw a new card every round. So I find that kind of weird. It's definitely faster to roll dice every round than to shuffle a deck and draw cards every round. But again, if you wanted to house rule this differently, you certainly could. So once we have initiative determined, okay, we'll just say our ship has passed the command test, our captain rolled better, and the other ship not so well. So every step of the combat phase, we get to choose where to go. And as you can see here, there are a couple different phases. This is an update from the previous edition, just a few modifications here. Phase 1 is the command phase. This is new. This kind of existed in the previous edition, but it wasn't a specific phase. They're just kind of random things that would happen. Now there's a specific phase where some specific things will happen. Second is the sensor phase. That has not changed. Third is the the movement phase. Used to be called the piloting phase. 4 is the attack phase, which used to be called the gunner phase, and 5 is engineering, which just used to be called engineer. Also in combat, worth noting, just like in regular combat, spaceship combat has interrupt actions that we can take and work very similar to regular combat. So let's take a look at these phases. Command phase, really simple. Each executive officer of each ship gets to make a command roll, and for every success they rolled, they can give a +1 die bonus to one action carried out by any other crew member on their ship in the same stretch. So you could try to dump all your command on one character, or if you roll multiple successes, you could split them up. Be like, I'm going to give one to the science officer, one to this gunner, one to this engineer, so on and so forth. So again, whoever has highest initiative, they do that first, then the other ship does. I shouldn't say they do it first. They choose whether they want to do it first or second, and then the other ship goes in whatever order that is. Then step 2, phase 2, the sensor phase. This is where your science officer can attempt one of the 3 following. They can attempt to target lock the enemy ship so that you can fire weapons on them. Requires a Comtech roll. And we'll see here a lot of stuff with Comtech is modified by the signature rating. So if the signature rating of your ship is -3, they get a -3 to their roll. Again, by powering down your sensors and your engines, you can really lower your signature rating of your ship, but you'll see it's a pretty big detriment and kind of dangerous to do. Now, the target lock, if you do successfully target lock them, assuming their transponder is off, it only lasts for that stretch. So basically every round, you have to relock with target lock. So even though you've locked on once, ships are moving around, they're going past each other, you have to lock on again. So as the combat evolves, you may change what you're going to do in following rounds. You can also do evade, which is the defensive version of target lock. Basically, you make an opposed Comtech roll against someone who's trying to target lock your ship. Every success you roll cancels out one of theirs, and if you cancel them all out, then they don't target lock you, and your ship survives for another round. Finally, you can power your sensors up and down. If your sensors are off, it reduces your signature by 1, but at the caveat of you cannot attempt the target lock action. So if you don't have weapons, this is a great idea, but if you do, you're going to have to make some choices in combat. Movement phase, previously the piloting phase. This is where your pilot, or in this case your navigation officer, gets to show off. They have a couple things here they can do. Accelerate, decelerate, obviously move the ship faster or slower by making piloting rolls. For each success you roll, you can either increase or decrease your approach velocity by 1. So again, ships start off at typically approach velocity 2, meaning they're both going to move 2 spaces. So if we're at the end of the combat tracks here, right, and that's 8 spaces away, one ship's going to move 2, the other ship's going to move 2. Now there's only 4 segments between them. Pilot could do a accelerate here. If he gets 3 successes, now you're moving at approach velocity 5. You're already almost on top of the other ship. So the ships continue to move unless you try to deaccelerate, which will decrease your approach velocity. It's also worth noting you can actually move in reverse doing this. You don't see that a lot in sci-fi games. Usually you can't really go in reverse, but you can here. So a couple of things you can do. You can ram, so you can smash your ship into the enemy ship. You have to be at contact range, though, so adjacent as far as starships go. And you'll see everything's modified by thrusters, which are the engines of your ship. So the more thruster power your ship has, the easier some of these things are to do. So you want to crash into someone, you make a piloting roll. If you succeed, both ships, yours and the one you're ramming, suffer base damage equal to your ship's hull divided by 2, rounding up. So you both take that initial damage. However, if you roll extra successes, you can dump extra damage onto the ship that is being hit. So even though you'll take some damage, you could potentially do a lot more to the other ship, depending how big yours is. And of course, armor will help reduce this as well. Last action is called docking, or just dock. What this allows you to do, again, you must be in contact range to do this, and you must have a docking station module on your ship. And once you pull this off, it means that next turn, your engineers can try to breach the enemy ship so you can board it. That's typically the only way to board a ship, is to actually have a docking umbilical and then latch onto them. On to Phase 4, the attack phase, previously known as the gunner phase. There's only 2 actions you can do here, either fire a weapon or launch countermeasures. It is worth noting, though, that regardless of how many gunners or how many weapons your ship has, you can only have one gunner attempt one of these actions. You can only ever fire one weapon in a single attack phase. So, I'm not sure why they decided to do that. Maybe because some of these weapons are pretty powerful, could take ships out pretty quickly. Maybe it's to represent that, space combat is big and ponderous and slow. But keep that in mind. So even if you have multiple gunners, not necessarily everybody gets to have fun here, unfortunately. So if you fire a weapon, again, the enemy ship has to be target locked. You choose a weapon, you make a ranged attack with it, and it works just like a regular ranged attack. You'll add bonuses if your weapon has a modifier, do base damage, deal with armor, and any damage you do will cause damage to the hull. Extra 6s you roll beyond the first will cause extra damage. Your other option here is to launch countermeasures. So if a gunner attempts that, then if you are being attacked, the ranged combat roll becomes an opposed roll between you and the enemy that's firing, the gunner that's firing on you. And just like with other defensive rules, every 6 you roll cancels out one of their 6s. If you cancel them all out, then their shot misses. And this is an interrupt action, just like the other defensive actions in the game, so you can decide to do this when it is not your turn. But again, worth pointing out, only one gunner on each ship can perform one of these actions. So if you decide to launch countermeasures before your turn comes up, even if you have 2 gunners, the other gunner cannot fire a weapon. It's one or the other. 5th and final phase, the engineering phase, previously the engineer phase. Much like with the attack phase, only one action from this list can be performed. However, other people on the ship can assist and give the bonus +1 die for helping. So there is something your other people can do if they're not doing one of the other 4 positions, but again, not super exciting, but it is what it is. So we've got emergency repairs. This allows you to either repair a damaged minor or major component, making a heavy machinery or comtech roll as dictated by the damage that the ship has suffered, or you can restore a single lost hull point. Again, these are emergency repairs in the middle of combat, so there's no spare parts required, which we'll get into in a moment, but this only lasts for a shift, so it's probably going to last you for that round, or that combat encounter, we should say. You can also power your engines up and down, just like turning your sensors on and off. This will reduce your signature by 2 instead of 1. However, it does require a roll if you want to power the ship back up. There's no roll to turn your engines off, but there is a roll to turn them back on, heavy machinery. And of course, if you have no engines on, all actions in the movement phase are impossible. There's no way to pilot the ship, obviously. Just do that at your own peril. You can open an airlock, so if you've successfully done the dock action in the previous phases, and you've got the docking umbilical attached to the enemy ship, you can attempt a heavy machinery to break into the enemy ship, and if you succeed, you can then breach and board the enemy vessel. That's pretty cool. And finally, if you're feeling suicidal, or if you're the last person in the movie, it might be time to overload the reactor. This can be done with a heavy machinery roll, and if successful, will cause the reactor to overload and explode, destroying the ship and killing everyone on board within the following stretch. However, you can turn this off by making another heavy machinery roll, as long as you do that before the ship explodes, or before Mother decides to lock you out of the system and say, computer says no, and you're boned. So you can blow yourself up if you'd like, which who doesn't love that? So a couple last things worth looking here. First off, just like in the previous edition, and just like in the rest of the game, there are stress and panic results in space. Now, in the space combat, stress works the same way in that it's the same table that you roll on for your stress responses. And you get stress pretty much in a lot of the same ways as before. If you push a roll, you gain a point of stress. There's certain effects that'll cause stress as well in the stress table and the panic table. However, a special one for space combat is if your ship suffers minor component damage from an attack, that causes a stress result roll on the table, stress response. The opposite to that is you can also have to take, obviously, panic rolls during space combat, and this has a slightly different table that you're going to roll on, which we'll show right here. So panic in space combat typically happens with one of two things. So again, just like we saw earlier, panic is no longer triggered off of rolling a 1 on a stress dice. Instead, you make a panic roll when certain things happen in the game. In the case of space combat, it's either if your ship suffers major component damage or is disabled, meaning you're at 0 hull, or another PC bails out of the ship, which we can see here is a result on the table here in 9 to 11. You immediately try to abandon the ship and escape in the nearest EEV, emergency escape vehicle. All other PCs on the ship must make an immediate panic roll. So you can bail out in the middle of combat and potentially get lost to the depths of space. I think that's pretty awesome. That works the same way, though. You roll d6, add your current stress, subtract your resolve, and that's what you get on either the stress response or the panic response table. Now, speaking of damage, during combat, your ship is probably going to take some damage. Now, your hull is your HP, your health for your ship. And just like with regular armor of your ship is going to reduce the damage of an attack. And just like in the previous edition used to work the same way as with other armor, used to roll d6s. Now it works like it does for regular armor in this edition. The armor of your ship will have an armor level value, and that will reduce damage by that amount. So if your armor value is 2, you reduce damage by 2. Now, if a single attack does enough damage to your ship, it can also cause minor and major component damage or outright blow your ship up. So we see there's a component damage summary here, basically damage threshold versus various things that'll happen. So if a single attack inflicts at least 1 damage up to half your hull rating damage, or up to half your hull rating in damage, your ship suffers a minor component damage roll. So there's a D66 chart you roll here, which will affect all sorts of systems on your ship. There's quite a few here to look through. The original edition had this as well. Some of these are a nuisance, some of them are a pain in the ass, but these are the lesser ones. So again, if your ship takes damage from a single attack that is between 1 hull point up to half your total hull, you will take a minor point of damage. So in essence, anytime your ship suffers at least 1 damage, you're at least suffering a minor component damage roll. However, it can get worse. So if a single attack inflicts half or more of your total hull in damage, you then have to roll on the major component damage table, and that's where things get really bad, and those repairs are a lot harder to fix. If we scroll down here, we can see some of these require multiple rolls to fix. So the AI offline, for example, requires 3 Comtech rolls to fix. And there's some extra parts you got to use there too, which we'll get into in a second. Finally, if a single attack somehow manages to do damage in excess of your total HP or more, more than your, it says, see, that's confusing here, because here it says half to total. This says total or more. Let's see if they specify that. That could be, what does it say here? If a single attack inflicts damage equal to or higher than the whole score, the ship is destroyed. If a single attack damage equal to higher than half but less than full. Okay, so this chart here is incorrect. This should say half half total HP or more. I guess that's correct the way they're saying it, but basically if a single attack inflicts damage that is equal to or more than your total hull, your ship and everyone on board is toast. So it is possible to one-shot kill a ship. Probably unlikely, but it is possible. Now, what's more likely to happen is your ship will be disabled. So if your ship suffers enough damage to reduce its hull to 0 over the course of several attacks, the ship is disabled, which means all your sensors, engines, and weapon systems fail, and the entire ship suffers explosive decompression. That could be pretty bad depending on the rolls and stuff, but the ship is still salvageable, and it can still be repaired. It hasn't been completely annihilated or torn to shreds. Now, obviously if your ship gets damaged, you have to repair it, and there's a few things to do here. We saw you can do emergency repairs to kind of temporarily fix things, but at some point your ship's probably going to have to sit down at a dry dock or just take some time out in deep space to fix some of the more major damage. So we have basically two. Oh, it's also worth noting before I skip here, you gain a point of stress every time your ship suffers minor or major component damage, and if the ship is disabled, you take a panic roll. I think we mentioned that earlier, but just in case. So ship repairs. There's two things you have to repair on your ship: your hull, which is your health, and any components that get damaged. So hull is pretty self-explanatory. You make a heavy machinery roll, and you can only make one of these per shift, and only one person can make the roll, but everybody else can assist. So once we're out of combat, our ship's banged up a little bit, maybe we want to take some time to repair the hull before we get back at it, so we'll have probably our best person in heavy machinery make the roll. Everyone else that can will attempt to assist here, and for every success you get, you restore one lost hull point. And if the ship was disabled, you've gotten the ship back to a functioning status, and you can actually start to operate it again. So that's nice. Nothing special there. However, if you've suffered component damage, you have to do some major repairs here. And the way this works is as follows. So you'll see the different component damages that can happen will require either a Comtech and or a heavy machinery roll. So there might be more than one in roll that you have to make here. We see the AI damaged. You have to make 3 Comtech rolls. Escape pods damaged. You need to make heavy machinery and a Comtech roll. So 2 separate rolls there. So in addition to having to make multiple rolls, you can only do 1 roll per shift. So if you've got multiple rolls to make, you're going to be there for a while. Just like with regular hull repairs, only one person can make the repair, and others can help. However, the game has added something new, which are called spare parts, and I really like this. I think this is cool. Gives a little bit of like inventory management for your ship, and especially if you're a space trucker out there, it gives you a reason to go salvage. So the way this works is there are 2 types of spare parts you can acquire: mechanical and electronic. You will need to use mechanical ones to fix components that require heavy machinery rolls, and components that require a Comtech roll to fix require an electronic spare part. You need one part for each roll that you're making. So back to this chart, if we're going to fix the AI, it's been damaged, it needs 3 Comtech rolls. That means we need 3 electronic parts to fix it. Now, the part is only consumed if you successfully pass the roll. So if you fail, you still have the part, because you haven't successfully installed it or patched it up. You have to just spend more time doing it. The downside is that this can get pretty pricey. As we can see here in this little box on the right, a typical mechanical part is $100 grand a piece at your average spaceport, whereas an electronic part will cost you upwards of twice that amount. So 3 electronic parts to fix your AI, we're talking around at least $600 grand. And considering your ship might be about $2 to $3 million to start if it's a real crappy one. That's a lot of scratch. All right. Now, the way around this, though, is you can salvage throughout deep space. So if you come across something that you can salvage, you can make a shift of work, and you can make either a heavy machinery or ComTech roll. And if you pass, you can get a mechanical piece for heavy machinery rolls, and you can get electronic parts for ComTech rolls. You can get a number of parts equal to half the ship's full hull score. I'm sorry, up to the ship's full hull score, but only half of those can be mechanical and half can be electronic. So if the hull is 12, you could potentially salvage an entirety of 6 mechanical parts and 6 electronic parts if you spend enough time doing that. But it looks like you only get 1 part for each shift of work, which I guess makes sense because it takes 1 shift to install a single part. So I guess if your GM's generous, they could let you get multiple parts for each extra success, but that's only if they're generous. So other than that, that's pretty much it for repairs. So don't get damaged, I guess is what we're saying. Keep your ship away from all and every danger out there. Last thing in this section, they give a fantastic example of how ship combat works. Previous edition had this, but it was basically 2 walls of text. I'm a picture guy. I'm definitely a visual learner. And I'm the type of person that needs to do things to figure out how it works. So just reading a bunch of text is not very good for me personally, and I suspect a lot of you out there will like this as well. So the nice thing about this example, they show you the combat tracker here right at the bottom. Both ships starting -4 and +4, so they are basically 8 spaces away from each other. 7. They're within 8, we'll say that. And at first, they've just been detected, so we just have a little ping there to represent there is a ship there, but you don't know what it is. Then they give you a fantastic step-by-step, phase-by-phase breakdown, along with pictures of the ship being revealed and then moving as they go through the combat round here. So this is fantastic. Excellent job here, Free League. This will make learning and understanding these rules a lot easier to wrap your head around. So check it out here, because this is fantastic. It goes through quite a few things. And you can see here the last part, the ships are passing each other, and eventually the combat's going to end in one way, shape, or form. So that is that for Chapter 6. Again, not the most complex rules for ship combat. A lot of it is abstracted, of course, but it gets the job done. It is fun. I do recommend you try it out. If you haven't had it in your campaign, give it a whirl. Throw in a space combat. Let your players have some fun with that. And we can now move on to the next section. All right, folks, we are in the home stretch. Only a few sections left to go over here, and only about a page and a half of my notes left in Google Docs. So we are nearing the end. We're going to move it on now to Chapter 7, being the Game Mother. This was originally in the previous edition called Your Job as Game Mother, but this is more or less an unchanged section. So we still have some awesome artwork here to enjoy. But there's not really a whole lot here as far as mechanics. This is just a section that helps the GM to have an idea what they should be doing in the game. So, as I said, pretty much unchanged. It talks about basic game principles, of which they have 8 listed. Ways to help keep your game true to aliens, such as limiting their resources, using the films as inspiration, giving them a chance to rest, but then cranking up the pressure and bringing horrible death and things like that. They still talk about the themes of the game as well: space horror, sense of wonder, sci-fi action, which kind of ties into every Alien film in some way. Some more than others. Obviously, Aliens has a lot more action than Alien, but they both got space horror, going on, and a sense of wonder. They also talk about stress and horror, give you some suggestions for that. They talk about a thing called the 3 stages of fear, and how to build that up, dread, terror, horror, kind of giving you differences from, between what those things are. How to split the team up, how to manage that if the PCs split up, how to relieve stress, when to let PCs relieve stress, and things to do with non-player characters as far as how you build them, how you make them. Do you worry about all their stats and skills, or just pluck an NPC out of the book? Of which they've actually added more NPCs, which is great. So generic NPCs, and then how to play them in the game. And then they give advice, just like in the previous edition, for running cinematic play versus campaign play here. They explain cinematic play is still going to have your kind of 3-act structure, and kind of how this builds up to, the end and the epilogue. Talks a little bit about agendas that players may have, and what's usually going to happen as far as you're going to have some sort of PvP. A lot of that starts off secret, and that may eventually happen. And then how to use story points, which again, story points have not really changed, except that now they specify that you can keep 1 story point from a previous adventure to your next adventure, assuming you're playing with the same group of people, up to the GM's discretion, of course. And then a little bit about campaign play. Have a session 0. What's the focus going to be? What's the overall theme? Or, what is your framework? Are you going to be colonial marines, frontier colonists, space truckers? Luckily, we've got books now for 2 of those, with a 3rd coming. And they also, for this, they talk a little bit about the Tartarus sector. So if you are starting off new, or you need some help or some suggestions, the Tartarus sector is this edition's version of like the sandbox, where the players can kind of start and play. And it's not as in-depth or fleshed out as some other RPGs have, but it actually is a starting playground to let your group and your GM can use to get going. And they give some ideas, some plot hooks and things like that, which we'll look at. Otherwise, yeah, just more ideas on what to do with campaign play. They give you a reading list here of some of the better alien literature out there to read. The Weyland-Yutani Report, that's a fantastic one. And then a bunch of the novels. Shout-outs to Cold Forge and Bug Hunt, Rivers of Pain, Out of the Shadows, Sea of Sorrow, and a few others. So, yeah, check that out. But that's really all this section is. If you're going to be the GM, read through this. It'll help you get your head around what this game is about. Alien is a different beast from a lot of other RPGs, especially if you're coming from the D&D stratosphere. This is not a power fantasy heroic game. Players are vulnerable. Death is very likely and almost expected in some cases. And this is a slow burn, horrifying, terror-filled ride with body horror and violence and blood and little to no hope. So if you're looking to just stomp face and swing your big sword around, look elsewhere. But if you want something that's really true to the Alien experience, man, this is it. So if you guys don't know, this is probably my favorite RPG out there right now. Might be because I'm a big Alien fan, but that's a word of warning for your GMs. So on to next section, next chapter. Moving on to Chapter 8, Governments and Corporations. Once again, not much has changed here. This is almost identical to first edition. This chapter is going to focus on a lot more world building, and it is a fantastic read. I remember the first time I read this for first edition, I could not get enough. I could not put this book down. It really helps flesh out some of the Alien universe, and especially if you're not super familiar with it, or even if you are, if you're like me and you want to know some more of the really nitty-gritty details, this just oozes atmosphere, and it'll really help get you in the mindset of what it's like. So this section talks about all the mega corporations, the political situation, the various factions, companies. They do give you a list of some of the bigger companies that are here. There's some new ones and some old ones, so that's cool. Give you some ideas, if there's different companies you may want to work for in your campaign. And they break down the various governments, so we're still talking about the Three World Empire, the United Americas, and then the Union of Progressive Peoples. They break that down into their military forces, their leaders, what type of government they are, a bit of their history, like locations across the galaxy where they have power, they hold sway, what their relations are with, the other superpowers and governments, and what they're up to and some of the current activities that they're working on. Independent core system colonies are still here as well. And then they talk about some of the other big forces in the universe, the ICC, the Interstellar Commerce Commission. Obviously, you can't talk about Alien without Weyland-Yutani. And then some of the other big corporations out there, LaSalle Bionational, Seegson, of course, with their creepy-ass Joes. We'll give that picture here really quick. Sorry, wrong page. We all love that guy, right? The old working Joe. Good shit. But that's pretty much what this chapter is about. Again, there's not a lot changed here, more or less word for word as it was before, but worth a read, and that's really all there is to talk about that, so moving on. So, Chapter 9, System and Planets. Again, not much has changed here. A lot of this is copy-pasted directly from the previous edition. However, there are a few things worth noting to point out here. So this section also helpful for GMs, but players are free to probably read some of this too. There are a couple spoilers here if you're a PC, so you might want to avoid. But this breaks it all down as far as the map and the different systems we have. So the core systems, the outer veil, the outer rim territories, the frontier, some unknown sections of space. And a lot of these are pretty much the same as they were. The one thing I don't like about this, and this just has to do with the layout of the book, because we've got the new kind of black and white with just some of the green, we again do not have the colored version of the map. It's just the one that we see here, which again, especially without a key here, kind of hard to tell who belongs to, or what section belongs to who. But for the most part, you're looking at the same information that was in the previous edition, so you'll have a breakdown of a system, and then maybe a specific planet in that system that's worth noting, a location of interest. It might be a colony, it might be a research station, or a military base or something of that nature. It tells you, where the location is, who it might be affiliated with, if there's various factions or superpowers or companies that have stuff going on there. And then a breakdown a little bit about the planet itself, what its temperature and terrain is like, if there's any colonies, if so, how many colonists, and any key resources that system or that planet may have. The most noteworthy thing to point out here is they have added in some information regarding the Aphelios, I think is how you pronounce it, the Aphelios system and Jackson Star Colony from Romulus. So let's take a look here. So Tartarus Sector, we talked about this. This is kind of, we'll see later on, this section is a little bit more developed, and when we get to Chapter 11, this has enough stuff for the GM to use as a playground with campaign hooks, locations described, and just some ideas for maybe some things that are going around in this sector. So it's kind of broken down in here, and some of this is new, some of this is old, but they go into more detail later on. Eventually, we're going to find, where is Jackson Star. We're getting there. I recognize some. Look at this awesome artwork. How cool is that? Big ass processor in the background. The way you ship up here. We'll put this one here. Oh yeah, dude. Very, very cool. Oh, here we go. The Aphelios system. And then Jackson Star. So they give you a little bit of information on that. And I think it's later on they actually have a map of it as well. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, for the most part, it's the same information we've seen before. Not a whole lot new to report there other than that small addition, but we will get into more details further on. Okay, we finally have reached Chapter 10. This is all about alien species. That is the title of the chapter as well. And we've got some familiar-looking artwork of the xenomorph here, ready to go. So this section, like a lot of the sections in the book, are very similar to first edition. They still have everything about the engineers, the neomorphs, the regular xenomorphs, and then also like other creatures and species that are out there, like the rules for the swarm, the scorpion creatures, the harvesters. So there's a few non-xenomorph species that are still alien and unique to this universe. Again, not much has changed here. Organization, I think, is a little bit better, as we've pointed out, throughout here. But the information is more or less still the same. The main changes, there's a few tweaks with how aliens work. So xenomorphs still have a speed score, which is how many cards they draw during initiative. However, the way that works has slightly changed. In the old rules, during a point of initiative that a xenomorph had drawn, they could perform one fast and one slow action. Now, the way that works is they can either perform a move or one of their signature attacks, not both. However, they are allowed to move from short to adjacent range as part of their signature attack. So it's kind of built in a way. It doesn't really slow them down all that much, as we've played through Hope's Last Day a couple times now, and they're still deadly. Xenomorphs will still roll a d6 for their signature attack, and you do whatever it says. Some of those have been tweaked, obviously, to fit the new rules, but for the most part, they are unchanged. A 6 is still a head bite and will still kill you if it manages to wound you. They do specify that if you get the same attack in a row, you should re-roll to keep things guessing. Or I believe they also suggest that if you get the same one, you can just bump it up to the next one as well. But if there's something specific that feels right for the story or the narrative moment, obviously if a facehugger's diving at someone, they're probably going for a face hug, that you can just pick one as well. But I've always found rolling is usually good, although sometimes getting the same one in a row over and over can be a little annoying. So I do agree with re-rolling if you get the same result, because it's not very interesting if the alien just decides to stare at somebody menacingly for 3 turns in a row. Sure, it's giving them a bunch of stress, but it's like, what is this fucking thing doing? It's just standing here. Also, it could be a little brutal if the xenomorph is headbutting everything in sight, or trying to headbutt somebody, 3 turns in a row. But do as you will with that. Xenomorphs, they never dodge against attacks. They always will just take the hit, so it's never an opposed attack. And most of their attacks can be defended against as normal. One stupid thing, though, we already mentioned this, is grappling. Rules is written, you can grapple a xenomorph, as silly and stupid as that is. And it's just pointed out that since they don't actually have a close combat stat, they use mobility instead to try to break out of that. Xenomorphs still have their broken table, so rules as written, if you drop a xenomorph to 0 health, you roll on this d6 chart here. This doesn't really seem to have changed much, but in my personal experience, I rarely use this. I find it kind of cumbersome. If you've only got one xenomorph in your scenario, or maybe two, like in Hope's Last Day, it can help make things a little bit more dramatic. Necessarily killing the alien doesn't necessarily mean it's dead. It might come back to life or run off. But from a player's perspective, it can also be very frustrating, which is another reason I don't necessarily use it. I mean, it's still going to be dead on a 4+, but you still have a half, the 50% chance that it might not, and that could get annoying for players, especially if they just pull out a victory by the skin of their teeth. And sometimes you don't want to let your players be deflated by that. So I would urge caution and kind of decide and be wary when you use this, because it may or may not be something good to do. Other than that, xenomorphs haven't changed much. They still have armor, although it works in the new way that it does. They can still recover health outside of combat pretty quickly. They do actually, I should point out, they add something now called Aliens mode. So they did actually address the D6 table when you roll for if an alien is dead. So what they have now is what's called Aliens mode. So they basically say if you're in a situation where the PCs are going to face several xenomorphs, or they have access to a lot of heavy weapons, you're doing more of an action, more of an Aliens-inspired game, you can just rule that when they hit 0 health, they are dead. And that's fine. I've done that in every game that I've pretty much run, even when it's not action-packed. Aliens are still dangerous enough to fuck the party up, so they don't need to have abilities to come back to necessarily make them scary. But if you do every once in a while, they can make a special xenomorph, or certain xenomorph very special, so that could be cool too. Xenomorphs are immune to stun damage, and mostly immune to all the other stuff, like the vacuum of space and all that, nonsense. A few changes or things they specify in the new rules. If a xenomorph successfully pulls off an ambush, they only get the number 1 card, and then they draw their other initiative cards as normal. So if the alien has a speed of 2, they'll get initiative card 1 for one of those points of speed, but the other point of speed they would draw an initiative card as normal. When xenomorphs move, they move 2 zones instead of 1 when they use the move action. And acid damage. Acid splash damage has had a bit of a change. So they specify now fire damage to an alien does not trigger acid damage. It has to be, something that actually can make it bleed. So it specifies if a xenomorph suffers non-fire damage, the acid splash occurs. The main thing here is an alien will have an acid splash rating. So when it takes damage, you roll a number of d6s equal to the acid splash rating plus the amount of damage the alien took. You roll that many d6s, and anybody in the splash zone will take its base damage 1 plus 1 for each 6. So I guess there's a couple important things to pull from this. The first is that they have limited the amount of damage this can do, in that you only will roll extra dice up to the amount of damage the xenomorph suffers, up to its maximum health. So let's just say a xenomorph has 4 health, or a better example is the facehugger. Facehugger has 2 health, right? If you hit that thing and nuke it, right, and you end up doing 10 points of damage, you no longer would add 10 extra dice to the acid splash roll. You would only add up to 2 extra. We saw this a couple times in the game where, an alien's down to, 1 health, and he takes this massive hit, and like a hit that would do like twice its health in damage. So there's no longer this massive tidal wave of acid damage. The acid also does 1 base damage, which is worth noting. If you take damage from this, then just like in the previous edition, next round you roll again, but you half the number of base dice that hit you, and you keep rolling until the acid does no damage. So that really hasn't changed. It's just you can't do a ton of extra dice because of that cap at the alien's base health. And it still does damage to armor as well, and will also, they specify, it'll eat through floors and ceilings and things that the acid hits. So be careful of that. That's really it, though. That's all we've got to talk about for Xenomorphs here. Again, not a whole lot has changed, but there's still some cool stuff here. Actually, now that I'm looking through this, I am realizing... Oh, I totally missed this. The rules for Neomorphs are not in here anymore. They have been removed. So we've only got the information about the engineers, and then we've got rules for Xenomorphs. Let's pull this up so you guys can follow along here. They tell us their different special rules. They tell us... Yeah, unless I'm mistaken. Oh, I'm sorry. No, here we go. I thought this was the end of the chapter. My mistake. Scratch that. What am I talking about? That's all still here. Yeah, we got Ovomorphs, Facehuggers, all the different versions of aliens, Stalkers, Drones, Queens, Crushers, Facehuggers. Oh, there we go. There's the Neomorphs. Okay. Yes, scratch that. It's all still here. False alarm. Never mind. There's a lot going on here, all right? Just be happy I'm doing this for you. So, that's it for this section. Moving on. Chapter 11. Here we go. Okay, Chapter 11. Our final chapter to look at, but not the final section of the book. This is Campaign Play. Once again, incredible artwork coming your way. Some sort of engineer. And then here we go. So this chapter is pretty much unchanged as it was from the previous edition. We've got things that talk about your 3 campaign frameworks, that being space truckers, colonial marines, or frontier colonists. Now obviously you can do whatever you want in your campaign, but these are the 3 frameworks that the game suggests for how to have your campaign, how to actually frame it, as they say, and themes to use for who your players are going to be playing. Now we've already got 2 books to support this. We've got the Colonial Marine Handbook, which gives you extra rules to play a Colonial Marine campaign and an entire campaign within the meta plot of Alien. They also have released Building Better Worlds, which is a campaign about being frontier colonists, and this also gives you some expanded rules for being a colonist, how to build a colony, things a GM can use to make their own colony and set up all the cool stuff and what they do. New class in there as well that you can play, a new career. And once again, a campaign that you can play that fits into the meta plot of what's going on here. We don't have a Space Truckers book yet, but they do confirm it is in development. We've heard about this a couple times. It's been assumed it was going to happen too when they first announced the Colonial Marine book, and then eventually when Building Better Worlds came out, it seemed like a no-brainer that they would have a 3rd book for that 3rd campaign frame. And here it is on page 235, last sentence. The Colonial Marines Operation Manual and Building Better Worlds are already available, and a book for Space Truckers is in development. So we've heard about this for a couple years now. It's great to see that Free League still has it in the pipeline. I would imagine it's going to be coming soon. Hopefully that'll be one of the big new things we get for this edition. Cool thing is, they're not out yet at the time of this recording, which is January of 2026, but these 2 books, the Colonial Marine book and the Building Better Worlds, they are going to be re-releasing these two books with the new edition in mind. So an evolved edition of these two as well. Obviously, you can use all the old stuff because the game is so similar between the two editions. You don't need to make a lot of changes there, but they are going to be releasing these two. They were part of the Kickstarter. They just haven't released yet. They're still being printed and finalized. They didn't want to hold back the pledges for everybody, so that'll be coming soon. And we've also heard that they're going to be reviving Chariot of the Gods as well into the new editions. That's pretty cool. Other than that, though, this section is fairly unchanged. We've got rules for how to build a star system and planets. You can do a lot of cool random generation here if you'd like to determine the size of a planet, what its atmosphere is going to be like, the temperature, if it's got any colonies, any like strange features on it, things of that nature. And it just goes on and on and on. So I actually used this for part of our Wrath and Glory campaign that we did, Mork's Mad Boys. I built and designed a star system for the PCs to explore, and I actually used some of these rules for that. So it doesn't even have to be for Alien. You can use this for other sci-fi stuff. I found this a lot of fun. I love rolling on random charts and stuff like this. So this stuff to me is really cool. And you get some stuff that'll fit right into the Alien universe. Other than that, what else do we have in this? Well, all the rules here for generating star systems, planets, colonies, but also there's rules for generating jobs, campaign hooks, military missions, expeditions, encounters, and shore leave. That's all still here. And as far as I can tell, all of that seems to be basically identical. I mean, look at all these campaign hooks you get. I think there's one for each on a D66 table. So that's what, like 30-ish? That's a lot, yeah. And it just keeps going and going. So as a GM, there's a lot of useful tools in this section, especially if you're having trouble coming up with some ideas of your own. Maybe roll some random stuff on a few charts. Maybe this will get the creative juices flowing, give you some ideas, and eventually maybe give you some direction to bring your campaign in, and how you want things to go. Now, you can obviously mix and match things here too, so maybe your PCs who are truckers are put on a military mission for some reason, but it's all here. And as far as I can tell, it is more or less identical to what is in the first edition. But again, I think much better organized. I think this is a little bit easier to read, as with most of the stuff in this book. So tons of stuff here to mess with. And of course, the actual odds of encountering an alien itself, a xenomorph, is rather low, as they kind of suggest it should be. But it's all here for you to mess around with. Shore leave still exists as well. This is also one spot where you can actually try to heal up some of your mental trauma if you've suffered some in campaign mode. And that's right here. We can see a couple things you can do during shore leave. Basically, when you're on shore leave, you get a chance to do one of these. And one of them is recover, which says a PC who suffered a mental trauma may attempt to recover by resting, soul searching, seeking counseling, or something else. You make a roll for empathy that cannot be pushed, and if successful, you remove one mental trauma. So there is a way to actually get rid of that between adventures. Obviously, you can try to heal critical injuries, pursue your personal agenda, or maybe even change it, and socialize and roll on random events here to have just all sorts of cool stuff happen. Moving on in this section, we have a list of NPCs. And they give you all their stats here. This is a 2-pager, so it's split between 2 pages. Give you all their stats, their skills, their attributes, their health, any talents they have and gear they might have. The cool thing about this is that we've gone from 15 to 25, so they've added a bunch more, really fleshed this out a little bit. There's a lot of repeats here from the previous edition, but there's a bunch of new ones too, so that's really cool. This kind of stuff I find helpful, especially you just need to know, I need a random I need a random NPC, I need a random soldier, I need a random scientist, corporate executive, whatever. So this, I think, is helpful. Would love to see more. Definitely add more and other stuff freely. This kind of stuff is great. Then we get to the Tartarus sector. So, as I have explained, this is kind of the playground that they give you. There are 14 pages here detailing the Tartarus sector, giving GMs a bunch of information so that they can start their campaign here or have their campaign visit this area and not necessarily have to come up with a ton of stuff themselves. Now, of course, like with most RPGs that have something like this, it's not going to handhold you through everything. There's a few minor maps here and there. There's bits and pieces of information, mostly things like campaign hooks, some ideas behind the scene. For example, they give you this system, Ross 619. There's a colony there called Skyfire Down, which is a penal colony. It gives you public knowledge, but then it gives you what's really going on. And so there's things behind the scenes that the players won't necessarily know about, and I would say most of these are actually really interesting. Just reading through this made me want to just run a campaign in this section of space. So there's some really cool things here. A microbe in the water induces terrifying hallucinations to those who drink it. And some of this gets explored in more detail as it goes on. But look at this. You get about 12 of these? 15 of them? So that's pretty cool. They've got the map here focusing on the actual universe map, galaxy map, and a more close-in section of the Tartarus sector, and then you can see the different locations here. And then it goes into the various systems and colonies with more detail, description of each of them, just like we saw in the previous section of the book, who's affiliated with it, what faction or factions own it, what type of planet is it, the population, resources, so on and so forth. And then some campaign hooks. So we saw, let's take a look here. So we saw in the Ross 619, we've got Skyfire Down. The Three World Empire has infiltrated has infiltrated the convict population to incite a prison break and create a crisis. If we go down here, campaign hooks. The PCs are prisoners needing to find a way to escape, or someone in Skyfire Down needs breaking out. Perhaps they are working with the Royal Marines or trying to stop the breakout. And that unprotected Conestoga. Why should pirates get it when the PCs might get the chance first? So there's a whole bunch here with just not even a full page of information. This could easily lead to a whole campaign. What if the PCs break out and they get their hands on that vessel? You got a whole campaign right there running around as fugitives on a military vessel. That could be pretty cool. So I love this kind of stuff. I think this is fantastic. Would love to see more. I'd love to see this fleshed out more too. Give us another 20, 30, 40 pages of this kind of stuff. So I recommend you read through this and check it out. There's even some mention of the xenomorphs here. So but it's a nice mix. It's some of the mundane stuff that you'd expect, and then some of the really exciting stuff and scary stuff as well. So that's pretty cool. I think they talk a little bit about, here we go, Jackson Star. So this gets into much more detail here. We get some cool artwork. We do get a map eventually, and then everything on the map is broken down with some descriptions here to really set this up as another area, a very well-designed and kind of planned out area that you could use location for your campaign, whether you want to be on Jackson Star just to get some ideas of what a typical colony might look like. They give you adventure hooks. I was going to say, I think they do. So they give you some ideas here, depending on the framework of your campaign, why your players might come here, what might lure them here, or if they do find themselves here, what can they do that might be interesting for them to pursue. So, again, all great stuff. You'll recognize from first edition, Novgorod Station is still here. This is more or less the exact same information, but again, I think much better organized. They break all the locations into different sections, different decks. In the first edition, it's basically just one never-ending list. I don't think it's that well broken up. Awesome picture there as well of what the station would look like. And then they give you rules for some of the NPCs that are there, and within all this text, there's a couple plot hooks and, some plot threads going on behind the scenes. They give you a few events you can try out to stick on your players. And then I think just the map here, the image is way, way cooler. This is one of the few maps I actually prefer this one over the old one. I just think this is much clearer, it really kind of splits up. Okay, this is each deck, this is what you're going to find here. So that's pretty cool. Unfortunately, one thing that is not included in here, one of the only things that has been removed from the game, is the Hope's Last Day scenario. If you're not aware, Hope's Last Day was kind of the starter one-shot scenario that they gave you in the previous edition of the core rulebook. That is no longer in here because that has become the official starter set scenario. So the starter set now is Hope's Last Day. It's not Chariot of the Gods, which is also why I suspect they're going to maybe redo Chariot of the Gods for the new edition, because it is going to be a separate adventure, and it is part of that Draconis trilogy of Destroyer of Worlds and Heart of Darkness. So maybe they're going to make that kind of the way a little bit more specific, because currently it's the starter set, but it's also, or I should say previously, it's the starter set and also the like the first part of that trilogy. So it's kind of a weird mix. And I think this is a better idea. I think that trilogy should be its own thing, and then the starter set should have something specific in it. So that is one thing that has been removed from this, unfortunately. But that's really one of the only things that's gone, and we did get some new stuff, which we will talk about next. All right, that may have been the last chapter, but not the last section of the book. There is one section left to discuss here, and that is the Appendix. Now, the Appendix is kind of broken into a few smaller sections, of which we're going to go into detail about some of these here. But we now have a life path system for character creation, which is absolutely fantastic. We'll take a look at that next. But basically, you can now randomly generate your characters with a life path system that helps you build your character as you make a bunch of random rolls and kind of figure out who they are and their stats. It's very cool. We're going to go into detail. We're actually going to make a character with one of our Patreon members here in a moment, step by step, so you guys will actually get to see how that all comes together. The other thing that we have in this section, in the Appendix, is the long-awaited and long-requested Last Survivor, aka Solo Mode. Now, I have never done any sort of solo mode stuff in an RPG. It's still something that I have a hard time wrapping my head around, but I know it's out there, I know it's popular, I know a lot of people like it. I myself have just never attempted it, and I'm not really fully understanding how it works. So it's called Last Survivor, gives you some explanations on how to build your character, couple buffs that you get in character creation, and then how you gain XP and stuff like that. I understand the concept of a solo RPG. I don't really understand, and I can't quite wrap my head around the execution of this. But basically, you have a mission starter that gets you going, depending on your framework. You can also be a company rep here, which is pretty cool. And there are some, I can tell, they've put work into this. There's a bunch of rules for all different aspects of the campaign that are going to happen here. But I have a hard time kind of connecting all this and really seeing how you would actually do this yourself. Maybe you guys can kind of fill me in or show me. I'm going to try. I tried reading through this, and it wasn't clicking. It wasn't really drawing it in. Wasn't really drawing me in. Again, that might be because I've never done this before, a solo RPG. It seems weird to me, but I'd love to be taught differently. I'd love to learn better and learn more. So maybe we'll look at this in the future, but I can tell you there's tons of stuff here. I just had a hard time wrapping my head around exactly how you make all this work. And, I guess for me it's kind of like, if there isn't a GM telling me this has happened or that has happened, if I, the player, am making those decisions, what's to say I'm not just making them to make it easy? And if there's no one else around me, I guess I don't really see the point of doing the RPG, because it's, I guess in my perspective, it's a bit more of like a collaborative type thing. So it's like, well, sure, my guy went through this horrible experience, but I didn't experience that with anybody else. So, to me, it's kind of like, did it matter? I made it all up in my head, I guess is what I'm getting at. So, not trying to put you down if you like this sort of stuff, because I know solo mode's important for people, but I understand it for a board game. I don't quite get it for an RPG, so I'd love for someone to educate me and point me in the right direction. But it is here. I understand the person that wrote this is big in on writing solo RPG stuff, so I can tell that Free League didn't just slap something together here. I mean, this is a good, 17 pages here. So that's great. It's all here for you. Check it out, see what you like about it, and let me know if it's any good. But there's tons here. And then finally, as we get through here, the last parts of the appendix, upgrades. This was promised in the Kickstarter. It's only a couple pages, but basically this section of the appendix explains how to utilize your first edition material with the new Evolved Edition material. You get tables here to convert various things, such as how to convert armor, or which weapons should have ammo and what value they should have. Also just kind of explains a few things like your talents and things like that. And then we have a nice updated list of almost all the weapons, as far as I can tell, right here, including we've got the F-44 AA pulse rifle making a comeback, so that's cool. So if you've got old stuff that you want to use and still play with, it's very easy to convert things here. And as you guys have seen, the games themselves pretty much play identical, so you probably don't even need this unless you want to be specific and have specific numbers and things like that. But that's good that it's all here. Even equipment, look at this, we've got diagnostics and vision devices and weapons and stuff like that. So that's all fantastic. Again, very nicely organized, easy to read. So that's pretty cool. What else do we have in this section? Well, then we get to our our character sheets and the index of the actual book. Yeah, here we go. So we've got our new character sheet. Here's what it looks like. One page, which is nice, just a front side. But I'm a fan of using the back side of the paper too, especially when some stuff is crowded. We all know, like, you're not fitting all your talents in this box up here, right? And if some of us like me who write kind of big, this is enough room for maybe one talent. So that should be on the back, in my opinion. But I like the way they divvy up the skills with your stats. Very easy to understand. These 3 skills belong to strength, so on and so forth. The cool thing on here, you can mark off the various stress and panic responses you're suffering from. I think that's fantastic, especially if you don't have the cards. At least you can check this off so you know what's going on and keep track of it. So that's great. And then we've got a sheet for your ship, much like first edition, although I've never actually used the first edition one, so I can't say out of experience whether or not this is better or worse, but this looks pretty straightforward to me. I mean, it's mostly just a list of stats and things like that your ship's going to have, right? We've got the index. It's only 1 page. I don't know if this is any good or not. I haven't had to refer to it enough to tell you if it's good or not. We've all been there. You're trying to find a rule, and you've got an index that's 12 pages long, and you're trying to look up, let's say, grenades, and it's listed in 6 different sections under 8 different names. Grenades, explosives, explosions, explosive damage, area of effect, right? from what I can tell, that doesn't seem to be the case here. I don't see a lot of see page whatever or parentheses that say, you know, oh, see also this thing. I'm guessing with how simple Alien is, you probably need a simple index, right? But I can tell you, okay, I needed to look up explosive damage, and there it was right there, page 76, explosives. So I didn't have to dig around for very long. Oh, and it's even hyperlinked? Holy cow, I didn't even know that. Let's go back. Oh yeah, these are all hyperlinked. Look at that. Whoa. Okay, scratch what I said. It's the best index ever. Well, maybe not, but if it's got links like this I can click on, yeah, you can just hover over the. Well, maybe not all of them. What's going on here? Let's see. That's weird. It's like over here. What is this? Let's see. Let's click on this. Okay, that went to page 218. Let's go back. Okay, I'm trying to click on falling damage. It's not working. But I can click on Facehugger, and it brought us to the Facehugger. Okay, let's go back. Index. Whoop, that's not it. Index. Oh my goodness. There we go. Okay, but there's like a box here. What is... Nope, that's part of that. Okay, I take it back again. Maybe it's not the best ever. I can't click on falling damage, which instantly knocks you down at least 1 star. Okay, we need that here on this channel, if you guys know us at all. Gotta have falling damage. But it appears like most of these you can click on. Alright, maybe it's not perfect, but it's small enough where I can type in page 75, right? Let's just make sure it's the right page, though. Falling damage. Show me potato salad. That's page 71. We all know how stuff is, that's annoying with PDFs. You type in the number, it doesn't actually go there. But, falling damage, page 75. Okay, at least it's listed correctly, so that's good. That is what it is. Index. Seems passable. And then we've got our space combat map here, which spans over 2 pages. So, short section, sweet section, and that brings us to the end here. So let's head over to our next section. We're going to sit down with one of our Patreon members, and we're going to go through the life path system roll by roll so you guys can see how it works, generate a PC, and then dive into the game. All right, guys, we're back with the final part of our comparison between First Edition and Evolved Edition for the game. I have a guest joining me as we finish up this last part. I thought this would be kind of fun to try out. You guys may have seen my buddy here, Mr. Leister, one of our Patreon members all the way from the UK. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, it's good to be here, Chris. Hey, everyone.
Excellent, excellent. So you may recognize Mr. Leister. He's in our Warhammer Illusion of Truth game that by the time this goes live will probably be released. So check out some awesome Warhammer fantasy content there. But anyway, Mr. Leister is going to help me out with what I think is probably one of the best additions to the new edition, and that is the life path system. So if you're unfamiliar with what that means, a life path system in a RPG is typically some sort of method of randomly generating your character, and during that generation you will have opportunities to make choices, a little bit like a choose-your-own-adventure book, that will change your starting skills, stats, talents, attributes, feats, what have you. And the Alien One, for how simple the Alien system is, I think does a pretty good job. I've written up a couple characters myself, and I really like this because I'm typically not one to min-max too hard in games, so this is I don't know. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. So we're going to go through, and Mr. Leister here is going to be our test guinea pig as we go through. So we're very lucky because the Foundry modules just got released like 2 days ago as of this recording for Alien. And as you all know, we use Foundry here on the channel. So we've got two different screens we're going to hop between. I've got right now the rulebook up on screen, so you guys can actually follow along as we go through here. And then we'll switch it over to the Foundry screen as we actually roll dice and generate this stuff. So before we dive in here, Mr. Leister, if you can access the rollable tables part of Foundry. Do you have access to anything right now?
No, it's all blank at the moment. No.
All right, so that is one thing I will need to give you. There's a couple things here. Let's see if this works. How about now?
Yeah, I've got a bunch of alien tables, life path,
Yep.
career posting, and then 1, 2, 3, 9 different paths by the looks of it, different careers.
Wonderful.
So if you want me to read them out, Colonial Marine, Colonial Marshal, Company Agent, Kid, nice, Medic, Officer, Pilot, Roughneck, and Scientist.
That is part of it. I guess these I have to give you individual ownership of here. So let's do that really quick. Okay, you got some new stuff popping up now?
Yeah, in the life path folder, we've got an origin.
Okay.
Early life.
Whoops. There we go. All right, so a few of those. Just make sure you've got ownership of all that stuff. When I'm done with this, you should have a total of 7 more items. Or 7 more tables that you can roll on.
Yep, 6 at the moment, and 7.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Okay, so let's dive in here. So if you want to randomly generate a character, there's a couple pages in the back of the book. This is the first part of the the appendix, of which there's like 2 or 3 things. And this one is one of the more longer ones. It's about, I think, 10 or 12 pages. So first thing we do is you are going to roll to see what your origin is, which is whether or not... Oh, I'm sorry. First, you're going to roll to see if you are a human or an android. There's no generator in the actual Foundry here, so just go ahead and roll 2d6. If you roll an 11 or a 12, you are an android. Otherwise, you are a human.
Let's roll 2 times d6, or it's just 2d6?
There should be a dice tray at the bottom of the text thing. You just click the 2d6s, and then it'll do it for you.
2d6. There we go.
Yeah, it'll add it to the text. There you go. All right, a 4. Okay, so you are a human. Wonderful. And... there's nowhere to put that on the character sheet. So if you've all played Foundry before, watched any of our stuff on Foundry, it looks very similar. They didn't change the look of this. They basically updated. The character sheet looks a little bit different as far as you can see. There's a whole bunch of new stuff on the front page, which, as you guys have watched the other videos, you kind of have an understanding what's going on here. But otherwise, it's the same. You have your general tab, which is where you keep track of your experience points, your health, your consumables, your stats, panic, fatigue, that sort of stuff. You've got the skills tab you can click on, which has all your skills and talents and your agendas, then your inventory for all your gear, and then a notes section just like before. And obviously you can add some character art up here if you feel so inclined. So let's go through here. So when you make a character sheet in Foundry, when you create it, you tell Foundry if it's a human, an NPC, or a vehicle, or an android. So this was default human, which is fine. So you don't have to do anything special. The only difference is if you are an android, up here in the top right, there'll be a thing where you can mimic panic, because some androids can be secret. So you can do that in-game and do your rolls as if you are a human, so that nobody knows what's going on. All right, on number 2 here, we are going to determine your origin. And actually, first we start with our base attribute scores. So, Mr. Leister, you will start with 2 in each of your 4 attributes. That's going to be strength, wits, empathy, and agility. During the life path system, these will get changed and added to or reduced. However, they can never go below 2, and they can never go above 5, assuming you get some really good rolls here. And as always, if you're an android, you get to pick +3 to 2 of these attributes, which you would do at this point. So, got your attributes picked out. All right.
So they're all at 2, right?
Yes, all at 2. Perfect. Okay. Then we are going to roll for our origin. You can see we've got our checklist here, viewers. So your origin is going to determine which of the super nations you're from, and then which corporation or government is your sub-affiliation, and where you were born, where you call home. So you are going to go to the origin thing here in Foundry, and you're going to roll, and that should give us a whole bunch of stuff here. It's I'll scroll down here so the viewers can see. So you do 2d6 to determine your super nation, then you do a d6 to determine your sub-affiliation, and then another d6 to do your home. So I think it's going to roll all 3 of them for you here. So go ahead and roll your origin. Let's see what happens.
So sometimes this is integrated into the character sheet or other places. But in this instance, we're going straight to the rollable tables, right, Chris?
Correct.
And just rolling the result.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so in this case, it does all of that for us. So your super nation is the UPP, the Unit of Progressive People. Looks like you rolled a 9 or a 10 for that. Yeah, we can't open this up to see, but so you are a part of the UPP, Glorious Mother Russia, and your sub-affiliation is MSS. So you are one of the basically you're the KGB of Alien. You are from the New Eden sector, which is I think that's the one that's kind of in turmoil that everybody's fighting over right now. Mm-hmm. And then the Bao Sao sector. I don't know why it rolled 2 of those.
I have 2 homes.
Yeah, because
there wasn't one before.
On the list here, New Eden is not a choice that the UPP can get. So you are from the Bao Sao sector. I don't know enough about the alien universe to tell you what that is. At this point, you would probably write this stuff in your notes section if you felt so inclined. I don't think any of this really has a bearing on your actual stats, but obviously a UPP character is going to have a very different outlook on how they do things versus someone from the UA, for example. So, all right, very cool. And obviously you're not working for the company, you're working for the government as part of the MSS. So, awesome. Okay, next on our checklist here, we have determine your early life, which will give you 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. So, your early life, what was it like? Who did you share it with? And what experiences did you have? This is a D66 roll 3 times, and we'll go to the chart here in just a second. And this will determine a couple events and things that happened in your life that kind of start to build some of your stats here. So we'll scroll down so our viewers can see. Sorry, I can't fit it all on the screen here, most of it though. So go ahead and roll that for us, Mr. Leister, and let's see what we get. Okay, so we have 3 columns or categories. We have you were a, in this case you rolled a wildcatter living in your Daihotai tractor. All right, so kind of like Newt's parents. And this gives you a +1 bonus to your strength and wits. I shouldn't say bonus, it increases them in total. So you can go ahead and increase those 2 attributes.
Come on. It's agility, right?
Strength and wits. And then, second column, you were in the company of soldiers or paramilitaries. That fits perfectly being part of the MSS, so that's interesting. Again, this one here is just a little bit of fluff. There's no, that doesn't give any stats. But the next one, and you experienced isolation on an abandoned colony, having to do unspeakable things just to survive. So you get plus...
Grim. I love it.
Yeah. And it makes sense if you're a wildcatter, you're on an abandoned colony. Okay. So you get +1 to your close combat and comtech skills. So if you go to your skills tab, you can just...
I rolled it.
That's okay. That's okay. If you go to your... Yep, you can add 1 and 1 on each of those.
Yep.
So if we go back, we can kind of read that from left to right. You were a wildcatter living in your Diatoy tractor in the company of soldiers and paramilitaries and experienced isolation on an abandoned colony, having to do unspeakable things just to survive. So you kind of add that all together, and that kind of gives the basis for your character, at least most of their early life. And we start to see a little bit of your stats and things coming together here. Excellent. Okay, back to our list. Step number 4. You experience a life event. You roll to see what befalls you, gaining 2 more attribute points and 2 points in random skills. So there's some random skill generation here too. I believe we've got a rollable table for that. Yep. Life event. And we'll scroll down here so our viewers can see. So the life event is another D66 roll. Your life event can take place at any point in the life path of your choosing. So as far as RP circumstances, this could happen when you're young, middle-aged, old, whatever you decide. It's decided by a D66 roll. These events offer story hooks and may have a lasting impact on your PC. This impact should be role-played. Agree to the specifics of any details of the event with your GM. This will give you 2 specified attribute points and 2 points in random skills. So, what did we get here? You lived a charmed life. Long may this continue. Gain 2d6 times 50 Weyland-Yutani dollars. A bonus roll on the career gear column of your choice. +2 to your psych evaluation roll. We'll get to that at the end. +1 strength and +1 empathy. So, not sure which one it is here. Let's see on the table. Doesn't tell us what you actually rolled, though, the numbers. You lived a charmed life. You rolled an 11 or a 12 there. Okay. So we can see +1 strength and +1 empathy. Mm-hmm. Your strength becoming your good stat here right now.
Absolutely. I love it. I feel like I'm already drawn into the character. It's like, what kind of charmed life would you have before being stranded?
Exactly. Yeah. No,
colony.
For how simple Alien is, this life path system. I haven't seen many in RPGs. Not something I'm terribly familiar with. I know how it is. I've played a game or two, but it seems pretty in depth. And the 2 or 3 characters I made instantly, I was like, oh, this is brilliant. So it does really help if you're struggling, I think, to come up with a character, which a lot of times I am, and I would much rather be given something random. I have a hard time building characters. I'd much rather just be like, here's your character, play it. So you can just make a note. You're going to get +2 to your psych evaluation roll, which is something that happens at the very end of this. It may be negative. It may be positive. It's going to basically give a glimpse into your character's psychology, which is mostly a role-play thing, although there are some that can actually affect it in-game. +1 strength and empathy. That's good. You got some pretty good stats going on here. And 2d6 times 50 Weyland-Yutani dollars. If you want to just roll 2d6 right now, and we can add that to your notes as well. Not bad.
50.
Yeah, 9 times 50. Definitely going to need the calculator for that. $450.
Where does that go? Is that inventory?
I think you just put it on notes. I don't think it's actually a spot on your character sheet.
I'm not giving that up.
Typically in my experience, money really only gets used in campaign setting, and when we played the Colonial Marines campaign, it really didn't come up, so, it is what it is. But, okay. Not bad. All right, our next step, let me switch it back over here. 2 points in random general skills. Did we skip that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Okay. So part of that was 2 points in random general skills, which let me actually keep that here. So there's a couple times during the life path where you will have to roll for a random skill. The skills have stayed the same, as you guys know at this point. There's still 12 in the game. They're the same ones as they were before. Again, it's a D66 roll. And so you'll roll 2 of these, and I think there's a thing here in Foundry for you to roll, and you'll get +1 to whatever of these 2 skills you roll. So please go ahead and do that. All right, 1 in manipulation.
Oh, and then you do it again, right?
Yes, twice, please. And 1 in close combat. All right.
Nice.
I see where this is heading.
Can we keep this character afterwards, please, Chris?
Yeah, dude.
Nice.
We'll bring him in sometime, for sure. For sure. All right, wonderful. Next, we are on step number 5, which is going to look something like this. Gain 2 points in attributes of your choice, and then apply for your first career. So you don't actually get to pick your career. You have to try to apply for it, and based on some rolls, you may or may not get it. There's also a chance where you can try to basically bribe or cheat your way through, which can have some consequences. All that failing, you also can just start off as a kid and then become a different career later. So we're going to gain 2 attributes, 2 points in attributes of your choice and apply for first career. If successful, gain 2 points in random career. So let's scroll down here and see what we've got. All right, so first, you will gain 2 points of attributes, 2 points in attributes of your choice, and then apply for your first career. Now, there is a table here, and basically, the reason you may or may not be able to apply for some careers is because there are requirements for every career, as you folks can see on the screen here. Every career except the kid has requirements for certain attributes to be able to apply for. So, you guys can see them up here on screen. Unfortunately, Mr. Laster cannot. But is there... well, you're not terribly... Well, I guess you know some of the careers. Is there a career you had in mind that you would like to try to be?
Well, I mean, I was going to say the way the character creation has come up so far, it's already given me a background to push into.
Okay.
And so military-centric is the way I would want to go. So is it still referred to as a Marine, though, in the UPP? Or is it the equivalent? Because
it would be something different, but we would use the Marine career
as the rollable table.
Yeah.
So I think that would be what I would push for here.
So you could do Marine. You could also do officer if you're part of the MSS. Obviously, you have that. But the Marine, you need to have a strength of 4, which you do. So you can apply for that. The officer, you would need wits 3 and empathy 4, which unfortunately you do not have the empathy to do. So, all right. So we're going to attempt for the Marine. Now, did you add those extra 2 attributes yet?
No. So what I was thinking, since this has got a military background, and all of a sudden, you're getting a sense of where that character might be. I was thinking they're going to be a lifer, kind of fighter, basically. They never took the career path. So, and then I would split across strength and agility. So I'd put my 2 pips in agility to bring up my ranged, I think, and then I would roll for the Colonial Marine. I think, is that right, Chris?
I'm just checking. Rules is written. It says next, gain 2 points in attributes of your choice and then apply for your first career. The way I read that is if you want to, you can indeed dump those both into the same attribute. So I think that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, so what happens now is you attempt to apply for your career. So in order to do this, you make a skill roll against one of the 3 skills that are listed. So our viewers can see here on the chart, there are a couple different... there's 3 skills for each class, and you will attempt to roll against one of those. So your choices here, Mr. Laster, are close combat, stamina, and ranged combat.
So that would be close combat for me.
Yes. So what happens here is you make the roll. It cannot be pushed. If you are successful, you join as a standard recruit. If you get 2 or more successes, not only do you succeed, but you get to make a roll on the favor table as you're doing really well in life. If you fail, you are rejected, and you must either apply for a different career, or you can attempt to pull a fast one, which is trying to cheat your way into your career. So let's go ahead and make that roll and see what happens. We're looking for at least 1 success. I think you got, 6 dice? Statistically, you should be okay.
I love the notion that my entry interview is a fight that I'm going to now roll.
All right.
1 success.
Okay. So 1 success, you are successful. You join as a standard recruit, which means you don't get any crazy bonuses or anything. However, you have now been hired, and we can see here on the chart, you are hired. Once recruited, you go into basic training, get geared up, and get your first paycheck. First, roll D3 twice on the table below for career skills, gaining 1 skill level for each roll. So again, we have close combat, stamina, and ranged combat for the Marine. So go ahead and roll 2D3, and that'll determine which of these.
This isn't a table, right, Chris?
No, this is just roll. You can just do 2d6 and half it, or you can type in roll 2d3.
Oh yeah.
Whatever you prefer.
2d3.
Okay, 2 3s. Those are both ranged combat. So your ranged combat goes up by 2 points.
Perfect. Oh, wrong one again.
Okay, nicely balanced. 6 and 6 on both your combat skills. That's pretty good. And next, you will roll once on the gear table for your career. Which, now this is the one thing I don't like about this, viewers. You have to go back to the character career section of the rulebook to do this. I don't know if that's here in Foundry. Let me check. Nope, that's postings. Is there anything under... I'm just taking a look in Foundry here to see if there's anything. Here we go, career. Sorry, folks, I'm blocking the screen right now. I was taking a look through here, so I don't have to go through the rule book. Here we go, Colonial Marine. Let's put that on screen so people can see. So we already went through this in the character section, but Mr. Lacer, since you were not here for that, in this edition, you can actually pretty much randomly generate all the basic stuff for your character. They kind of had that in the first edition, but they've kind of explained it a little bit better here. So if you want to, you can randomize like a personal agenda, signature item, stuff like that. But every class, every career has a gear section, which is a D6 table. So according to this, you get to roll once. So roll us 1d6, please. This will be your starting equipment. There's a couple weapons, some armor. Okay, a 6 is the M3 personal armor. So you do start with a suit of armor. It's nice of them. Makes sense in the UPP. You might not get armor when you join, you know. If you would go to your items tab, we'll see if it's actually in here. Do you have access to any of this? Probably not, right?
I can't see anything at the moment.
All right, how about now?
Not yet.
Okay, what about... This is one, they haven't changed this in Foundry yet. Which ones... How about that?
Not yet.
Okay, we'll try one more here. I guess we got to do it on the item level. Stupid. How about that?
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
So you should be able to just drag that onto the character sheet, and then if we go to your inventory, there it is. Boom. And just like before, folks, you can left and right click the icon of that item, and it'll move it between active and inactive, and it'll have all your stats here as well. And then if it's got any consumables or supplies and things like that. All right. And you get paid. You get to roll for your first paycheck. Unfortunately, Marines are one of the lower paying jobs in the Alien universe. You get D6 times $50 to add to your fortune of $450.
A retirement fund, let's see, $100.
Okay. Total of $550. Lovely. All right, we'll keep this gear section open. We might need that later. Okay. Back to our screen here. We've done that. Let's go back up. That was step number 5. Okay, 6. Serve your first term. Roll to see where you were posted and how well you performed. You will gain 1 more point in a random career skill, a random talent, another roll for gear, and another paycheck roll. So let's go down here and see what happens next. Okay, career terms. You must serve at least 1 term in your career, but may choose to serve up to 3, with the exception of the kid career, which can only serve 1. Follow these steps for each term. So first is your posting. What did you do during this term? Roll a d6 on the relevant table for your career to find this out. I think this is in Foundry here, if I recall.
So I roll a Colonial Marine table, I guess, now, right, Chris?
Yes.
Under career postings.
Correct.
Do that.
All right, so we've got...
Population control. It's brutal.
Full-scale riot suppression... full-scale riot suppression, bashing the strikers. Okay. This can give you bonus gear and also a point in a random skill. So we'll roll down here, folks. You can see on the screen. It's a d6 for each career. And we got population control, which is a 4. Full-scale riot suppression, bashing the strikers. And does this... Where does it give us our stats? Oh, I see. It's just, you get 1 random skill, and another roll for your bonus gear. So roll a d6 for your gear. Three is a M314 motion tracker. Let me find where that is. There we go. Okay, of course, they didn't put them in different folders, just one giant folder. Love having to reorganize Foundry all over again. All right, there you go. You should have access to it now. Slap that on there. And then, what else do we get here? 1 point and a random skill, so please roll for random skills again.
Okay, yeah, that's the table, isn't it? Heavy machinery. Nice.
Okay. Not bad. Next, we roll for your performance in your job here. So, how well did you do your job? Make a skill test against a career skill of your choice. You cannot push. If you fail, you suffer a disaster, which there's a table you roll on, and you get -1 to your psych eval. If you roll 1 success, your performance has been satisfactory. If you roll 2 or more, you performed so well that you gain a roll on the favor table and get +1 on your psych evaluation. So just like when you apply for a career, there's 3 different results here. And as a Marine, you can roll either close combat, stamina, or ranged combat for this.
All right, I'll give ranged combat a go.
Switching it up, 1 success. You are satisfactory. Good soldier.
That's what I aim for.
Yep. You don't want to do too much, because then you get extra responsibilities, but no extra pay. We know how this works. Okay. So, what do we get for that, if anything? Okay, so basically, nothing extra good happens, but nothing extra bad happens. Also, love the Dr. Pepper. Keep up the good work. Now, we get to roll a random talent. Just like your gear, your starting talent is 1 of 3 that are unique to your career, and these are the only, you can only ever access these if you are that career. So you can no longer gain a medic skill or a medic talent if you are a Colonial Marine. So, please roll D3.
1.
Okay, a very familiar one here that we've had many times, the banter talent. The stress level of you and everyone in short range drops 2 steps instead of 1 for every time you rest. And let me give you access to that. I think it's under items. There's skills, okay. There's... sorry, folks, I haven't looked through this quite yet to see where talents are hidden. No. Skills. Systems. I assume it's an item. Let me check the compendium. Let's see if it's in here somewhere. Core rules. Nope. That doesn't do it. How about this? I mean, I'm sure they're in here somewhere. But where? I'm not sure. Alright. Maybe they're not imported properly. Maybe... nope, not under there. Alright. Not sure where it is in Foundry. We'll get that sorted out later. So you just add that to your notes, that you've got the banter talent. They used to be drag and drop. I assume that's still the thing. Maybe they didn't add them yet, though that'd be kind of weird if they didn't. Yeah, it just must be buried in here somewhere. Equipment. Oh, here we go. Talents. My mistake.
I found it. Great.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if you get access to this.
Yep. Oh, right. I see everything.
Yep. It's banter. It's the one you got.
Banter, yeah.
Alright, you guys can see drag and drop. Very simple. And just like before, you can left-click on it to open it up and see what it does. So, pretty cool. One thing to note in the character sheet here, for those of you that have watched the rest of this video, the button for stunts still exists, even though stunts do not exist anymore in the game. At least not in the way that they used to. So, that's kind of weird, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Alright, back to this. Make another roll for a piece of gear. And make another roll for your paycheck. So again, a D6 for your gear.
D6, yeah. 2.
Oh, you get a smart gun.
Oh, here we go.
Hell yeah. Alright, let's make sure you have access to that. Weapons, let's give you ownership of this. Alright. It's not organized right now. M56 smart gun.
There she is.
Well, that's pretty legit. As we can see, they have the new art here in Foundry, you folks can see. I think we can actually show that to the viewers, too. Can we increase that?
I felt like this character was going down the career path of UPP O'Connell until the smart gun appeared. And now it's some kind of hybrid. I love it.
Awesome.
Let's see if I hit anything.
All right, so we've got the smart gun. Yep, we've got your gear. And then another roll for your money, which is D6 times 50.
Have we done that before? That was my first paycheck. Are we doing it again?
Yes, yes. Because basically this is to represent your first... Oh, wow, not very good. Your first, term. First, basically, part of your career as a soldier. So only a 1. That's another $50. See, they incentivize you by giving you $100 to join, but then now that you're in, it's only $50.
I'm in, yeah, exactly.
Okay, now you have a choice. Do you choose to serve another term as this career? You can do this up to twice for a total of 3. Or do you finish? So here's what happens. If you choose to serve another term, we're going to go through that process again. You roll to get another piece of gear and another random skill point. Then you roll to see what your performance is. And then you get another talent and another gear choice, and another paycheck roll. However, if you do another term, you must subtract 1 from one of your attributes to represent that your character has gotten older and more weather-beaten.
I see. Nice.
So is your guy a young soldier? He's just kind of come off his first tour, or maybe basic training, or has he been at this for a little while?
So straight off the bat, this character was starting to talk to me as if it was a lifer, right? So he's been in, and I think his empathy has gone down by 1.
Okay.
And he's going to go again.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Sounds good.
If his paycheck was a bit better,
yeah,
maybe he would have been happier.
He wouldn't have had to been a lifer then. Yeah. Okay. So first off, you're going to roll for a careers. Roll on the rolling table for a career. Oh, I'm sorry. So you roll another d6 on like the random event table here. Just roll that one under the Colonial Marine, the posting.
Yep. Let's do that.
Wow. First we went to crushing rebellions to be a peacekeeper. Winning hearts and minds. What a nice guy. All right.
This is where I lose my empathy.
All right. This can give you a bonus gear roll. Oh, my mistake. It tells you here if you get a bonus career roll or not. I'm sorry, bonus gear roll. My mistake. Some of these do, some of them don't. So the first one is population control, which didn't give you a gear. So you actually would not have the motion tracker. My mistake. And this one does not give you anything. However, you do get another roll for random career skills. So roll a d3, please. Close combat, stamina, or range combat. Close combat. All right. Okay, then you're going to roll to see how well your performance was.
So this is another skill check, right?
Yep, so you can choose, again, close combat, stamina, or ranged combat here.
Yeah, absolutely. More than 1? No, he's...
All right. Satisfactory.
He's slow and steady wins the race.
All right, and then gain another career talent, so a D3, please. All right, reroll that. You already have banter. Can't get the same talent twice.
Are you sure I can't have banter?
Yeah. Or I guess just we do high-low, because there's only 2 talents. Okay, so that would be overkill, which works pretty much the way it used to in the old game. When you roll a 9 or higher on panic, you can ignore the result and instead go into overkill. All other PCs in the same zone must make an immediate panic roll. While in overkill, you must attack your enemies on every turn and cannot take cover, dodge, or defend yourself against attacks. The effect stops when you or all enemies in sight are broken, so still really good. Okay. Strange, you got the overkill talent while peacekeeping. Not sure how that worked out. I said stay in line.
What was reported in the news was peacekeeping.
That's right, it is UPP, right? It makes sense, yeah. Now, you do have the option when you do your second and third term, you can replace this talent with a general talent from the game. So you can get access to all the other talents if you so desire. But as you know, there are quite a few here, and I already forgot which folder it was in. Here we go, talents. I'll give you ownership. You can take a quick look if you'd like. As we saw in our previous video, some of the talents are the same. Many of them have been updated to coincide with the new rules, and there are some brand new ones as well. So I don't know what a whole lot of these do at this point. But if you so chose, you could switch that. So instead of getting a talent for your career, you get a talent from the general thing, depending. But overkill is pretty good to have. It's not a bad one. So, and then finally, you will make another roll for gear and another roll for your paycheck. So D6 for the gear. That would be another smart gun. So I think we should re-roll that, because you can't dual-wield smart guns. As awesome as that would be.
Yeah.
You already have armor.
My career is very rigid. Right, let's try again.
Oh my god.
Oh, 5, there we go.
Okay, you get a IRC Mark 35 pressure suit. All right.
That was missing.
Yeah, let's see where that's located. That's probably under equipment. Or is it armor? What's armor? Okay, so you can do some space combat stuff too if you so choose. Lovely. And then roll for your money one last time. D6 times 50.
One more D6. 3, 150.
Okay, you got a little bit of a pay bump doing all that peacekeeping in space.
Tell nobody. Yeah, have an
Okay. Are you happy with that, or did you want to serve one more term?
No, I'm good. I'm good,
All right.
I think.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about
the,
serving the extra terms, because you lose the attribute points, which there's no way to gain those.
Exactly. I can't reduce my empathy anymore. I think my character looks well-rounded, so yeah.
Yeah. Especially because all that other stuff you can get while you play the game. So, I guess you want to start off a little bit stronger than other characters at some cost, but it is cool. It does make sense. We've got a cool narrative here. So finally, the last thing we do is we're going to go to our psych evaluation. So each character ends their life path with their psych evaluation so the company can see what they've got on their hands. Androids undergo a product cognitive stability test and also roll on this table. Players should role-play the results, apply any modifiers you've gotten from your life path. So, what modifiers do we have here?
I had a +2 at the beginning.
Okay, that's good. So it's a 2d6 table. Is there a psych eval in the in Foundry here for you to roll on?
Yeah, there is. So we skipped over favors and disasters. I think that would have occurred if I didn't pass the entry criteria.
Yeah, if you get the multiple successes or if you get no successes, that's where those come into play. So.
And the last one is the psych eval. So do I roll this and just add 2?
When
this is only a draw result.
I think when the rollable table comes up, there's a way to add. Let's see.
I can just roll the draw result and see what happens.
In the top right, do you have a thing that says edit? A little edit button of the psych eval window?
If I open it up, yes.
So if you do that. Oh, go to the summary tab. And it says 2d6, so you put 2d6 plus 2 there. And then roll or draw. You don't have to update, just draw, and it should add the +2, I think.
Oh, I see the summary, yeah. So, roll formula 2d6 plus 2, right? And then you just press draw.
Yep. Okay, so let's go back to our chart here and see what you got. Positive and compliant, that's a 9 to a 10. It doesn't show what you actually rolled, though, so I don't know for sure if it gave you the +2. But either way, that's not terrible. So, positive and compliant, follows orders for an easy life. Makes sense.
It's been so consistent all the way through.
Yep.
I love it.
So basically, these are just kind of role-playing things for your character that you can get. There's there's only 5 results on here. However, some of them add a little bit of interesting stuff, such as zealously enthusiastic, confident bordering on arrogance, too keen to please. What are they hiding? So, yeah, that's what you get there. Pretty good stuff. And that, I think, brings us... Yep.
I was going to say this is more than... Normally you just get a small blurb that you would pick out of a rulebook depending on the RPG you play. And you'd get, like, even in Wrath and Glory, I think there's, like, 3 different parts of your backstory. And that's it. but
Yeah.
actually just rolling through all of these tests, and it gives it a lot of richness that you can backfill. Oh, well, I started off strong in my character, and then he had this event, and then if you wanted to, that it could help you kind of add in a bit of flavor for yourself. I think without you having to think it all up from scratch. I really like that actually.
Yes, I think this is ever good. The only one that I remember, other than Wrath and Glory, is we played some of the Fantasy Flight 40k RPGs back in the day, Rogue Trader and Black Crusade. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Rogue Trader had a life path system, which was more like this. I remember there were a couple things you rolled on. So when I think life path system, this is what I want. I want multiple random rolls that add to my character's backstory and to their actual character sheet and stats and equipment and all that stuff. If it's just one or the other, I think you're missing out. And I agree. It helps, you have an idea who this guy is just to start off,
Straight off, I agree. Yeah, absolutely.
Very cool. So there it is, folks. That's how the life path system works in the new edition. I can tell you, when we get to playing Building Better Worlds, I am going to require my characters to do this, especially based on how that campaign is set up to start. It's a big mix, it's a big melting pot of characters from all over the alien galaxy. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. So, any last thoughts, Mr. Leister?
So when you play through these kind of long cinematic scenarios in Alien, there's often, I don't know if it's the right word to say a need, but it's great that there are different characters with different things. Do you think this life path also applies there? Because this could be quite random, right? Or do you think there's any steering in this life path approach?
I don't think there's a lot of steering other than whether or not you choose to
career you
choose to do. Well, obviously, which career you apply for, but that's limited based on your starting stats.
Yeah.
And then the other one would be whether or not you do multiple terms, which gives you a little bit of control. The only other thing is if you get a couple favors or disasters, that could change things. So, for example, if you roll a 1 on the disaster chart, I'll bring this up so our viewers can see. By accident or someone's design, you are severely hurt. Lose 1 attribute point from either strength or agility. You can lose items, you can lose stats. No one will work with someone cursed with such ill fortune. Yep. And then some of the favors. Gain a bonus to manipulation when dealing with your organization. Make an additional roll for gear for your career. Gain a random skill, but you owe someone a favor in getting it. Gain a random career skill, but you owe a favor. Additional paycheck roll, and someone owes you a favor. So there's a couple cool things there you could get. The only other thing is if you try to pull a fast one. So if you fail to apply for your initial career, so that first roll that you make, you can attempt to do what's called pulling a fast one. Your PC does something underhanded or illegal to get around the system, or begs a favor from someone in the hierarchy. Settle the details with the GM. Your previously unsuccessful roll now counts as one success and you're in, but a dangerous secret now hangs over you, or you owe someone a big favor. So,
Nice.
I guess you're not limited by the roll, and that adds more of a roleplay aspect to your character, but I think the GM should endeavor to try to make that something important that's going to have an effect, especially if it's going to be in campaign play. That could be like a recurring villain, or, you've made a deal with the mob, so to speak, right? And they keep coming. We just need to do one more job for us. One more job.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. It's not dire. I was thinking if you failed at getting into your career, that adds a richness to your character.
Yeah.
You're probably going to be bitter or jaded by the end of it. But it does. You do miss out on having those career progression kind of stats, I guess. What happens if you go through as a kid?
So
You're not going to come out the end of it with gear, right?
So basically, if you don't have the stats to apply for any career, which is probably, well, I guess it could happen, because some of these need 4s based on your random rolls, or if you fail your application, you choose to be a kid. The kid doesn't have any requirements to apply for. You make your skills, your career skills are mobility, observation, and survival. Your paycheck is the worst, though. It's D6 times $5. But you still roll for career skills, and you roll
Okay.
on the gear table. So basically, it's just, since you weren't able to start as a career, I guess it's kind of assumed that your character is young and they haven't had a chance to really get in, or they're too inexperienced to get into one of these other careers.
Yeah, but you still get things out of it.
Yeah, and then you still roll for your posting, which is kind of like what happened as a kid in early life. Were you a bad kid, troubled? Were you just kind of a free kid who was just always kind of on vacation or on your own? You were abandoned or orphaned or something like that. So it still follows all the same rules. It's just, I guess, from a role play perspective, your life started a little bit differently.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love this life path system. It allows you to react to a whole bunch of stuff, which is, I wouldn't have thought of this character through. Even though I rolled, I think, quite well for the character, and it's very consistent. So I'd be going in with a strong character with a really clear path. It was great to have that given to me in step by step. I really like that.
I think it also helps with min-maxing a little bit, which in a game like Alien, it's easy to do because there's not a lot of options, right? And obviously some players like to do this, some don't, and that's not good or bad. But I personally would much rather have stuff random. It's easy to just stack all your points in close combat and be like, well, I carry around an axe, right? Or I carry around the gun, and just make a very one-dimensional character. But this gives you a little bit more, especially because it's like, oh, he's got a little bit of ability in heavy machinery and manipulation and comtech. Like, that's interesting, right? He's got really low empathy, but he's still, like, okay at manipulating, so that's interesting. And then as you level up, you can spend your XP where you want to, so you can still guide your character after the fact. Maybe just you don't start off at such a high level. So I think it's cool. I think it's fun. The characters I made were a blast, and I suggest and recommend, if you're playing Alien, if you're doing your own campaign, or you want to make your own characters for any of the cinematics, give this a shot. It's cool. It's fun. If you never tried a life path system, I recommend them for sure. So... But, I think with that, I think it's a good place. We're just at about an hour, so I hope you guys all enjoyed this. I hope you learned. I hope you got a chance to see how this works and what it can add to your games. And I hope the rest of the series here has kind of shown you about it as in-depth as I could for what is different between the new editions. As you can see, it's mostly rules, revisions, and updates. The core game is the same. It's still a game that we love and know. And, we're going to be diving into some new stuff here shortly on the channel with Rapture Protocol and then eventually building better worlds. So thank you all for joining us. Mr. Leister, thank you for helping me all the way from the UK. And we will see you folks, as always, same time, same place, nighty-night.